After that, Tong Tong looked up, her eyes hesitant. You want to rob it? But, brother, that child just now is so thin. We still have food, but if he doesn't eat, he might die. Lu Zhou rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, she was a child raised in peacetime. No matter how hard his aunt tried, in an emergency situation, the little girl still thought with the same set of living principles she had always known. He took a moment to calm his temper and patiently explained, Tong Tong, if that thing just now was the last food at home, and if you don't eat it, you will starve to death. What should you do? Tong Tong quickly replied, rob it. Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile slightly. That's not right. You have to assess the situation. If the person robbing you is much stronger than you, then don't go for it. Instead, remember him and wait for a chance to take revenge later. If he's weaker than you, teach him a lesson immediately. Otherwise, if you're bullied by someone weaker than you, everyone else will come and bully you too. There was no joking in Lu Zhou's words. He knew all too well what kind of demons these people were in the later stages. Bullying the weak was ingrained in everyone's bones. Lu Zhou had a strong temperament. Whoever dared to provoke him would definitely pay back tooth for tooth, eye for eye. If he didn't have enough strength, he would continue to lie low and wait for revenge later. If he had enough strength, he had to teach a lesson. That way, these people wouldn't dare to bully him. Under her brother's explanation, Wei Tong Tong understood this principle. Then, summoning her courage, she ran up to the boy who had robbed her and shouted, You stole my stuff, give it back to me. Her words came out in a childish voice, lacking any real threat. Although the boy was thin from hunger, he looked down on Tong Tong, this little girl, from the bottom of his heart. Just a sheltered little flower. Which eye of yours saw me robbing your stuff? Don't slander me, little sister. Seeing the boy's overbearing attitude, Tong Tong was so angry that she stomped her feet. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you. Perhaps her words angered the boy, who immediately shoved Tong Tong hard, cursing under his breath. Get lost, little girl. Seeing his sister being pushed away, a fire ignited in Lu Zhou's heart. He was worried about going up to teach the boy a lesson, but was subtly stopped by Lu Zhou. Zhang Jiahao looked at Tong Tong, then at his calm friend, and could only sigh and step back to watch quietly. Tong Tong was small and was pushed back several steps. However, once the little girl reacted, she immediately rushed up to continue confronting the boy. In the midst of their pushing and shoving, it was unclear who struck first. Eventually, Tong Tong ended up crying and retaliating fiercely. Thanks to the strict training of the three little ones beforehand, Tong Tong didn't suffer any loss during the fight. The onlookers, who were eager to help, now wore stiff expressions. The cute little girl was crying pitifully, but in her hands, she was delivering strikes that did not match her appearance at all. In the end, although the snacks were all eaten, Tong Tong managed to grab a packaging bag. Yet, in her pure black pupils, excitement sparkled. Her cheeks were flushed, and holding up the bag, she grinned at Lu Zhou. Brother, look at me, I got the snacks. Lu Zhou smiled as he took the snack bag from his sister's hands. At the same time, he fiercely threatened the badly beaten boy. If you encounter my sister again, consider yourself lucky this time. I'll let you go. Chapter 107. Seems like a treasure. After finishing his words, Lu Zhou and his group quickly left. On the road, Wei Tong Tong appeared to have gained a bit more confidence. Throughout the entire observation, Zhang Jiahao was also contemplating whether he should train his little sister. However, as he thought about the fact that he himself wasn't fully mature yet, he immediately dismissed the idea. He could only set his sights on his friends. When Lu Zhou heard that Zhang Jiahao wanted him to help train his child, he wasn't too surprised. The capable should take on more responsibilities. Training one child is training, and 2, 3 is the same. It's unclear what Gao Jinghang said, but the next day, Gao Shan brought a bag of food and asked Lu Zhou to train his child alongside his own. Lu Zhou agreed, but he only symbolically accepted a small amount of food. After all, they had already formed a team, and if they continued to divide things too clearly as before, it would be detrimental to building team camaraderie in the future. Looking at the pile of food returned to him, Gaoshan finally understood that Lu Zhou had completely integrated them as part of the team. Naturally, he felt excited. Since Lu Zhou wouldn't accept it, he didn't press the issue and decided to keep a mental note of Lu Zhou's help to his family, intending to repay the favor when the opportunity arose. Lu Zhou was busy during these days, consistently taking the 3 little ones out once a week without fail. Zhang Jiahao tagged along each time. He claimed it was to help look after the kids, but in reality, he was secretly following Lu Zhou to learn a few skills. After all, in the apocalypse, wouldn't it be foolish not to learn a few more tricks and sharpen his wits? Faced with Zhang Jiahao's behavior of sneaking lessons, Lu Zhou pretended not to see it, treating him as an extra pair of hands to help watch the kids. During his free time, Lu Zhou also tried to exchange some surplus supplies for gold and diamonds. Ever since the game cabin upgraded, Lu Zhou had come to realize the value of diamonds. Diamonds were used for upgrading the cabin, and after the upgrade, the space of the cabin expanded, which was crucial in the apocalypse. However, the regretful thing was that while he had exchanged a considerable amount of gold, his progress with diamonds had been slow. The reason was simple. During prosperous times, the exchange price for diamonds was low, and now, in the apocalypse, there was no need to collect them. Many people engaged in buying and selling would instinctively choose gold over a bunch of miscellaneous diamonds. Lu Zhou hadn't expected that his collection plan would fall into such a predicament. Could it be that he would have to find a diamond mine or something similar to gather diamonds? Feeling anxious, Lu Zhou found himself at a dead end. After all, the largest diamond mine in the country that he knew of was in Liaoning province. However, it was evident that it was not convenient to go there right now. In fact, it was rumored that there was also a diamond mine in Jiguang City, but due to the small amount of extraction and inferior quality, the government decided against mining after assessing the situation. However, the unexploited resources were actually more suitable for Lu Zhou. At least with fewer mines, they wouldn't be so easily monitored by the government. But aside from the government, who would know the location of these unexploited resources? With no other choice, Lu Zhou could only turn his hopeful gaze toward the game. After carefully inventorying the items he won from the lottery with gold coins, he finally found a barely feasible method. Last time, he had only focused on the workshop during the lottery and hadn't paid attention to the treasure-finding device he had drawn. The game's description for it was, usage limit, 10 times can search for specified minerals. Note, each time can only define a general range, with an error margin of within 300 meters. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. He wondered if he could use this device to locate diamond mines. He decided to give it a try. Lu Zhou immediately took out the treasure-finding device and silently thought to himself, use the treasure-finding device to search for diamond mines. For the search range, he chose Jiguang City and its surroundings. The treasure-finding device emitted a faint white light, which then quickly flickered. After the light faded, it pointed out a specific area to Lu Zhou. This area was definitely near the mountain range at the outskirts of Jiguang City. The region was quite large, making it really difficult to locate any mineral resources. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. It seemed like the range was too big. He continued to use the treasure-finding device, gradually narrowing down the scope. Finally, after using it 4 times in succession, he pinpointed a more precise area. It indicated a valley. However, Lu Zhou was not familiar with the specific environment there. He ultimately decided to head over and check it out. He kept this matter to himself, not telling anyone else. After carefully putting away the treasure-finding device, which still had 6 uses left, into his game cabin, Lu Zhou proceeded to complete his daily tasks as usual. Once he gathered enough survival points, reaching a total of 30, he didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed the extraction of a new skill. Extracting, please wait. Congratulations, player has obtained the wood gathering skill. Lu Zhou was instantly overjoyed. He finally got the wood gathering skill. No one knew how much he had been craving this skill recently. Arrows required wood as a necessary material, and he had crafted quite a few arrows in the workshop. However, wood was quickly consumed, and to be honest, he was running low on arrows now. Moreover, other useful small items in the workshop also required wood as a basic material, which had been a real headache for Lu Zhou. Today, his luck seemed to be good. Before he could even enjoy the moment, he suddenly heard a series of beeping sound from the game, and soon, another interface popped up in front of him. Detection. Player has unlocked 10 game skills, unlocking a bonus for reaching 10, hereby rewarding the player with a game treasure chest. Lu Zhou was taken aback. He genuinely hadn't expected the game to give out treasure chests. The chest was adorned in red and gold, clearly a remarkable item. Lu Zhou immediately opened the treasure chest and, after a moment, pulled out a book. A book? Could be some martial arts secret technique? Lu Zhou barely managed to suppress his excitement and looked down, only to have his smile freeze on his face. In 1 second, teach you extreme sports. At a glance, it was an absurd and weak book. How could this even be allowed to come out of the game? Lu Zhou frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly flipped through the book. Inside, it mixed text and illustrations, vividly explaining extreme sports like wingsuit flying, snowboarding, hot air ballooning, paragliding, and deep-sea diving. Surprisingly, some of it looked fairly legitimate. What left Lu Zhou speechless was that he already had professional books teaching this kind of theoretical knowledge. Without any practical application, it was just too useless. Before he could finish complaining, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed that his field of vision had expanded. A male instructor appeared next to him. This person was dressed in a professional wingsuit and stood straight beside Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou first glanced around at the surroundings. It was a vast expanse of white snow. The wind howled as Lu Zhou took a few steps forward. When he looked down, he found himself on the edge of a bottomless abyss. This was actually at the top of a snow-capped mountain. Chapter 108. Is it human? This situation didn't make Lu Zhou hesitate for long. He quickly realized that he had just opened to the page on flying squirrel suits. Looking around at his environment, it wasn't hard for Lu Zhou to guess that this should be the game's 100% realistic training room. The male instructor next to him spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of an inorganic quality. Hello, Lu Zhou. At the moment his name was called, Lu Zhou's scalp tingled. Having a virtual character accurately call out his name felt rather unsettling. However, curiosity outweighed his discomfort. Lu Zhou tried to ignore the unsettling remark and looked at the virtual person, casually asking, "Are you a virtual person? How did you know my name?" The man displayed a formulaic smile. "I don't understand your meaning. What is a virtual person? As for your name, didn't you tell me yourself? Are you ready to start training?" Seeing the man's mechanical demeanor, Lu Zhou sighed. He didn't think he could extract any useful information from this person. "I'm ready. Are we going to train with the flying squirrel suit?" "Yes, I will teach you how to use the flying squirrel suit next." The man took a few steps forward, brushing past Lu Zhou, his clothes even grazing against Lu Zhou's. The incredibly realistic physical touch sent a shiver down Lu Zhou's spine. He raised his eyes to look at the man, his expression filled with suspicion. Initially, he thought the instructor was just a data-generated tool, but he hadn't expected this person to have a tangible touch sensation. The instructor seemed oblivious to Lu Zhou's reactions and continued teaching him in a stiff manner. Based on different jump starting points, wingsuit flying can be divided into high-altitude wingsuit flying and low-altitude wingsuit flying. The equipment for this sport mainly consists of the flying squirrel suit worn on the body and the parachute in the backpack. We need to jump from a certain safe height and use the flying squirrel suit to fly, then open the parachute at a certain safe altitude to slow down and land on the ground. It's worth mentioning that the parachute serves only as a final safety cushion for landing. Most of the time during the process, we glide through the flying squirrel suit, which is the essence and enjoyment of this sport. Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on and quickly interrupted the instructor's rambling. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can we start the practical part directly?" The male instructor nodded. "Since you've requested it, let's get started right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the man flew out first. Even though Lu Zhou subconsciously knew this was a virtual scenario, He couldn't help but marvel at how well the effects were done. He had a basic understanding of the flying squirrel suit, but zero flying skills. With a tight jaw and closed eyes, Lu Zhou jumped from the top of a towering snowy mountain. The wind, laced with snowflakes, blasted against him as if it had no regard for life. But he was glad he had prepared full-body protection. Still, he could feel the bone-chilling cold rushing at him. Although he was dressed warmly, the cold wind from the rapid descent made his head feel somewhat numb. The figure of the male instructor was right in front of him. Lu Zhou strained to widen his eyes, desperately trying to see the man's form amid the swirling snowflakes. The red flying squirrel suit ahead was quite eye-catching, and seeing the man smoothly adjust his posture in midair, Lu Zhou hurriedly followed suit. What he didn't expect was that this was not an easy task. After desperately adjusting his position, just as Lu Zhou was about to catch his breath, he unexpectedly collided hard with the side of another mountain. After crashing violently against the mountain wall, Lu Zhou fell like a kite with a broken string, plummeting straight to the ground. The impact upon landing was still intense. This force sent him tumbling and rolling in the snow for several dozen circles before finally coming to a stop. In that instant, Lu Zhou felt as though his internal organs were being crushed together, all mixing and churning violently. Chapter 109. Encountering a familiar face. The pain coursed through his body for no more than 3 seconds before Lu Zhou's vision went black. When he regained his senses, he found himself back at the summit of the original snow-capped mountain. Beside him stood the male coach, who was chattering away in a lengthy manner. The overly realistic death experience had left a significant psychological impact on Lu Zhou. Therefore, this time, he didn't insist on the male coach proceeding directly to practical training. Instead, he earnestly listened to the preceding theory lessons. Although some of the content was already familiar to Lu Zhou, he was pleasantly surprised to find that many details and techniques he had previously overlooked were now filling his mind to the brim. Once the theoretical knowledge was imparted, the coach nodded and instructed Lu Zhou to keep up. Lu Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that this coach seemed a bit more gentle than the first one he had encountered. He scrutinized the coach carefully, trying to detect any signs of inconsistency, but the coach remained oblivious to Lu Zhou's scrutiny, instead urging him to move faster. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu Zhou propelled himself into the air. After the recent theoretical lessons, he considered himself to have learned most of the theory regarding the flying squirrel suit. However, theory and practice are indeed two different things. Lu Zhou adhered to the rhythm of taking off, landing, flying, and landing again until he finally succeeded in flying once. The coach maintained a calm expression, praised Lu Zhou a few times, and then let him continue training on his own. Thus, Lu Zhou practiced for a while longer, suddenly realizing he had lost track of time. Temporarily exit training. The coach's mechanical voice sounded again. Lu Zhou, your current learning progress is 60%. Are you sure you want to exit training? Confirm. Soon, darkness enveloped him again. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that only a second had passed outside. It was still the familiar home, and even the scissors he had been holding before entering the training room were still in his hand. He moved his body to feel for any differences and ultimately concluded that this method of instruction had no effect on his body. The only notable thing was a slight headache. This was to be expected, as his brain had been in a tense state after learning about the flying squirrel suit for so long. However, these were not the main points. The key takeaway was that this teaching method allowed him to acquire many life-saving skills. Currently, he was learning extreme sports, but who knows what more advanced skills might be taught in the future. For example, methods for operating submarines, airplanes, ships, and so on. In a game world, such possibilities were certainly not out of the realm of imagination. To be honest, the skills Lu Zhou had learned so far were mostly related to combat. But when it came to those higher threshold skills, he truly had no knowledge. Looking down at the book in his hands, Lu Zhou first closed it and placed it back in the game room. After putting away the book, he quickly headed out the door. Once he distanced himself from the crowd, Lu Zhou took out his high-clearance SUV. After securing the tire chains to prevent slipping, he pressed the gas pedal and sped off towards the diamond mine. On the way, Lu Zhou took less traveled paths, basically avoiding the main roads. He wouldn't actively drive on busy roads. The main roads had too many people, and driving such a new vehicle there could easily lead to trouble. This smaller road seemed much better. He thought things would develop smoothly this way. However, in reality, unexpected events often occurred. Lu Zhou was driving halfway when he suddenly decided to continue, but he keenly sensed that something was wrong ahead. Not far away, he seemed to see a car that had stopped. Surrounding the car were several armed men. Lu Zhou didn't waste time. He picked up his binoculars and looked over. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but feel a chill. How could it be him? Wanda was almost in tears. He never expected that his good intentions would endanger his family. 10 days ago, they had set off from their settlement in P City, planning to return to their hometown in Jiguang City to seek refuge. After all, it seemed that Jiguang City was still relatively stable. Along the way, Wanda and his family had endured a lot of hardships. Fortunately, they were driving an off-road vehicle and had brought enough fuel and food, which barely allowed them to reach Jiguang City. If they had followed their original plan to quickly pass through the mountain range, they would have arrived at their destination in no more than 3 hours. But what went wrong was that Wanda was a good-hearted person. Due to his good nature, he had suffered quite a bit when the apocalypse first began. Since then, Wanda had become wiser and dared not help others casually. However, this time, he had fallen into a trap set by the enemy. While driving halfway, someone suddenly darted in front of their car. Wanda quickly slammed on the brakes. The snowy road was slippery, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed not to hit the person in front. To avoid a potential trap, Wang Da's family didn't dare to get out of the car. They just wanted to ask a few questions and hurry on their way. Who would have thought that the person they almost hit was a 13 or 14-year-old girl who was holding a frail-looking little boy in her arms? The girl started banging her head against the ground, crying and begging Wang to save her brother. It turned out that she was from a nearby village, and her brother had a fever. She wanted to take him to the hospital. After struggling to get here, she was relieved to see a passing car. Hearing this, Wanda hesitated, but ultimately his mother sighed, indicating her consent to take the girl along. Of course, before getting out of the car, Wanda cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, then opened the door. Just as he was helping the little girl up, before he could say anything comforting, Wanda noticed something horrific. The area that he thought was covered in snow suddenly erupted with several armed men emerging from it. Wanda wasn't foolish. Upon seeing this, he immediately turned to dive back into the car. The girl reacted even faster, desperately clinging to his arm, preventing him from getting back into the seat. In the midst of a struggle, Wanda saw the little boy in the girl's arms roll onto the ground. The blanket that had been wrapped around him had come undone, revealing a lifeless body, just a head and a skeletal frame. Seeing this scene sent chills down Wang Da's spine. A wave of dread surged through him. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he was on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, these people were carrying a corpse? Without wasting another moment, he kicked the little girl aside and hurriedly scrambled into the car. Just as he got inside, the sound of gunfire echoed in his ears. Chapter 1, 10 Unique Land. This place belonged to a desolate mountain highway, and at this moment, besides a few living people, the gunfire wouldn't attract anyone's attention. "Dad, Mom, Yin Yin, lower your heads. Hunch down," Wanda whispered to his mother-in-law and wife, and he himself shrank down with all his might. His SUV was not a bulletproof or explosion-proof vehicle. Damn, I'm doomed. In this critical moment, Wanda instantly regretted it. Thinking of his mother-in-law and wife, he regretted the foolish thing he had just done 108 times in his heart. A sudden change occurred at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before anyone could react, a series of crossbow bolts shot toward the group surrounding the vehicle. The attackers had excellent aim. The bolts tore through the air, piercing through the throats of this group of people. Some who were slightly off target were shot through the arms. Ah, 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 ah. This was the group's scream of agony. Then, another wave of crossbow bolts came, continuing the slaughter. Blood stained the wheels of the SUV. Wang covered his head, feeling like he was about to die, when he heard a commotion outside. He cautiously turned and moved his head to the window to see what was happening outside. Unfortunately, he found that a person who had been shot through the throat was now rigid and lifeless, sprawled across his car without moving. The dead person stared wide-eyed, facing Wang directly. He was a bit dazed, then immediately felt like crying without tears. Could it be that he had encountered a black-on-black scenario? At this moment, the crossbow bolt that pierced this person's throat was still wedged against Wang Da's car window, the weight of the body sliding down, the bolt scraping against the glass, producing a series of piercing sounds. In an instant, he felt ice-cold all over. To kill with a crossbow like this, how much strength would one need? It was winter, and to penetrate through clothing and a throat, the person shooting the arrows must be extremely dangerous. The tip of the crossbow bolt appeared nothing special, but with Wang Da's keen observation, he quickly realized something was off. This crossbow bolt seemed to be specially customized. Before the apocalypse, when he had free time, Wang Da would join friends to play in an archery club, so he had some knowledge about different crossbows. The shape of the bolt before him was clearly not any model he had seen before. Thinking that the person couldn't have come over so quickly, Wang Da desperately calmed down and immediately started the car, charging forward with all his might. The corpse that had been lying on Wang Da's vehicle was knocked off by the force of the impact. Lu Zhou, who was drawing his bow to shoot, expressed his confusion. What does this mean? He hadn't even crossed over yet, and this person was already running away? However, he quite admired Wang Da's decisiveness. In a situation where it was uncertain whether the other side was friend or foe, it was the smartest move to drive away. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they couldn't compare to steel plates and iron blocks. Whatever supernatural being it was, it would be over once it was hit by a vehicle. Thus, Lu Zhou naturally intended to cross over and clean up the aftermath. The firearms of this group belonged to his spoils of war. For safety, Lu Zhou drove over. After arriving at the location, he finally bent down and began to carefully search the bodies for items. The only valuables were 2 rifles and a pack of bullets strapped to the waist of one of the men. The rifles looked like new models which, by all accounts, shouldn't have appeared here. Lu Zhou frowned, examining the bodies' physiques. They were robust, with rough hands and faces that bore the marks of hardship. However, these individuals were wearing military coats. Still, compared to soldiers, Lu Zhou was more inclined to believe that this group was a bunch of ruthless bandits. He sensed no trace of the integrity that belonged to soldiers from them. There had been instances of attacks on soldiers before, but he wasn't sure if these men were involved in such incidents. The girl who had been deceiving people was also killed by Lu Zhou with an arrow. From a distance, he hadn't noticed the items in her bag, but when he caught a glimpse of them, his expression dimmed. These beasts that eat humans. Having already killed beasts, not fellow humans, Lu Zhou no longer felt any psychological burden. The place was a mess, filled with corpses and blood. To avoid attracting wild animals, Lu Zhou first collected a large chunk of snow into his pocket space, then quickly took it out to cover the bodies of these men. At a glance, there were no traces left of the bodies. After dealing with this, Lu Zhou stored the 2 rifles before turning around to get back in the vehicle and continue heading toward his destination. The latter part of the journey was much smoother. Soon, Lu Zhou arrived at the entrance. This valley exhibited a unique topography, and upon seeing it for the first time, Lu Zhou immediately understood why the government of Jiguang didn't want to bother extracting the diamond mine here. The reason was simple. The place was narrow and perilous, making mining operations exceedingly inconvenient. Furthermore, the quality and capacity of this diamond mine were not particularly good, so it really wasn't worth the expenditure of manpower and resources. After getting out of the car and putting it away, Lu Zhou took out his snowboards and continued forward. This path only allowed individuals to enter. Vehicles and various modes of transportation were strictly prohibited. After traveling about 10 kilometers, Lu Zhou stopped. The snow-covered ground was a monotonous white, making it easy to lose one's sense of direction. However, Lu Zhou keenly noticed something. The sound of wind coming from the surrounding valleys had changed. It was no longer the gentle breeze, but had turned into a sharp, hurried whistling. This signified that the terrain ahead was changing. He could no longer proceed recklessly. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Lu Zhou decisively unstrapped his snowboards and moved to take cover behind a large rock, trying to shield himself from the wind and snow. Then he took out a drone. At this moment, the drone was finally proving its worth. It was designed to withstand flying snow, offering high-definition quality and stable transmission, practically tailor-made for such conditions. Lu Zhou controlled the drone, sending it swiftly into the valley. The images on the screen were displayed in real time. What came into view was a vast expanse of white. After flying for about 10 minutes, the drone's footage finally revealed something other than a sea of white. The camera quickly panned, and ahead lay a cliff, exposing a bare black-yellow rock face. Seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he hadn't stopped earlier to send the drone out to scout the terrain, he would have continued down the snowy path and, with one slip, could have fallen off the cliff, leaving no trace behind. With a racing heart, Lu Zhou continued to look further. The footage swept past the rock wall, and instead of the monotonous white snow and black-yellow rock, another scene unfolded. What shocked Lu Zhou was that the drone revealed a complex terrain he had never encountered in reality. A valley resembling a volcanic crater. Chapter 111. Encounter Again. Looking down, the valley was covered with unknown plants. Due to the snow, all that Lu Zhou could see was a blanket of white. This terrain posed a disadvantage for Lu Zhou. First of all, entering the valley would require tools. The only suitable tool in Lu Zhou's hands was a parachute or something like a wingsuit. However, this inevitably raised concerns about safety. For example, could Lu Zhou successfully use the wingsuit? Even if, hypothetically, Lu Zhou managed to descend and collect some mineral samples, he would eventually need to return home, right? It was still uncertain whether the valley was an enclosed basin or if there were other routes to return home, all of which Lu Zhou needed to investigate carefully. Lu Zhou cherished the opportunity to live again and would not easily gamble with his life. He operated a drone to continue his exploration. The drone flew swiftly, and after some investigation, Lu Zhou discovered that the valley was indeed an enclosed space, which was not good news for him. In the past, he could have used a helicopter, but given the current situation, there was no way to use a military helicopter, and a civilian one was out of reach for someone like Lu Zhou, an ordinary person. The development of the situation left Lu Zhou feeling somewhat at a loss. According to the recent tests by the drone, from the edge of the cliff to the ground, it seemed possible to descend using the wingsuit, but the method of getting back up was a major problem. Without a foolproof plan, Lu Zhou would not easily take risks. He controlled the drone to investigate the environment for as long as possible until the battery ran out before leaving. "I'll think of a way once I get back." Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. On his way home, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. This person was none other than Wang De. Wang De hadn't expected his luck to be this bad. After a sudden rush, he escaped from that dreadful place and felt relieved that he had made it out. However, that thrill didn't last long. After driving for an hour, he recognized some road signs and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "Am I lost?" His wife, sitting beside him, was holding her phone and frowned, saying, "I think we're going the wrong way." Wang De wasn't to blame. Before setting out, he had made arrangements to acquire several power banks and ensured his phone was fully charged. Inside, he had downloaded the entire national map for offline use, which was exactly what he needed now. The drive had been relatively smooth until they encountered a robbery incident, after which their luck took a nosedive. After escaping from the scene, Wang De and the others drove a short distance forward. only to find that the route displayed on the navigation was now blocked. The damage looked recent, indicating that the road had been recently destroyed. No one dared to waste time, quickly checking the navigation map to find a way around this segment of the road. In reality, following the tire tracks left by previous travelers might have led them to the right path, but the snowfall had covered the tracks thoroughly, leaving Wang De and his group at a loss. Now, they had once again circled back to the same spot, and Wang De felt a wave of frustration. He comforted his wife a few times and decided to get out of the car to mark a trail. This was the only way to break down the route and avoid straying off course while driving. While Wang De was focused on marking the way, he inadvertently spotted an expensive SUV approaching in the distance. Wang De couldn't afford such a luxury car, and remembering the lesson from the previous incident, he didn't dare to let his guard down and quickly rolled back into the car. Before long, the approaching vehicle gradually came closer. Wang De drove his car, just about to leave the Audisk, when he suddenly heard someone speak from that direction. "Brother, is the road ahead collapsed?" The voice belonged to a very calm person, with a tone that showed no emotion. Wang De was briefly taken aback, but then subconsciously nodded and replied, "Yes, it's collapsed." "Brother, where are you headed?" "To Jiguang City." Upon hearing this, Wang De became alert. Jiguang City was the same destination he was aiming for, and he wondered if he could follow this person's car for the journey. After exchanging just a few words, Wang De noticed that the car ahead had turned around and was leaving. Thinking that it was a rare opportunity to meet someone like this, he felt he couldn't let it slip away and decided to follow that vehicle. The distance between the two cars was neither too close nor too far. Wang De drove nervously, fearing to provoke the driver ahead or encounter another ambush. Lu Zhou, after speaking with Wang De, continued on his way. As expected, Wang Da's car followed him at a steady pace. The distance was a comfortable one, not feeling intrusive, and after a glance, Lu Zhou stopped worrying about it. Meanwhile, Wang De drove cautiously behind, and the two cars traveled for over 2 hours, with the surrounding environment gradually changing. They were no longer on winding mountain roads, but approaching the Audisk, of city. Almost there, Wang De felt a surge of excitement in his heart. His wife, Yin, hurriedly took out an offline map and pointed to their hometown location for Wang De to see. Her fingertip landed on the Hengxin community. This community was not far from the Hengxin community where Lu Zhou lived, but Hengxin was slightly older. "Dad, drive this way." Everyone was happy to finally arrive at their destination. Just when Wang De thought they would part ways with the car ahead, he was surprised to find that the vehicle continued to align with their route. Wang De frowned, but kept driving steadily. When they reached Hengxin community, Wang Da's family quickly maneuvered to avoid the small car and drove into their own home. That car, however, sped away quickly. "We're pretty lucky. That person seems to live not far from us. If this were in the past, we could have chatted a bit, but now," sighed Wang Da's father. Wang Ming sighed, lamenting how times had changed. In the current environment, people were wary of one another, and they couldn't behave like they used to. Wang De comforted his father a few times and hurriedly led them into the community. Hengxin community also had elevator buildings. At that time, the Wang family was in relatively good financial standing, and as soon as they moved out of Jiguang City, they quickly bought a unit in one of the elevator buildings. They had chosen a high floor because they said the views were better and the air was fresher. Little did they expect that they would end up here at this moment. After finding a good spot to park, the four of them immediately began moving their belongings. Moving from a high-rise wasn't easy, but fortunately, their possessions were minimal. They only brought the essentials. After finally managing to open the big door to their home, the sight that greeted them made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the house hadn't been disturbed. This was a relief because last time, when the Wang family was robbed, Wang De, in a fit of rage, had replaced all the doors and windows with the sturdiest kind. Chapter 112. Good fortune arrives? Who would have thought that what seems like a misfortune could actually turn into a blessing? The door showed many marks, looking as if someone had tried to force it open, but ultimately failed. The four people let out a sigh of relief. They had initially thought their home would be empty, but it seemed like it was still somewhat livable. Before long, the Wang family began the heavy task of tidying up their home. Watching the Wang family enter the Hengxin community, Lu Zhou finally drove his car back home. Wang De was the amateur meteorologist who had previously warned everyone on Weibo. Lu Zhou had decided to help him because he believed that a person like Wang De, with good character, should not be harmed by those rotten people. However, he never expected that Wang De and his companions would come to Jiguang village, and that they would end up so close to his own home in the Hengxin community. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about these messy matters, found a place to park his car, and then walked home on his snowboards. In the few days after Lu Zhou returned home, aside from the daily tasks he had to do, he spent most of his time thinking about how to go down to the diamond mine. Yet, despite his worries, the training for the flying squirrel suit was still necessary. Soon, Lu Zhou's skills with the flying squirrel suit reached 80%. This level allowed him to safely glide in most flying situations. Continuing to learn beyond this point would slow down the growth of his skill level, and there wouldn't be much benefit. From 80% to 100%, the additional training would mostly involve fancy flying techniques. Lu Zhou didn't dwell on it too much and instead began learning about snowboarding. His snowboarding skills were quite good, so he started with a 50% proficiency rating. Lu Zhou was a bit surprised. He had thought his skills were quite impressive, but the game only rated him at 50%. How skilled must one be to achieve 100%? He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If it were peacetime, he could have relied on this skill to compete in the Olympics. However, while he could think about such things, it was still important to stay grounded and practical. After several days of deep thought and continuously unlocking new game items, Lu Zhou was fortunate enough to finally discover an item with great potential. Indestructible rope requires wool and iron, or to create the most durable rope that will never break. Ladder can be made into any item shaped like a ladder, including but not limited to stone ladders, iron ladders, wooden ladders, rope ladders, etc. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou gradually formed an idea. He could insert several climbing pins into the cliff, then lower the rope down. When descending, he could wear the flying squirrel suit. As soon as he found what he was looking for, he could climb the ladder back up. After thinking it through, Lu Zhou realized that not only did he need to secure the climbing pins on the cliff, but he also needed to tie the end of the rope to a tree near the cliff for safety. The preliminary plan was tentatively complete. Lu Zhou quickly began gathering materials, planning to weave a soft ladder. He would need to accumulate wool and iron ore, and even with the supplies he had previously gathered, he calculated that he would need to wait 4 more days before he could make a sufficiently long rope. His plan to go to the diamond mine would have to be postponed for another 4 days. Lu Zhou knew that the sooner he completed this task, the better. Procrastination could lead to trouble. After finalizing his plans, Lu Zhou went to the living room and poked at the coal stove in the corner to ensure the coal beneath the teapot would burn well. The flames quietly licked the bottom of the pot, and the temperature of the teapot began to rise gradually. Just then, Dad Lu came out of the house, holding a soil-turning shovel in his hand. Lu Zhou gave his father a glance, and then heard his father start to ramble on. "Son, those plants we've been growing in the flower pot have been growing pretty fast these days." "That's normal, Dad. It mainly depends on the soil. Plus, our house is warm, and we water them on time, so if they weren't growing fast, that would be strange," Lu Zhou said with a smile, and just then, his mother walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a wool suit, and her complexion was rosy. Even though the temperature had continued to drop over the past few days, with Lu Zhou's careful regulation, the room temperature hadn't been set too high, but it was still around 15 degrees Celsius. Additionally, the warmth provided by the wool fabric made it feel comfortable at home. Curious about what her son had been busy with these past few days, Lu Mom asked, but Lu Zhou replied, "Nothing much. I just went out to exchange some supplies." Lu Mom didn't think much of it, knowing her son's cautious nature. She got up and walked over to the small flower pot where they were growing vegetables, picked off some greens, and took out 3 eggs. It seemed she was going to cook. The eggs were obtained from Lu Zhou's game. Over these days, they had accumulated quite a bit of supplies. Lu Zhou briefly calculated that for their family of 3, the food consumption had hardly changed. The things they ate were replenished by the game later on. The only thing that was continuously being consumed was daily necessities, as there was no place to replenish those. After the 3 of them had a simple meal, they heard a knock at the front door. Looking through the peephole, Lu Zhou saw that it was his aunt, Jiang Xiaolin. He quickly opened the door. Jiang Xiaolin entered with a joyful expression and immediately grabbed her sister's hand. "Sis, I have good news." Lu Mom was somewhat confused until she heard her sister's excited words. "Sis, I heard from Qingzhou that a medical facility has been built near the research institute. They're currently recruiting medical personnel." Lu Mom suddenly felt a surge of excitement. After many days of training from Granny Dan, the two had long wanted to try their skills. However, she remembered something. Shaolin, doesn't being a medical worker require some kind of certification? Lu Mom was a bit worried. Even if she and her sister could treat patients, how could anyone believe them just based on their word? To her surprise, Jiang Xiaolin was quite calm. She smiled confidently. "Don't worry, sis. Right now, there's a severe shortage of personnel. If you don't have a certificate, you can still go and take a test on site. If you pass, you can start working." At this point, everyone in the room was surprised. Lu Mom's excitement immediately rose. "That sounds great. Let's both go together, and we'll rely on our skills to get the job. By the way, is Professor Dan going too?" Jiang Xiaolin nodded, her expression complicated, her eyes filled with admiration. "Professor Dan insisted on going, but Qingzhou and I are worried about her health. It's freezing outside. Can the old lady handle it?" "That's true, but if Professor Dan is determined, we shouldn't stop her. At this time, she definitely wants to contribute as much as she can." Lu Mom was well aware of Granny Dan's thoughts and could only pat her sister's shoulder to comfort her. However, Lu Zhou was a bit skeptical about this matter. Chapter 113. The competition is fierce. Jiguang City does not have many local doctors. A significant number of outsiders have also come, leading to a limited number of medical resources and an influx of job seekers. Can one really secure a job so easily? In her previous life, Lu Mom also tried for a position during this recruitment. At that time, since her profession was a nurse and related to healthcare, she went to give it a shot. However, the final result was that she was not hired. The reason was the sudden increase in the population of outsiders, compounded by the fact that there were already many nurses. Now, Lu Mom and her sister have switched to traditional Chinese medicine, but Lu Zhou still does not intend to apply. Of course, he didn't express this, instead encouraging both of them to apply and give it a try. The 3 of them wasted no time. After putting on their clothes, they set off together. The medical center was not far away, and to facilitate their travel, Lu Zhou handed snowboards to the 2 of them. They accepted it gratefully and quickly donned their snow gear. The 3 of them headed towards the medical center. On the way, the snow continued to fall. The biting wind relentlessly buffeted the 3 of them. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. On the streets, snowplows were working back and forth, and many people wearing snow boots trudged through the snow. The passers-by were mostly dressed in understated down jackets, with many wearing thick hats and wrapped in scarves, making their outfits nearly impenetrable to the cold. Some were heading towards Shishan to try for jobs, while others were going in the same direction as Lu Zhou and the others. Naturally, besides those bundled up against the cold, there were also many people dressed lightly. These individuals seemed to have exhausted all their strength just to walk along the road. Observing this scene, Lu Zhou and the others fell into silence. Although Jiguang City was relatively well controlled, there were still many people who might die from lack of food or clothing. Shelters could not accommodate everyone, and the distribution of coal to the populace was limited. If it ran out, they would have to endure on their own. Those who managed to survive would have a chance, while those who could not would simply wait for death. Lu Mom gazed at these people with a complicated expression, while Jiang Xiaolin moved her lips. "Sister, let's hurry up." "Okay, I'm coming." In the apocalypse, Taking care of one's own family was already difficult enough, leaving no energy to care for others. The three of them sped along on their snowboards, quickly leaving those trudging in the snow behind them. Soon, Lu Mom and Jiang Xiaolin, under Lu Zhou's protection, arrive at the entrance of the makeshift medical center. Lu Zhou observed that there were quite a few people registering. Most were hastily making their way into the medical center, while some appeared troubled as they came out in a steady stream. Seeing so many people, Lu Mom and her sister were somewhat surprised. Xiaolin, there are quite a lot of people here. I wonder if we have any chance. Lu Mom hesitated, and the environment made Jiang Xiaolin feel uncertain as well. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Xiaolin could only speak up, "Sister, let's go in first and adapt as needed." Lu Mom suppressed her feelings of discomfort and entered with Jiang Xiaolin. Lu Zhou, acting as their bodyguard, naturally accompanied them the entire way. As soon as they entered the medical center, the three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. The reason was that the place was incredibly shabby. Since the establishment of the medical center, Lu Zhou and his family had hardly ever been to a hospital. Therefore, they were unaware that the environment here was so rudimentary. In the past, the large hospitals were coldly decorated and crowded. But now, in this medical center, although it was still crowded, the interior had merely been coated with a layer of white plaster. As soon as they entered, there was a simple desk, and in the middle sat a nurse at the triage station. Next were the patient wards. Here, patients were simply classified into internal and external departments without any designated areas, separated only by partitions. However, given the special circumstances, this was completely understandable. To set up a temporary medical facility was already quite difficult. According to Lu Zhou's understanding, currently, there was no need to spend extra money to visit the medical facility, but only those who were seriously ill would receive medication. Even when the medicine ran out, the doctors were only responsible for diagnosing, but did not provide medication, leaving patients to find their own solutions. Inside, a cleaner silently mopped the floors. On a snowy day, as people entered the building, they left a lot of muddy footprints on the ground. Although the floor was all concrete, it still couldn't withstand the dirt. Lu Zhou looked around. This cleaner was the only one in the medical facility. In this simple medical center, cries echoed one after another. The sound was indeed heart-wrenching. The three of them passed through the noisy front hall and approached the triage station to ask where to register. "Just follow this path, keep going straight, and the last door on the left is it." The nurse, busy and spinning around, hurriedly pointed them in the right direction. Lu Zhou led the two others quickly to the place the nurse had indicated. It was actually easy to find this place because a large group of people was gathered at the entrance. Everyone wore expressions of concern and held their small packages in their hands, peeking and craning their necks as they waited at the back. Due to the large number of people registering, everyone quietly lined up as per the medical facility's request. Lu Zhou and the others could only follow the line. While waiting, Lu Zhou keenly noticed a gaze that seemed to be focused on them. Who could it be? He immediately turned around to look in the direction of the gaze. Just in time, their eyes met. The person was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 50s. She was dressed rather casually, and her whole demeanor suggested a sense of dishevelment. Lu Zhou felt a strange curiosity. He didn't recognize this person. What was she looking at? Lu Mom noticed her son's gaze and followed suit to look beside her. Upon seeing, she furrowed her brows tightly. Why is it her? Was it possible for his mother to know this person? Lu Zhou quickly tugged at Lu Mom's sleeve, silently asking who this person was. Lu Mom replied nonchalantly, "She used to be my head nurse." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou instantly understood. His mother had mentioned before that, due to her personality, she was not favored by her superiors. He remembered her saying that this head nurse often used to find fault with her, and later when Lu Mom resigned, this was part of the reason. Who would have thought they would meet here today? Lu Zhou glanced sideways at the middle-aged woman, who was looking at him with a hesitant expression, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Mom remained calm and did not approach to talk to her, but the woman couldn't help but initiate a conversation. Xiao Jiang? Is that you? The middle-aged woman shrank her neck and squeezed closer to Lu Zhou, her face filled with excitement. Lu Mom responded coolly and formally. Yes, it's me, Mahu. Is there something you need? Chapter 114. Is there a big shot behind? Mahu, originally named Ma Liping, noticed that Lu Mom's demeanor was not particularly cold, so she immediately tried to make small talk. Hey, Xiao Jiang, what a coincidence that we ran into each other here as soon as we stepped out. Are you here to sign up for the medical clinic? If we both get accepted, we can work together in the future. Ma Liping forced a smile, appearing genuinely happy. However, she was already feeling jealous of Lu Mom in her heart. She wasn't blind. Although Lu Mom was dressed modestly, her figure and appearance showed that she had not fallen on hard times. She still looked pretty much the same as before, clearly doing well in recent times. Ma Liping was definitely aware of how she had made things difficult for Lu Mom in the past. But at this point, she assumed that Lu Mom would no longer hold a grudge over those small matters. Lu Mom politely responded, It is quite a coincidence. I hope we can be colleagues in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she made it clear that she did not want to continue the conversation. Having thick skin, Ma Liping was even thicker-skinned after experiencing the apocalypse. I didn't expect your son to have grown so big. I rushed out and didn't bring anything for the child. So let's keep in touch more often. In this current situation, it's not easy to run into someone familiar. When she said, let's keep in touch more, what she really meant was for Lu Mom to help her out a bit. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained silent, acting as a background observer, watching Lu Mom handle the situation. How troublesome, Mahu. Our families live too far apart. You live in the urban area, and my family is in the suburbs. We aren't in the same class, Lu Mom said mercilessly, using words that Ma Liping had once used to mock her in the past. Ma Liping forced a laugh, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, you say that. No worries. Once we start working, we can still interact. With my qualifications, am I really afraid I won't get a job at this medical clinic? Once Ma Liping reached this point in the conversation, she stopped and retreated to the line, her face showing resentment as she glared at Lu Zhou and the others. When she saw them leave, Lu Zhou teased, Mom, I think that person is quite a big issue with you. She's hiding behind and glaring at our family. Jiang Xiaolin's expression was not pleasant. Her tone carried some concern. Sister, what if this person has a grudge against you? What should we do? Lu Mom was dismissive. Come on, I didn't suffer any losses back then. Now, she doesn't even have a job under her. She can't control me anymore. Just as Lu Zhou was about to say a few comforting words, someone ran out of the building, holding a small notebook, and began to usher Lu Mom and her aunt inside. The two greeted Lu Zhou and immediately went inside. Taking advantage of the gap, Lu Zhou wandered around the medical clinic for a bit. The clinic was not very large, but the patient rooms were packed. After staying in the corridor for less than 10 minutes, Lu Zhou noticed that the turnover of patients was quite fast. Basically, an injured patient was only allowed to stay for a maximum of 3 days before they had to be strongly encouraged to go home and recuperate. Some people didn't want to go home, but the medical clinic was not like the previous top-tier hospitals, which had no way to deal with such patients. They were now equipped with armed soldiers. If someone didn't mind getting a few extra holes in their body, they could cause trouble freely. Many who wanted to cause trouble immediately wilted upon seeing the soldiers. They could only helplessly take their family members home. Of course, this policy was also a desperate measure by the government. The demand for medical care was enormous, and there were far fewer beds than needed. Thus, they could only treat patients as quickly as possible, leaving the outcome to depend on the patient's own resilience. Those with strong constitutions would survive. Those who didn't, well, they wouldn't have to suffer any longer. It is worth mentioning that the temperature in the medical clinic was quite decent, maintaining around 16 to 17 degrees Celsius. Compared to the biting cold outside, the inside was a place that was as warm as could be. Therefore, many people gathered in the hall, and they couldn't be driven away. For those who came to take advantage of the space, the soldiers didn't force everyone out. Instead, they reserved some spots for medical treatment and let the rest be. They exhibited a bit of humanity. Lu Zhou strolled around and felt that the extreme cold made life too difficult. He asked the person in charge of the recruitment exam, and they said it would end in 10 minutes. Lu Zhou decided to stop his restless wandering and waited quietly at the entrance for people. During the waiting period, Ma Liping followed another group of people into the exam. Before long, when the 10 minutes were up, Lu's mother and aunt came out. The two looked somewhat serious, and Lu Zhou didn't ask about the results. Instead, he suggested they take a stroll through the market. Jiang Xiaolin stroked her chin and nodded. Yes, I was just thinking of exchanging some things. Lu's mother also agreed. The three quickly returned home, gathered some of their belongings, and headed out. The market was not far from the apartment where Lu Zhou lived. Previously, the market had been open air, but recently, due to the snow, the number of people had significantly decreased. However, necessities of life compelled many to set up small stalls in the market, continuing to sell their goods. When Lu Zhou arrived, he saw a crowd of people squatting under the stalls, setting up their shops. Jiang Xiaolin carried a bag, searching for the daily necessities she needed. She planned to trade food for them, so it was relatively easy to exchange. Before long, she traded 5 pounds of sweet potatoes for 5 rolls of toilet paper with someone. Prices for daily necessities and food were high, so the exchange between the two was basically equal. Holding onto the hard-earned toilet paper, Jiang Xiaolin continued to weave through the crowd, trying to exchange for some other items. Lu Zhou let his mother follow his aunt to exchange for some things while he wandered around by himself. He was waiting for a familiar face. After Lu Zhou walked around the market twice, that familiar voice suddenly discreetly floated over. Hey, brother, met you again. We must have some fate. Do you have anything you want to exchange today? I have everything you can name. This person was the scalper who had previously done business with Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou habitually called him Old Gao, and he readily accepted the nickname. However, very few people knew his real name. I do have something, but my requirement remains the same as before. I only want gold. Lu Zhou got straight to the point with his needs. Old Gao frowned slightly. He had always known that this person was not simple. Previously, this young brother had done a few deals with him, bringing back scarce food supplies. In this current situation, someone who could obtain a large amount of food certainly had a significant background. Old Gao had never dared to harbor greedy thoughts. He had a family relying on him to earn a living. It was clear that Lu Zhou had a strong background, and he naturally didn't dare to think otherwise. However, how powerful was the boss behind him? To only exchange food for gold? Although gold was still valuable, from the current situation, gold had depreciated a bit more than it had a few days ago. Currently, food could be exchanged for even more gold. Chapter 115, Strange Encounter. I thought the disaster would pass quickly, but what everyone didn't expect was that the calamity would come one after another. Previously, everyone still had food to exchange for gold, but now, gold might not even be able to buy food. This unusual situation left many speculators momentarily dumbfounded. But life must go on, right? Currently, food was a scarce resource, and gold had to take a back seat. After hearing Lu Zhou's request, the old dealer was so excited he couldn't stop shaking. After this deal, how much reward would the boss give him? He was thrilled inside, but his face showed no sign of it. After all, this was basic operation for a scalper. Brother, you came to me just right. I guarantee no one can act as quickly as I can. How much do you have over there? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, ignoring the self-promotion of the person opposite him. I have a truck of supplies, mostly potatoes and sweet potatoes, and besides that, some barley. Just give me a price. A truckload of staple foods? The old dealer pondered. These supplies could be sold to the middle class, while the upper class wouldn't bother with them. So he cleared his throat and leaned in. Little brother, I'll take your truck. How about we calculate the gold at the old price? Lu Zhou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Old dealer, are you trying to cheat me right now? Who doesn't know that food prices are higher now? The old dealer was immediately choked by his words, and after a long pause, he awkwardly said, Hee, no worries. Let's calculate it at the current price then. 500 grams of gold can be exchanged for 100 jin of food, and that's for fine grains. Coarse grains will be cheaper. 500 grams for 300 jin. How about that? TSK. That price is a bit low. I think it can only be exchanged for 200 jin. The old dealer immediately got anxious. Hey, little brother, you're going too far. At this price, we wouldn't be able to sell it. Although Lu Zhou felt the price was reasonable, he still had to bargain verbally. Not bargaining in this environment felt quite off. Although the old dealer appeared to be in a difficult situation, he initially offered a starting price to leave room for negotiation. What do you mean it's not possible? At this price, you're definitely making a profit. Don't bluff me. Lu Zhou remained firm. 280, brother, really can't go any lower. No way. I can only go up to 220. Add a bit more, 270. No, 230 at most. After much back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 250. The implication wasn't great, but the price was still quite reasonable. The old dealer frowned. Brother, you really know how to bargain. With this price, I won't make much profit. Lu Zhou was unmoved. After all, there's no truth in a merchant's mouth. The two quickly finalized the trading location, and the old dealer slipped away into the crowd like a fish. Lu Zhou, however, had some other thoughts. Just now, the old dealer mentioned that those items were supplied to the middle class. So what kind of items could be sold for a high price? After thinking it over, Lu Zhou's gaze fixed on a cherry tree. Under extremely cold conditions, fresh cherries would definitely be a valuable commodity. However, he still needed to gather more cherries as he had too few, and he needed to unlock several types of fruits before that would be feasible. Lu Zhou walked over to Lu Mom's side, multitasking by pulling up the game interface to see if there were any new items to unlock. After browsing for a while, he found that there were currently no new features available. Unlocking new functionalities still required using game points. With no other options, he closed the game interface and quickly scanned the crowd for Lu Mom. He found her haggling with someone over a box of silver needles. The vendor didn't seem to know where he had gotten such an item, insisting that the silver needles were a rare item. The price was quite steep, requiring 100 jin of coarse grain in exchange, which made the onlookers almost burst out laughing. Old man, your price is way too high. I'd say this isn't even worth 10 jin of grain. A bystander taunted. The vendor, an old man, remained indifferent to the hecklers, seemingly unfazed. Lu Mom looked conflicted, clearly very interested in the box of silver needles. Just then, Lu Zhou arrived, and Lu Mom quietly asked him if he could buy it. Lu Zhou glanced at the box of silver needles. It looked quite ancient, but just from its appearance, the needles didn't seem like ordinary items. Each one gleamed brightly. He didn't stop Lu Mom and directly approached the old man, whispering, Old man, we'll take this item. Can we find a place to trade? The old man looked at the two of them and slowly packed up his stall. Both parties moved to a quieter spot to begin negotiations. If you're serious about the trade, I also have a book here that I'll throw in for free, the old man said, leisurely pulling out a tattered book from his bag. Lu Zhou was quite curious and couldn't help but ask, Old man, where did you get this? Where did it come from? Someone gave it to me, and later it ended up in my hands. If it weren't for the fact that I'm in a tough spot right now, I wouldn't trade it away, the old man sighed. I can't read, so it's better to exchange it with someone who can make use of it. Lu Zhou's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected this person to be illiterate. However, there was something about him that made it hard to believe he was just an ordinary vendor. Perhaps he was quite the actor in reality. At this point, Lu Zhou started to doubt whether he was being scammed by the old man. Meanwhile, Lu Mom handed over a bag. This isn't enough. I'll have my son bring more over. Seeing Lu Mom's eager expression, Lu Zhou quickly found an alley and took out enough grain. The process was quick, and before long, the old man was taken aback when he saw Lu Zhou returning with the goods. Wow, your home is so close by. Lu Zhou smiled, not far. The transaction proceeded smoothly after that. Money exchanged hands, and goods were handed over. Both parties left happily. Once the vendor was completely out of sight, Lu Mom whispered, Son, I feel there's something special about this item, but I'm not sure what it is. Let's take it home and have Professor Sean take a look. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement, and the two quickly rejoined Jiang Xiaolin, heading back to their neighborhood together. The medical clinic mentioned that the selection list would be announced in 2 days. Once home, Lu Mom immediately took the box of silver needles and the book to find Granny Shan. Jiang Xiaolin, having heard her sister mention on the way, was also filled with curiosity about these 2 items. Granny Shan had just finished tending to the herbs when she found the time to come over. But as soon as she saw the items, her eyes lit up with evident excitement. "This is a rare item. Let me take a look at the contents of the book," she said eagerly. Lu Mom quickly handed the book over to Granny Shan for examination. Chapter 116. A Burst of Character? Mother Lu quickly handed over the book in her hand for Granny Shan to check. Granny Shan flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed, and as she read, tears began to flow from her eyes. After a long while, she finally wiped the tears that had flowed due to her excitement from the corners of her eyes and said, "You may not know what this is, but I want to say that this is exactly what old Dong left behind. He was best at using silver needles, but those skills have long been lost. I never expected to see this book here." Granny Shan was pointing to the last page of the book. On the last page, the name of this individual was prominently written. Moreover, she remarked to a few people, "These techniques are truly refined. From what I see, most of them are feasible." In short, this was a very impressive book. Mother Lu and Jiang Xiaolin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was great news, meaning they could learn more advanced acupuncture techniques. Although Granny Shan had been quiet until now, the moment she saw the book, she immediately began to study it. Since none of the 3 had seen the book before, they quickly organized a small acupuncture exploration conference. Lu Zhou looked helplessly at the chattering trio and quietly stepped outside. He still had to go make a deal with Old Li. After leaving the neighborhood, Lu Zhou drove his box truck to a secluded spot. It was filled with supplies that the other party needed. At 8 p.m., Lu Zhou arrived at the trading location on time. He didn't wait long before he saw a truck driving in from a distance. The other vehicle was also a box truck. This way, it ensured strong confidentiality. After both sides probed each other, confirming they were indeed the right people, they finally got out of their vehicles. The weather was too cold. As soon as Old Li got out of the car, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and pull his hands into his sleeves. However, he still spoke enthusiastically. "Hi, little brother. Let's check the goods first." Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. He opened his truck door first. Seeing the truck filled to the brim with supplies, Old Li's eyes lit up, and he reached in to randomly take out a few items for a closer look. "Impressive, well stored, and these things are quite fresh." Old Li exclaimed with surprise, then continued, "Time is tight. Let's skip weighing here and just make the exchange, okay?" Lu Zhou naturally agreed. Weighing would waste too much time. Old Li was extremely satisfied and found collaborating with this young brother quite pleasant. "I'll give you the money first, and after that's done, I'll call someone to move the goods, all right? These people are from the previous batch." "That works." Lu Zhou walked over and noticed Old Li turning on a light, instantly brightening the area. Old Li was almost brought to tears by the sudden brightness. There was no way around it. Vegetables were extremely scarce now, and he had long been lacking vitamin A. In the darkness, he couldn't see people clearly without the light, but once it was on, his eyes were temporarily unaccustomed to the brightness. Blinking rapidly, Old Li didn't stop moving his hands. "I brought a scale, so watch closely." After saying this, Old Li began weighing the gold for Lu Zhou. The scale showed that the gold weighed 8 pounds. That was reasonable because Lu Zhou's box truck had a 2-ton load capacity. This price was correct. After securing the gold, Lu Zhou took a few steps back from the box truck. He watched from a distance as the others finished moving the goods before he went over to drive. On the way back, Lu Zhou cautiously kept an eye on whether anyone was following him. The good news was that no one was. Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, drove to a secluded spot, and then switched to his snowboards to head back. Time flies quickly. 2 days later, the medical center announced the list of accepted candidates. To everyone's surprise, Both Lu Mom and her sister were accepted. Among the list, Lu Zhou noticed that Granny Shan was also included. However, Granny Shan did not attend on the day of recruitment. After some thought, Lu Zhou figured it was likely because Granny Shan's reputation was significant enough that she didn't need to take the exam to prove her skills. The benefits at the nursing home included a monthly supply of 30 gene, a unit of weight, of food, plus 20 gene of coal. It can only be said that it was barely enough to get by. Lu Mom, however, was so excited that she couldn't stop talking to her sister. On the list, Lu Zhou also saw an unexpected name, manhwa. TSK, isn't this going to be a battlefield? I wonder how this person will react when she sees my mother. After Lu Zhou told Lu Mom about this, she remained calm. It's fine, I expected it. Her resume is impressive, and her skills are decent, so it's very likely she would be selected. Seeing Lu Mom's calm demeanor, Lu Zhou didn't worry too much. That evening, after his uncle came over, the two families gathered together to have a meal, celebrating the three people's entry into the medical center. They had hot pot for dinner. Lu Zhou contributed the hot pot seasoning, and once it boiled, a deliciously spicy aroma wafted out. It smelled so good. It had been a long time since they had hot pot. Lu Dad was so eager to add meat that he splashed some red oil on a Lu Mom by accident. This immediately earned him a reprimand from Lu Mom. Watch it. Look at your nice clothes. See what you've done to them. Despite her words, Lu Mom's expression relaxed, indicating that she wasn't truly angry. Lu Dad scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. I'll be more careful next time. I just got a bit too excited. After that incident, Lu Dad was careful about how he added food for a while. Lu Uncle then brought out some beer he had at home and poured a cup for everyone. They all sat together, eating and drinking, having a great time. The spicy and savory flavors of the hot pot, the sweet and fatty aroma of the meat, the crisp and tasty vegetables, along with the refreshing beer, made this small gathering truly enjoyable. Lu Zhou smiled sincerely, hoping that they could always be as happy as they were today. Soon enough, Lu Zhou had finally gathered the game materials he needed. He made enough ropes and climbing spikes. Before heading out, Lu Zhou calmly finished his daily tasks. After completing today's tasks, he was about to acquire a new ability. He was quite looking forward to what the new ability would be. Once he confirmed the acquisition of the new ability, the game interface radiated a dazzling light. Lu Zhou tightly shut his eyes, forcing himself not to look. The next moment, the game interface chimed with a pleasant notification. Congratulations, player has obtained an orange tree. Congratulations, player has unlocked a new item in the crafting workshop. The two consecutive notifications delighted Lu Zhou. Eagerly, he opened the game interface and quickly clicked on the orange tree's description. Orange tree. While not a precious item, it is sweet and sour. Yield. Produces 50 gene of oranges every 24 hours. 50 gene is quite a significant amount. Lu Zhou's smile almost couldn't be contained. Oranges may not have been a precious fruit before, but in the current context, they were genuinely rare and valuable. This should certainly be well received by Old Li. Lu Zhou then turned his attention to another new ability he had acquired. When he saw the new crops available in the crafting workshop, the smile on his face widened even more. Chapter 117, Absorption. What appeared before his eyes in the workshop was unexpectedly charcoal. The production of charcoal requires wood as raw material. Since Lu Zhou obtained the ability to chop wood, he rarely used wood for heating, as he could manufacture other items that required wood. Most of the time, he wouldn't chop wood just for warmth. When it comes to heating, charcoal is indeed better. However, Lu Zhou currently had no shortage of fuel. Moreover, making charcoal required several furnaces, so he hadn't bothered to gather wood. Gathering would consume 3 survival points. Although this wasn't a significant cost, each time he gathered wood, he would get a truckload of it. He had gathered wood once before and still hadn't used it all up. Now that he had this ability, Lu Zhou couldn't help but think of a profitable venture, selling charcoal. During extremely cold times, any item that could provide warmth would see a sharp increase in price. Charcoal, being a high-quality heating item, naturally wouldn't be cheap. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou quickly opened the crafting workshop to start the production of charcoal. It showed that the production time would take 20 hours. For charcoal, he decided to use the remaining wood he had instead of gathering new wood. After preparing everything, Lu Zhou checked the items he had brought with him, then quickly set out alone, driving to the predetermined location. He hadn't told his parents about this plan. He decided to handle it by himself. After 3 hours of driving, he reached his previous location. Lu Zhou switched to his snowboard and continued onward. However, this time, he was much more skilled than before. Thanks to the reconnaissance done by drones and his dedicated practice after returning, Lu Zhou had mastered 85% of the snowboarding skills. With this level of proficiency, the snowy terrain was not a challenge for him. After snowboarding for about 20 minutes, Lu Zhou spotted the cliff that had been shown on the drone footage. This place looked particularly steep, with exposed rocks that seemed extraordinarily intimidating. The cliff and the valley below formed a vertical drop at a 90-degree angle, going straight up and down. Even though he had seen this scene in the drone footage, when it appeared in front of him in reality, he couldn't help but marvel at how much more astonishing it was in person. The video could only convey the steepness, but standing next to it made him feel small and insignificant. Rubbing his wrists, Lu Zhou forced himself into a focused state. He scanned the area and fixed his gaze on 3 suitable trees. These trees were massive, their trunks thick and towering. After approaching and carefully inspecting them, he confirmed that these 3 trees were suitable. He then took out a rope and climbing pegs. He first inserted the climbing pegs into the ground, then tightly wrapped the rope around the tree trunks, securing each one with multiple loops. This was a crucial step. His life depended on these ropes, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, the angle between the cliff and the ground was nearly vertical. Otherwise, the rope ladder might not have been long enough. After confirming that the ropes were securely fastened, Lu Zhou began weaving the other end into a rope ladder, slowly lowering it down the cliff's edge. Before lowering it, Lu Zhou tied a box of open red paint to the end of the ladder. When it hit the ground, the paint would splash onto the surface. After ensuring the ladder was ready, he took out his binoculars and carefully observed the bottom. Sure enough, he could see a patch of red, meaning that the soft ladder had smoothly dangled to the very bottom. Lu Zhou took a deep breath after checking everything one last time and put on the flying squirrel suit. According to his numerous training experiences, flying through this small valley wouldn't result in a fatal fall. After all, Lu Zhou had simulated training from heights even greater than this one. Soon, he was fully dressed, exhaled deeply, and looked down at his feet. A bottomless abyss. Then he jumped. In an instant, just like during training, a cold wind rushed into his body. Despite wearing the flying squirrel suit, Lu Zhou could naturally feel the biting cold. The temperature here was much lower than in the game. After all, it was already minus 50 degrees on the ground, so it would be even colder here. During the flight, Lu Zhou didn't dare to move his body carelessly. He was currently in a stable downward fall, and unless necessary, he couldn't adjust his movements at will. The speed of descent was extremely fast. During this time, Lu Zhou cautiously changed his body position a few times. As the ground drew nearer, he exhaled and decisively opened the parachute backpack behind him. With a whoosh, the parachute burst open, filling the air with a loud sound. Lu Zhou's descent speed suddenly decreased significantly, and he began to drift down slowly. It didn't take long for Lu Zhou to land in a suitable spot. This place was the designated landing site he had planned, as there were no obstructive bushes nearby, just a flat ground. The snow on the ground was quite thick. When Lu Zhou landed, he inevitably sank a bit. Quickly crawling out of the snow, Lu Zhou shook himself off, swiftly packed up the flying squirrel suit, and then took out his snowboards to rush towards the location previously detected by the sensor. During this time, Lu Zhou glided swiftly, almost as if he could fly. However, the distance was too far, so Lu Zhou found a spot to shelter from the rain and snow, took out a steaming bowl of ramen from the game cabin, and finished it in no time. This ramen was Japanese tonkatsu ramen that Lu Zhou had bought from a shop earlier. It was rich in ingredients. In this cold environment, sipping a few mouthfuls of hot ramen felt incredibly good. Lu Zhou ate quickly, and after finishing, he put the bowl and chopsticks back into the game cabin. He continued on his way. After about an hour, Lu Zhou arrived at the location detected by the sensor. This area was covered in dense trees, and Lu Zhou had to get off the snowboard and continue on foot. He waded through the snow for about 20 minutes before finally reaching his destination. This area had a very unique shape, forming a clear open space. It was so peculiar that it made him feel as if it had been artificially created. Lu Zhou shook his head, curious about why he would think like that. He quickly shook off this thought and walked to the designated spot. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a strange feeling touching him. It was hard to describe that sensation, as if someone was gently stroking him with their hand. This feeling lasted only a second, and the next moment transformed into the game's notification sound. Hello, player. A large quantity of diamonds detected. Would you like to proceed with recovery? Confirm to proceed with recovery. Lu Zhou immediately replied, and the game flashed with dazzling light. The next second, the entire game interface began to lag. Lu Zhou was startled. Could it be that absorbing too much had caused the game's monetary system to collapse? Chapter 118, Upgrade. Pulling a single hair can move the entire body. Could it be that the game won't disappear completely from now on? The more he thought about it, the more worried Lu Zhou became, a rare display of tension for him. Fortunately, the game lag lasted for less than 2 minutes. After those 2 minutes, the game resumed its operation. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that a huge change occurred within the game. Lu Zhou reacted quickly. After realizing that the game could continue, he immediately opened the interface, only to be shocked by the situation before him. The game cabin had upgraded to a level 2 game house, and after absorbing a massive amount of diamonds, it had transformed into a luxurious mansion. Lu Zhou hurriedly entered to check the specific changes. Upon entering, he noticed that the interior space had expanded. A women's dressing room and an entertainment room had been added. In addition, there was also a new bedroom and a basement. This development left Lu Zhou utterly bewildered. Wait a minute, the bedroom and basement were understandable, but what the heck were the dressing room and entertainment room for? Was it meant for his entertainment? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. He first entered the bedroom and the basement to take a look. The bedroom was about 40 square meters, with a height matching that of the living room, while the basement was a bit lower but spacious, around 60 square meters. After that, Lu Zhou also took a tour of the dressing room. To his surprise, the dressing room actually contained the jade stones he had previously given to his mother, now perfectly displayed within the dressing room. Moreover, the design of the entire dressing room was incredibly luxurious, even more so than the homes of the wealthy. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou was immediately astonished. Well, when he returned home, he could bring his mother in to take a look. She would probably be thrilled. After exiting the dressing room, Lu Zhou didn't overlook the entertainment room. Upon entering, he discovered that this place was actually a holographic cinema. All he needed to do was input the source material, and with its built-in transcoding capabilities, it could smoothly convert it into a holographic movie. Lu Zhou expressed his feelings. If only this thing had come out a bit earlier, he could have achieved even more with its capabilities. Of course, while he was joking, he still needed to enjoy what he had. In addition to the 4 new rooms in the game cabin, Lu Zhou also discovered something particularly important. That was that the game system had added a dedicated location for transportation tools. According to the game description, this dedicated transportation location had independent storage space. This meant that even if he placed a battleship in this location, as long as it was one, he could store it. In that moment, inspiration struck Lu Zhou. He thought of a reasonable way to exploit a bug. Could this transportation location be nested? For example, placing an aircraft carrier and then putting an airplane on the aircraft carrier. He wondered if this Russian nesting doll method would be feasible. Lu Zhou's imagination ran wild, and he had already thought of ways to advance beyond the game. However, what was most important right now was to hurry back. Since the main task had already been completed, returning swiftly was the priority. Lu Zhou quickly organized his belongings, ensuring he had everything packed, and then he returned the way he came. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the cheerful prompt from the game. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a special ore. It has been detected that this ore may contain immense energy, and this game will temporarily store it for the player. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. What does it mean? Special ore? What on earth is that? Recalling the strange feeling he had just after arriving at his destination, Lu Zhou suddenly felt that something was off. If he had to say, ever since he came from that place in the sky, there had been a sense of deliberate arrangement. Now, with the mention of this so-called special ore, Lu Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brows, his expression serious. After thinking it over, Lu Zhou could only tell himself to temporarily set this matter aside. After all, even if he understood the situation, it wouldn't change the established facts for now. In other words, even if these things were caused by the golden finger, Lu Zhou couldn't simply discard the golden finger. Compared to his family living in misery, Lu Zhou felt that even if he was being used, it still had value. The most terrifying thing wasn't being used, but rather having no value to utilize. After a moment of wild thoughts, Lu Zhou's expression gradually cleared. He no longer tangled with these questions, but decided to keep them all in mind, slowly piecing together clues to solve them later. While thinking, Lu Zhou reached the place where he had put down the rope. Fortunately, the rope was still there. It seemed this place was quite safe, and no one had come. Lu Zhou reached out, tugged on the rope, and after confirming it was secure, he began to climb upward. It was easy to come down quickly, but returning was much harder. Climbing the soft ladder required significant personal strength. Those with poor physical condition would find it difficult to climb back up. Even Lu Zhou, who exercised regularly, was exhausted after climbing for a while. Not to mention those with poor physical fitness. Lu Zhou took several breaks, and with one final effort, he climbed up, holding onto the edge of the cliff. By the time he reached the top, he was completely drained. After resting for a moment, Lu Zhou first tidied up the rope, packing it all away in the small game house before he finally skied away. An hour later, Lu Zhou drove off quickly from the location. However, what he didn't notice was that shortly after he left, another group of people arrived in the valley. These people appeared to be a team of explorers. In terms of equipment and quality, they were in top condition. They arrived by directly taking a helicopter. The helicopter hovered above the valley, circling a few times before a group of people landed at a suitable spot. Once all the team members had landed, they began searching the surroundings with instruments under the leadership of one person. They seemed to be looking for something, though it was uncertain where its exact location was, so they could only dig manually for what they needed. While this search team was on their mission, Lu Zhou had already left the area. Thus, he was not seen by this group. As for the traces Lu Zhou left behind in the valley, they had already been quickly erased by Lu Zhou using his abilities. Therefore, as long as one wasn't a professional, it would be very difficult to notice any clues. After returning home, Lu Zhou quickly tidied himself up before opening the door and entering. When he walked in, his parents were sitting upright on the sofa. After hearing the door sound, they quietly turned their heads to look at Lu Zhou. Their expressions were filled with anxiety and worry, but they were trying hard not to show it. Before Lu Zhou could even start concocting a lie, he heard his dad casually say, "Oh, look who's back. Where have you been busy? Not even bringing your mom and me along? I get it. You just think your dad and mom are too old and useless." Lu Zhou immediately felt a sweat of embarrassment and quickly explained, "Dad, Mom, I didn't mean that. Besides, I just went to stroll around the market. Didn't do anything." Chapter 119, Figured Out. Hearing Lu Zhou say this, "Dad," Lu responded lightly, "Did you go out today to trade with someone?" After speaking, he looked at Lu Zhou with a skeptical gaze. Lu Zhou forced a smile and said, "What else could it be, Dad?" At this point, Dad Lu suddenly got angry. "You little rascal, now you dare to lie to me directly? This afternoon, your uncle came looking for you. At first, we thought you went out to trade for supplies, but after asking everyone, they all said they hadn't seen you. The family just returned from the market and said they didn't run into you at all. Hearing this, Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on. Mom Lu softened her tone. After all, he was her biological son, and she felt heartache. Son, tell me honestly, where have you been? Your dad and I are just worried that you might be taking risks again. Seeing that he was about to be unable to hide it, Lu Zhou could only speak about what he had been doing. Naturally, the difficulty of the tasks he undertook was greatly beautified by Lu Zhou. Don't worry, I was just collecting diamonds. Everything went smoothly. As for the dangerous tasks he had undertaken, Lu Zhou chose not to mention them at all. Although Dad and Mom Lu were somewhat skeptical, they didn't have any evidence for the moment and could only kindly advise Lu Zhou that if he had something to say, he should speak up so they could bear together. Lu Zhou smiled and perfunctorily responded, waiting for Dad and Mom Lu to finish before cheerfully pulling them into the gaming room. They had both visited the gaming room a long time ago, so as soon as they entered, they both exclaimed in surprise. Wow, son, how did your house suddenly become so spacious? Mom Lu exclaimed, and Dad Lu looked at Lu Zhou with curiosity. Lu Zhou pretended to be relaxed. I upgraded it after getting the diamonds. Look, there are a lot of new things inside. Mom, look at your dressing room. Dad, check out your entertainment room. As Lu Zhou spoke, he led them on a tour. Mom Lu was clearly very pleased. Why do we need a dressing room? It would be much better to put other things in here. That way, it wouldn't run out of space. Hearing this, Lu Zhou felt delighted, while Dad Lu was still seriously examining the entertainment room. As Lu Zhou turned on the power in the entertainment room, intending to show his parents some high-tech features, he was surprised to see the entire process of his diamond mining displayed on the screen. Lu Zhou frowned. What the heck? Does the game have a recording function? He reacted quickly and, at the first sight of the video playing, immediately intended to switch to another program. Unexpectedly, Dad Lu was a bit more curious. Son, don't switch it. That snowy scene looked nice. I want to watch it some more. Lu Zhou's face froze, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade Dad Lu from pursuing this thought. Dad, that's just ordinary. I have other better things to show you. To his surprise, Dad Lu refused to listen. Son, that person seems to be wearing a flying squirrel suit. Let's watch it. We can learn something. We can't waste the equipment we obtained last time. At this point, Mom Lu suddenly looked puzzled. What equipment? Why wasn't I informed? Dad Lu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had misspoken. They hadn't told Mom about the last scavenging event. Mom Lu was very perceptive. Noticing the atmosphere was off, she immediately frowned and pressed on, What have you two been hiding from me? As she said this, both Dad Lu and Lu Zhou instinctively shrank back a bit. Dad Lu smiled awkwardly. Honey, can we just watch this? Those tasks aren't worth mentioning. Lu Mom furrowed her brows, almost ready to shout. After the two were forced to explain in a hurry, Lu Mom shot a few glares at Lu Ba. I said our son resembles someone, and it turns out it's you. Lu Ba hurriedly waved his hands, indicating his innocence. Lu Mom turned her head, pinching Lu Ba's arm, and was about to continue speaking to Lu Zhou. At this moment, however, they noticed a video of Lu Zhou that he had intended to replace was gradually playing in front of them. Lu Zhou had just been relieved that he wasn't the one being scolded, but when he saw his parents looking up at the screen seriously, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. But since the event had already happened, there was nothing he could do. Lu Zhou could only wait for his parents to finish watching. As they watched, the playback sped up a bit. When Lu Mom saw the scene where Lu Zhou jumped down, she immediately grabbed her son's hand tightly, her expression serious. Soon, after they finished watching the most thrilling part of the video, the two temporarily stopped looking. After all, the video was too long, and sooner or later there would be other things for them to handle. Once the three of them came out of the gaming room, Lu Zhou didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing his parents would lose control of their emotions. However, to his surprise, the two seemed unexpectedly calm, leaving Lu Zhou puzzled. At this time, Wei Qingzhu knocked on the door, and Lu Zhou hurried to open it. When Lu Zhou opened the door, Lu Ba and Lu Mom exchanged glances, and they could see what the other was thinking. Their son's actions were all paving the way for the family. The two of them couldn't let their worries about their son prevent him from doing what he wanted. Lu Ba sighed softly. Honey, we're all prepared to risk our lives, aren't we? Lu Mom nodded, speaking slowly but firmly. We must try not to hold our son back, so he doesn't have to comfort us while also dealing with his own adventures. Lu Zhou followed his uncle and arrived at his house. As soon as he entered, he noticed that his uncle had set up many flower pots with several plants in each pot. It was a dense array. As if noticing Lu Zhou's gaze, Wei Qingzhu quickly walked a few steps forward to introduce the produce in the pots to Lu Zhou. The plants aren't anything special, just vegetables and herbs. What I mainly want to talk about is the soil in the pots. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou became instantly interested. He knew that he had initially given his uncle game soil, and he wondered what changes his uncle had made to it. Seeing Lu Zhou's eager expression, Wei Qingzhu became more spirited. When he began to introduce, there was a hint of pride in his voice. The structure of this soil is quite magical. Previously, he could only dilute the original soil continuously to create more pots of soil. At that time, he only dared to dig a small pot as a sample. After all, the lives of his whole family depended on this soil. But he soon discovered that after several dilutions, the planting ability of the soil had significantly decreased. To solve this problem, he tried many methods, all of which unfortunately failed. His research had hit a bottleneck. The breakthrough in his research came just the day before yesterday. Yesterday, he continued to experiment to transform the soil, hoping to produce more nutrient soil. After yet another failure, Wei Qingzhu sighed and was about to continue his research when his daughter quietly approached him and startled him. Dad! Chapter 120, The Coy Cousin. The sudden shout startled Wei Qingzhu, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. When he saw it was his precious daughter, he quickly adjusted his expression, transforming into a kind-hearted father in an instant. Tong Tong, looking a bit sleepy, climbed up onto the experimental table and playfully closed her father's eyes with her tiny hands. Daddy is sleepy. Time for a nap. Seeing his little girl being so affectionate, Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but feel his mood lift. He hugged his daughter tightly and smiled. All right, since Tong Tong says so, Daddy will definitely listen. How about you wait outside for me? Okay. The little girl obediently nodded and jumped off the experimental table. However, the table shook unexpectedly, and before Tong Tong could prepare for her landing, her small body fell downwards. Wei Qingzhu was startled and rushed to catch his daughter, ignoring the messy reagents on the table. Fortunately, he held her tightly in his arms, preventing her from falling. But the table was left in disarray. With his father's help, Tong Tong turned around and landed safely. Seeing the mess she had caused, the little girl pouted, almost on the verge of tears. Wei Qingzhu comforted his daughter and took her to the bedroom, while he glanced at the contaminated table and decided to temporarily set it aside in an abandoned flower pot, planning to throw it out when he had time. After all, he had added a component that he believed was completely impossible, and according to his theory, the soil would never yield suitable results. He picked up the reagents that had just been knocked over and began to prepare a new batch. To his surprise, that morning, while he was loosening the soil in the flower pot for the vegetables and herbs, as per his usual routine, he noticed a tender green sprout growing from the flower pot he had abandoned yesterday. This little sprout looked extremely fragile, as if it could be damaged at any moment. Wei Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized something was off. Given the speed at which the soil had been diluted, it was impossible for a sprout to grow in such a short time. Could it be that this discarded soil had successfully replicated the fundamental structure of the mutated soil? Wei Qingzhu felt a surge of excitement. Every cell in his body was urging him to work hard, to strive, to push further. He already knew what the added reagents were, and the key to the soil dilemma lay in the amount of reagents used. The reagents could be tested in just a day or two, and he wanted to consult his nephew mainly to discuss whether the soil, once replicated, should benefit humanity. After listening to his uncle's words, Lu Zhou's expression flickered with surprise. Should he say his uncle was brilliant or that he was just lucky? The fact that his uncle had found a way to solve the soil issue in the game was truly impressive. If the soil in the game could be resolved, it suggested that the items within the game were not conjured from thin air, but followed certain universal principles. If the soil could be studied, then perhaps many other elements in the game could also be researched. After hearing his uncle's question, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and then cautiously replied, "Uncle, this is a serious matter, but I think we should first see to what extent the soil can be replicated." Lu Zhou subtly reminded his uncle. Wei Qingzhu, feeling his excited brain start to clear, realized that Lu Zhou was right. Being 10 steps ahead is the hallmark of genius, but being hundreds of steps ahead is not human. To avoid such consequences, he needed to be careful. Perhaps he should gradually reveal a bit about his findings regarding the soil. 1, it could genuinely help some people, and 2, it could benefit both himself and Lu Zhou's family. If he could present tangible results, making a contribution, it should secure a decent future for a few families. Wei Qingzhu furrowed his brows in thought, while Lu Zhou was similarly contemplating the matter. He was quite willing to help humanity, but only on the condition that his family would not be put in danger. Quickly, he also realized a principle. Moderation brings joy. I was thinking too simply, Xiao Zhou. I'll observe a bit more, and after the soil test results come out, we could discuss it again. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. Okay, once it's confirmed, we'll decide. After the two discussed this matter, Wei Qingzhu squinted and sighed. Xiao Zhou, I managed to touch the threshold this time, thanks to Tong Tong. Isn't it quite a coincidence that I could succeed like this? I'm really lucky. Only then did Lu Zhou shift his focus to this matter. He had just been preoccupied with thinking about the soil testing results and had forgotten about this issue. Even Lu Zhou felt that this matter was indeed overly fortunate. Could it be that his cousin is a hidden lucky charm? Of course, Lu Zhou was just thinking casually and did not dwell on it any further. Wei Qingzhu said goodbye to Lu Zhou and then continued to work hard. Lu Zhou left his aunt's house and turned to go home, organizing the charcoal blocks he had just made. The amount of charcoal was enough to fill a truck. After taking out all the charcoal and placing it beside the small house, Lu Zhou didn't even furrow his brow, consuming 3 storage points, and continued to make charcoal. Time passed quickly, and Wei Qingzhu's research was officially announced as a success. The final results of the soil tests also came out. The growth rate of the plants was approximately 1/10 of the original soil's activity that Lu Zhou had given. This was an astonishing number. Wei Qingzhu frowned, clearly still not very satisfied. However, there was no doubt that the emergence of this soil would definitely shock a group of researchers. After all, even if the research revealed that the soil only had 1/10 of the original soil's activity, its value would still stun the entire agricultural community. Wei Qingzhu knew very well that this matter would have a significant impact on himself. This research result, he had to disclose it slowly, piece by piece, to seek the greatest benefits. Regarding this matter, Wei Qingzhu also called Lu Zhou over to discuss it together. The two reached a consensus, with Wei Qingzhu taking the lead, using part of the research results to gain internal status. Higher status and value would provide more and more sources of information. After discussing, Wei Qingzhu took out the soil he had prepared in advance, hurriedly got dressed, and rushed to the research institute. Lu Zhou also had things to continue doing. For example, finding someone to sell the charcoal. He had just finished gathering supplies and planned to try his luck to see if he could run into an old acquaintance. After wandering around for a while, he didn't encounter the old acquaintance, but he did come across a person he didn't know well who quietly approached him. This person's height and build involuntarily made Lu Zhou feel somewhat familiar. Sure enough, in the next second, this person spoke, and Lu Zhou was stunned on the spot. "Little brother, I have some food here. Do you want to buy some? The price is absolutely reasonable." This voice, Lu Zhou couldn't help but facepalm. When he went out, he had specifically changed into a low-key outfit, with a scarf wrapped high to cover his face, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. Chapter 121. Changing Occupations? So in this outfit, not to mention those who are not familiar with Lu Zhou, even those who know him well would hardly recognize him. Uncle Zhang, is that you? The man across from him was taken aback, then lowered his voice and said, You are Xiao Zhou. It seemed he finally recognized him. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction, then immediately leaned closer and whispered to Zhang Kai, Uncle Zhang, why did you suddenly take up this line of work? Weren't you still working on a construction site before? Seeing someone familiar, Zhang Kai opened up. Xiao Zhou, the construction work has dried up long ago. The construction team is mainly over at Shishan, but my family said that place is dangerous and told me not to go. I had no choice but to do this instead. After hearing Zhang Kai's words, Lu Zhou was suddenly a loss for words. He tried to ask, Uncle Zhang, have you made any money doing this job? Zhang Kai looked a bit ashamed, lowering his head and mumbling, Well, to be honest, I haven't made much at all. Lu Zhou couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He decided that instead of looking for old Li, he might as well just give the commission directly to Zhang Kai. Uncle Zhang, do you have any connections? Can you give me a truckload of charcoal? I have a way to move these things. But my friend said he only wants gold. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kai's face lit up with excitement. Xiao Zhou, no problem. I can get that for you. As for the gold exchange, that's even better. Lu Zhou sensed something was off, and, recalling old Li's behavior last time, he guessed he might be getting played. So he casually asked, Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that? Isn't gold hard to come by recently? Zhang Kai sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Compared to before when gold was selling like hotcakes, it's indeed not as easy to trade now. Currently, about a pound of gold can be exchanged for around 150 pounds of grain. So old Li had made a profit of 100 from him. Lu Zhou frowned, and Zhang Kai continued, Even though I haven't made much money temporarily, I've learned quite a bit of insider information. For example, the lowest price is set at 250. No one dares to casually lower the price, as it would disrupt the market. But if you want to exchange charcoal, I can negotiate a suitable price for you. The atmosphere had become tense, but Lu Zhou agreed. Zhang Kai looked quite excited and began to ask Lu Zhou in detail about the situation with the charcoal. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou explained the actual situation of the charcoal to him. It's all large pieces of charcoal made from Qinggang wood. It burns the longest. Zhang Kai's face showed even more excitement. This type of charcoal is quite valuable. It used to sell for a good price and was mostly exported. Zhang Kai had traveled south and north, doing all sorts of work, so as soon as he heard the name of the charcoal, he immediately understood its value. He thought it was something aimed at middle-level and above people. But now who would have thought that this truckload of charcoal could directly reach the small elite crowd? These people were used to luxury and hadn't suffered a bit in this cold weather. In fact, they had plenty of diesel and gasoline at home, which they could use to generate electricity with generators. However, these people were quite shrewd and thought about keeping a backup plan for themselves, so they would also collect some charcoal for emergency situations. The situations were all things that Zhang's father only learned about after he started his job. At first, he was shocked and felt it was unfair, but as he experienced more, he gradually became numb to it. When a natural disaster truly strikes, it is always ordinary people who suffer. These elites can still live glamorous lives. This is probably the difference between people. Zhang's father sighed, wondering which wealthy person's hands this truckload of charcoal would end up in, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Those people seemed to be living quite well. But what could Zhang's father do even if he knew about this situation? He could only obediently run errands for these people in hopes of earning a little chance to survive. Shaking his chaotic thoughts, Zhang's father decided to return and mention this to the higher-ups in the organization. Lu Zhou understood and immediately drove to a remote place to bring out the truck loaded with charcoal. About half an hour later, Zhang's father arrived to discuss the meeting location with Lu Zhou. The two did not engage in pleasantries. Zhang's father lowered his voice, his tone revealing excitement. Xiao Zhou, the higher-ups agreed. I can give you a better price. and then you can quote it again on your side. Oh, Zhang's father seemed like a very honest person, but now he had learned these tricks? Lu Zhou couldn't help but marvel internally, but he accepted it on the surface. This kind of negotiation was normal. After all, who would work for free? The two quickly finalized the details of the transaction, ultimately settling on a price. 1 truckload of the highest quality charcoal could be exchanged for 10 pounds of gold. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be astonished. This truck of charcoal was worth more than food. Seeing Lu Zhou's surprise, Zhang's father slowly explained, when food runs out, people can still endure temporarily. At least they won't die immediately. But in this weather, if you don't have heating for just one night, you will definitely die. Lu Zhou nodded, indicating that he understood. Heating was more valuable than food, and since Zhang's father quoted a high price, it was only natural that this income would be more than last time. Zhang's father quickly turned around to go get the gold. He also called on his companions to lay down a large mat to insulate against the snow at the transaction site. Soon, Lu Zhou would place all the charcoal on it. This mat was mainly to keep the charcoal dry and also to protect Lu Zhou's privacy. There was no need for the two groups to see each other. The entire discussion went smoothly, and as Zhang's father left, Lu Zhou took a careful look at the surrounding environment. The concealment was quite strong. It wasn't long before Lu Zhou saw Zhang's father waving at him from a distance. This indicated that his side was ready, prompting Lu Zhou to hurry over. Lu Zhou wasted no time and drove to the designated location. Upon arriving, he flipped the truck bed and poured all the charcoal onto the insulated mat. Immediately, a fine powder floated into the air, quickly blown away by the wind and snow. After confirming everything was in order, Lu Zhou drove to a clear area, waiting for Zhang's father to come and pay him. As he drove away, he could see that group of people working quickly, loading the charcoal into their own vehicle. After greeting one of them, Zhang's father hurriedly followed behind Lu Zhou's departing truck. Chapter 122, Beginning the Probe. After Lu Zhou stopped the car, it wasn't long before Zhang Yu panted up to him. When he caught up, he leaned against a tree with one hand while the other hand lifted his backpack at his side and shook it. A faint green gas wafted out with his words. "Xiao Zhou, you weigh it. In theory, there shouldn't be a problem. I've weighed it several times." Zhang Yu scratched his head, laughing foolishly. Lu Zhou took the gold ingot and replied with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, there's no need to weigh it. We have a good relationship. I trust you." Zhang Yu chuckled happily. "All right, Xiao Zhou, I made quite a bit from this deal. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Consider it a thank you from Uncle Zhang." Lu Zhou felt embarrassed about crashing someone else's meal. It wasn't easy for Zhang Yu to make some resources from this deal. If he went to Zhang's house, what if he ended up eating too much? Besides, he didn't lack food himself, so Lu Zhou quickly declined Zhang Yu's invitation. The two soon parted ways and went their separate paths. In Wei Qingzhu's research lab, he presented his latest research. "Dear colleagues, after diligent study, I have developed a special type of nutrient-rich soil that has about 3 times the fertility of ordinary soil." As soon as he said this, many faces in the room changed. 3 times? Is that really true? Their research institute had long shifted from studying soil to studying plants because earlier experiments had shown that soil could only gradually become fertile land, and human intervention couldn't change that. Now, with Wei Qingzhu presenting this discovery, it felt like a hand had gripped everyone's nerves tightly. Many immediately voiced their disbelief. Impossible. We concluded early on that soil can't quickly become fertile. If this discovery were true, the higher-ups wouldn't have abandoned this research topic. Don't be so sure. Qingzhu is so confident. He must have indeed made progress. Let's just see the results. In an instant, various speculations flared up and emotions ran high. Although the Research Institute mostly worked toward a common goal, there were still a few who were competitive and did not get along with their peers. Wei Qingzhu ignored the doubts and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, took out a pot of soil. "Everyone, our time is limited. There's no point in talking too much. Let's use experiments to prove it." This statement received unanimous agreement from the crowd. Quickly, after an hour of testing, the results came in. Wei Qingzhu's soil fertility was about 3 times that of ordinary soil, plus a bit more. This research result stunned everyone. At that moment, everyone fell into deep thought about one thing. No wonder there hadn't been any breakthrough progress in plant research earlier. It turned out they had completely misunderstood the focus of their research. They should have been studying the soil. Wei Qingzhu stood in the center, receiving various gazes. There were looks of envy, admiration, jealousy, regret, and a myriad of emotions quickly enveloping him. He subtly furrowed his brow and wore a confident smile at the corners of his mouth. The experimental results are out. How feasible do you all think it is? Everyone sighed in unison. What else could they say? You just slapped the experimental results in our faces. What could we possibly use to refute that? In silence, everyone called out mentally, and ultimately, it was the head of the research institute who stepped up to wrap things up. He looked at Wei Qingzhu with surprise in his eyes, but there was no hint of jealousy. It was quite difficult. Wei Qingzhu had invented high-quality soil, and the person most threatened by this achievement in the research institute was the overall director. Yet this person did not show any signs of anxiety about his position being challenged. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration for Wei Qingzhu. Qingzhu, you've worked hard. I will report this to the higher-ups as soon as possible. During this time, I will trouble you to lead us in researching the soil. Director Yang, I understand. Wei Qingzhu immediately agreed. Then, he led everyone into the research institute, where they began their relentless work on replicating the soil. As the group observed Wei Qingzhu's mixing process, they fell into a stunned silence. They never imagined that what they thought would be a devastating blow to the soil could actually be used to produce top-grade nutrient soil. What does a threefold improvement in soil mean? It means they could yield 3 times the food. It means they could triple the cultivation area. This news spread back to the capital like wildfire. Upon hearing this news, the big shots in the capital leaned back in their chairs, repeatedly expressing their amazement. Soon after, they dispatched agricultural experts from various regions to learn this technology. When the news reached agricultural research institutes across the provinces, everyone approached it with skepticism. After all, the research results were terrifying. If they succeeded, they could grow more food and save more lives. However, the orders from above were not to be disobeyed. Many well-known professors in the agricultural field shook their heads and sighed. This kind of thing is simply impossible. Although that person is anxious, he shouldn't believe in rumors. SSH, keep your voice down. You can't say such things casually. Another professor felt that this technology might actually be feasible. After receiving the nod from that individual, a group of them set off for Jiguang. Nowadays, agricultural researchers were among the most valuable scientific personnel, so every researcher's vehicle was equipped with armed police escorts to prevent the loss of talent. Those who rode in military vehicles were equipped with real guns and ammunition. Even if there were robbers on the road, they wouldn't dare to target official vehicles. Many robbers who specialized in theft looked at the increasing number of military vehicles and were puzzled. What on earth was happening in Jiguang that so many troops were being deployed? In an instant, crime in Jiguang drastically decreased. These petty criminals didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing that the approaching military would shoot them on sight. Thanks to the military escort, the researchers arrived at Jiguang unharmed. This group of researchers had a clear purpose. They rushed toward the Agricultural Research Institute. Once they encountered the legendary Wei Qingzhu, they were completely astonished. Incredible! I didn't expect him to be so young. The younger generation surpasses the older generation. While they were amazed, most of the scholars immediately entered research mode. They surrounded Wei Qingzhu, listening intently as he explained. As the explanation deepened, the professor's eyes began to shine with excitement. Brilliant! This idea is simply amazing. How did I not think of this back then? In an instant, some people regretfully slapped their thighs. while others lowered their heads in deep thought. Lu Zhou stood at the back, silently observing this scene. Chapter 123. New features in the game. He was invited here by his uncle-in-law. As a major contributor to the Research Institute, his uncle-in-law had enough clout to extend this invitation. Of course, Wei Qingzhu didn't just want Lu Zhou to take a look. He wanted to use concrete fact to show him how significant soil experimentation technology was. If nothing unexpected happened, the research on soil, under his leadership, would not run into major problems. Wei Qingzhu spoke calmly on stage, but the audience below was anything but calm. Old Gao, I think this technology is completely feasible, and it could even be improved further. Various renowned professors clustered together, eagerly waiting for Wei Qingzhu to finish his presentation so they could bombard him with questions. Observing the lively scene at the Research Institute, Lu Zhou smiled faintly. His uncle-in-law was getting the response he wanted. After the presentation, the group of old professors didn't stop at all. They didn't take a break or eat, but instead surrounded Wei Qingzhu, eager to learn about the practical applications of this technology as quickly as possible. Naturally, there were more curious people, so under Wei Qingzhu's guidance, they followed him to the cultivation room. Lu Zhou raised his foot and followed along. The cultivation room, which had been quite spacious, was now surrounded by experts from all over the country. Not a single person was chatting. Everyone was intently focused on what Wei Qingzhu was pointing to. What he was showing them were 2 sets of barley from the laboratory. Both sets had been planted under the same external conditions in terms of sowing time, temperature, and humidity, yet it was obvious that the barley in the nutrient soil was growing much faster. The growth rate of the barley was noticeably superior to that of the control group next door. The professors all widened their eyes, occasionally gasping in amazement. I never thought that in my lifetime I would witness such advancements in agriculture. It's truly remarkable. Rest assured, in your lifetime, you will witness even more miracles, Lu Zhou silently added in his heart. As the crowd in the cultivation room grew, Lu Zhou quietly slipped away. He left the Research Institute behind him swiftly, and the lively discussions inside gradually faded away. Things were progressing smoothly on his uncle's side. The Research Institute was bustling with activity, all focused on learning this technology. Wei Qingzhu's promotion was inevitable, although the specifics of where he would be promoted to had yet to be decided by the higher-ups. The biggest impact was that Wei Qingzhu was working overtime every day and had very little time to spend with his wife and children. Fortunately, Lu Zhou, along with his father and mother, would often go to visit his aunt's family to keep them company. Lu Zhou's mother and aunt's acupuncture skills had steadily improved over time, with Grandma being a significant influence in this regard. As for Tong Tong, Zhang Lei, and Gao Jingheng, they had already formed a little squad. The 3 little ones often trained together, practicing self-defense techniques. Even Tong Tong, who used to be the weakest, had developed some small muscles. Training required food, but this wasn't a big deal for the families involved. The Lu family didn't worry about their meals. The Zhang family had been able to grow food thanks to the soil Lu Zhou had sent them, and with Zhang's father's connections, they had also temporarily escaped any food shortages, living quite well. Meanwhile, with Wei Qingzhu working in the unit, Jiang Xiaolan's family was able to cover their daily food expenses solely with the vegetables and grains they grew themselves. In fact, often they had surplus. Jiang Xiaolan frequently traded that surplus at the market for essential living items. When she went out to trade, she encountered Zhang's father several times. Zhang's father was in the business of trading goods, so upon seeing Jiang Xiaolan struggling to find a buyer, he immediately boasted about his own capabilities. "Sister Jiang, don't keep searching. I'll help you out. Just tell me what you need." To be honest, Jiang Xiaolan was stunned for a few seconds when she first saw Zhang Wei. However, after thinking it over, she quickly accepted Zhang Wei's change of profession, considering how tough life could be. On the 17th and 18th floors, aside from the Yu family, the 3 other families were quite close, almost like one family, so Jiang Xiaolan readily accepted Zhang Wei's offer. After confirming the supplies Jiang Xiaolin needed, Zhang Wei smiled and assured her that he would definitely be able to get her the items in return. Sister Jiang, after I come back tonight, the items will be ready for you to pick up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wei hurriedly prepared to leave. The person he was going to see was Lu Zhou. Recently, Zhang Wei had been working hard, and he had managed to gather a lot of supplies bit by bit. For example, fresh fruits, food, or other more scarce resources. Thanks to these items, Zhang Wei took the opportunity to expand his connections and broaden his channels, and he surprisingly managed to get himself a decent reputation, gathering a few younger brothers under him. Even Lu Zhou had to say it was impressive. Of course, under the efforts of everyone, Lu Zhou didn't dare to waste a single moment. Almost all of his time was spent on missions and studying. Accompanied by a clear game notification sound, Lu Zhou smiled sincerely. During this period, through Lu Zhou's unremitting efforts, the game had surprisingly added 2 new features. Meat chickens. You can exchange 1 gold coin for a raised chicken. Maturation time, 7 days. Maximum number of chickens per raising, 100. Note: once the purchase quantity is confirmed, the growth cycle begins, and human intervention is not possible. Fishing. You can choose to spend gold coins or survival points to fish. Note: the products caught vary depending on the payment method. Meat chickens are a great resource, as they provide high-quality protein, aside from eggs. Recently, Lu Zhou had gathered quite a few gold coins, and the price offered by the game was quite reasonable. So, without hesitation, he bought 100 meat chickens. After all, there's a limit to how many can be raised each time. It would be foolish not to buy the maximum. After confirming the purchase of 100 chickens, Lu Zhou watched as a large group of chicks appeared before him. The process of raising chickens was surprisingly stress-relieving. The chicks hatched and then started wobbling around. The game kindly provided 2 slots for the chicks, one for water and the other for food. The chicks ate quickly. At the same time, their sizes visibly increased. After watching for a while, Lu Zhou shifted his focus to other things. For instance, he started to seriously study the fishing feature he had just obtained. After all, the introduction to the fishing feature earlier had left Lu Zhou a bit confused. With a mindset of trying out, Lu Zhou opened the fishing function. Are you sure you want to fish? Yes. Please select a payment method. 1. Survival points. 2. Gold coins. Lu Zhou couldn't help but ponder. Since he had more gold coins, he decided to use gold coins to explore first. Chapter 124. Confusion and Surprise. Choose to pay with gold coins. The system is currently confirming your choice, matching you with the appropriate fishing rod. Successfully matched with a suitable fishing rod. Do you confirm your choice of the fishing rod named Rose Number 1? Note: the fishing rod you choose will be replaced after 7 days. What? Now, I even have to choose a fishing rod? Wait a minute. After a moment of confusion, Lu Zhou quickly understood. It's about selecting initial equipment. Based on his gaming experience, he knew he had to choose carefully. The fishing rod named Rose Number 1 lay quietly in the glass cabinet. Before Lu Zhou confirmed his selection, this fishing rod would not be taken out by anyone, though he had to choose carefully. But the fishing rod in front of him looked incredibly ordinary. Lu Zhou squinted at it, unable to discern anything special. Why not switch to another fishing rod and take a look at the others before making a comparison? Thinking about what the game had said earlier, Lu Zhou tried to organize his words and asked, "Can I change the fishing rod?" The game responded in an exceptionally indifferent tone. Yes, changing the fishing rod will incur an additional fee of 100 gold coins. Are you sure? What? That's so expensive. I could raise 100 meat chickens with that. Lu Zhou felt a pang in his heart and immediately asked about the cost of fishing. Wait, how much does it cost to fish once? If the player uses gold coins to fish, each attempt costs 10 gold coins. What a ripoff. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and said calmly, "I won't change it. I'll choose this one." Confirmed, 10 gold coins have been deducted, and you can start fishing. 10 gold coins? That seems acceptable. After mumbling a few times, Lu Zhou noticed the glass cabinet in front of him that held the fishing rod, which had a small opening. After taking the fishing rod out, Lu Zhou immediately felt something was off. This fishing rod felt icy to the touch. The moment he made contact with it, he sensed a certain heaviness in his body. This feeling lasted only a brief moment, and Lu Zhou quickly suspected it was just his imagination. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts, Lu Zhou found a spot by the river and began to cast his rod. He had placed a bait on the fishing hook. This was provided by the game. After casting it into the water, Lu Zhou waited for no more than 3 minutes before the game notified him that he had caught something. Wow, that was fast. He didn't know what it was underwater, but the resistance was quite strong. Lu Zhou used all his strength to pull up his catch. The unknown creature leaped out of the water, and it was clearly rather frightening. Its body was massive, but its eyes were so small that they were hard to see. Its entire body exhibited a dark red hue, and unlike ordinary fish, it didn't have smooth scales. Instead, its body was covered with numerous small lumps. This fish looked so ugly that Lu Zhou thought, even if it were a deep-sea fish, it shouldn't look this ragged, right? He furrowed his brows tightly, suppressing the multitude of questions in his mind, and took a closer look at the fish covered in small lumps. Well, speaking of which, these things look quite disgusting. Upon closer inspection, he realized these weren't just lumps but barnacles. Well, that's acceptable. Barnacles are parasites, so their presence on a fish's body is still somewhat reasonable. That's just ridiculous. Clearly, I was fishing in the river, so why did I catch this thing? Lu Zhou's desire to complain reached its peak, but the game's notification sound caught his attention. Congratulations, player! You caught a rather scruffy-looking deep-sea fish, but it seems this fish isn't edible. The game, unusually warm, made Lu Zhou sense a hint of schadenfreude in that voice. Holding on to the fact that this was his first trophy, Lu Zhou suppressed his discomfort and stored the fish away. Catching this thing for 10 gold coins made Lu Zhou feel like he had been scammed. Not wanting to give up, he spent another 40 gold coins and tried fishing 4 more times. Regrettably, each of the 4 attempts was worse than the last. Lu Zhou thought he had already grossed everyone out with his first catch, but surprisingly, that first catch turned out to be his luckiest one. In the end, all 4 subsequent catches yielded nothing but useless junk. A bunch of seaweed, a beer bottle, a single flip-flop, a tattered piece of clothing. Lu Zhou felt like he wasn't fishing. He was just picking up trash. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely chose another payment method. Choosing survival point payment. Confirming. Matching the corresponding fishing rod for the player. Matching. Matched. You've been paired with a fishing rod named Rose number 6. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel curious. It's strange how these fishing rods all seem to have names like Rose No. X. I wonder where that odd taste comes from. After confirming the use of this rod, Lu Zhou nervously cast out his line for the first time. He was prepared to see the same old junk, but to his surprise, he pulled up a small glass bottle. What? What is this? Could it be a message in a bottle? Cautiously, Lu Zhou hurriedly took the bottle and examined it. It was an ordinary transparent bottle, but it was filled with a green liquid. What on earth is this? His curiosity piqued. Lu Zhou's eyes began scanning the game's notification page. Congratulations, player! You've obtained a bottle of bitter melon-flavored nutritional liquid. Friendly reminder, 1 bottle of nutritional liquid can sustain an adult's energy needs for 3 days. Nutritional liquid? This small bottle can last 3 days without food? What a good item. Not to mention that there are no nutritional liquids available in reality. Even 7 years later, the government still hasn't developed nutritional liquid. To his surprise, he had actually caught something good this time. Lu Zhou never expected a reel in a nutritional supplement. He thought he might catch a fish at most, but he never imagined he could catch such a high-tech product. Gazing at the nutritional liquid in his hand, Lu Zhou couldn't help but ponder where this game might lead. If it could lead to another world, then that world must be technologically advanced. While this nutritional supplement wasn't particularly useful to Lu Zhou, if it were in the hands of the right person, it could serve a much greater purpose. Furrowing his brows in thought for a moment, Lu Zhou spent both of his survival points. On the last 2 fishing attempts, Lu Zhou changed his luck and once again caught something interesting. a bottle of strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid, and a biological pheromone pistol. Putting the nutritional liquid aside for now, the pistol truly caught Lu Zhou's attention. Chapter 125, Entering the Rich District. Biological pheromone gun can stimulate the unique pheromones of living beings, allowing them to quickly enter a reproductive state. Lu Zhou remained silent. This was not what he had imagined. He thought this gun would be some high-end weapon, but it turned out to be something that induces animal reproduction. So, is this a farming game world? Everything seems to revolve around farming. However, this gun might be useful in specific situations. Lu Zhou found a place and put the gun away. Then he exited the game and unexpectedly recalled something. He felt something was off. When he used rose number 1, he felt uncomfortable all over, but when he switched to rose number 6, he felt much lighter. Rose, rose, rose. Moldy ghost number 1? For some reason, those two homophones popped into Lu Zhou's mind at an inappropriate time. Considering what had just happened, he couldn't help but suspect that his speculation might be very close to the truth. Currently, there wasn't enough evidence to verify. He needed to observe more before drawing conclusions. With a complex mood, Lu Zhou quickly logged out of the game and turned to busy himself with another matter. The last batch of fresh water he supplied was well received by Zhang's father, and now that batch was finished, the buyer asked Zhang's father to find some more at a high price. Again, it would be paid for in gold. When Zhang's father conveyed this message to Lu Zhou, he naturally accepted it with a smile. He realized that running a game was indeed very profitable, especially since he had just unlocked the fishing system and various other functions in the game. Without money, it was nearly impossible to get by. So, he took the opportunity to earn as much as possible. Zhang's father wanted a truckload of water. Last time, Lu Zhou also traded a truckload with Zhang's father, and he didn't expect it would be used up in such a short time. Speaking of this, Zhang's father sighed. You don't know, Xiao Zhou. These people not only have family members, but also a large number of servants who need to eat. Such precious things we can't bear to eat, but they can waste it. Moreover, this time is for the birthday of a wealthy family's daughter, so they want to throw a big party and invite peers to have fun. Birthday? Lu Zhou quickly thought in his mind whether he had any other materials worth selling. Unfortunately, after thinking it over, he realized that aside from the water, the other things he had were not appealing to them. Zhang's father continued, Xiao Zhou, I'll take the family to see the world later. Are you going? If you want to go, we can go together. Facing Zhang's father's invitation, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before agreeing. He needed to understand more people to earn more gold. However, he first needed to bring the goods over, and then Zhang's father would take the three of them to the party venue to deliver the goods. Regarding the goods, Lu Zhou used the same trick as before, taking the cargo out in a secluded place, which was filled with neatly packed oranges and cherries. Inside the vehicle, Lu Zhou had already made insulation measures to ensure the water wouldn't freeze. Soon, he saw Zhang's father and the Zhang family standing next to a familiar car, talking to each other. Lu Zhou drove steadily and slowly approached where the two were standing. Once the vehicle came to a stable stop, Zhang's father immediately brought people to transfer the water bottles onto their truck. While his subordinates were moving the bottles, Zhang's father was busy dealing with the unexpected incident, leaving Zhang Jieqi and Lu Zhou with some free time. The two walked to a relatively less crowded area before they started their long-awaited chat. Zhang Jieqi was the first to speak. He seemed more energetic than before. Although he was still bundled up like a bear, with only his eyes visible, it was evident that he was in a good mood. Lu Zhou, I've been wanting to come find you these days, but during this time my dad and I have both been busy with our own affairs. You know, dealing with rich people is really hard. If it weren't for my dad insisting on taking me, I wouldn't have been willing to go. What happened? You seem really upset, Lu Zhou asked, noticing his friend's angry expression. Zhang Jieqi pouted his lips, looking quite indignant. These people have such terrible attitudes. Last time, one of my dad's subordinates was too cold and didn't hold on to something properly, causing a water bottle to break. That guy wouldn't let it go and scolded my dad's subordinate for a long time. In the end, my dad even went to plead for him, saying he would compensate, but they still didn't let it go. They chased after my dad to complain, and in the end, that subordinate was kicked out. That guy's family relies on him to earn a living. With this situation, who knows if he can make ends meet? Besides this incident, there are many other issues. Ugh, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Just thinking about it makes me angry. You'll see later, and you'll understand. Zhang Jiechi rambled on quite a bit, and although Lu Zhou hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was enough to make him feel angry as well. While they were talking, all the goods had been packed into the truck. Zhang's father walked over, interrupting their conversation. "We have to leave now. You two hurry up and get in the car." Lu Zhou replied, and then found a spot to park his vehicle before returning to Zhang's father's truck. There was enough room for 3 people in a cargo space. On the way, Zhang's father drove carefully, and Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiechi remained silent, fearing they might distract him. The wind and snow continued, making travel quite dangerous. The truck sped along, passing through several districts, eventually arriving at a new area that Lu Zhou had never seen before. This area looked quite new, and he wondered when it had been built. It seemed Zhang Jiechi noticed Lu Zhou's confusion and quietly explained, "Hey, this place was built by these people in exchange for food or other useful items with the government." After saying this, the truck quickly reached the entrance. 2 middle-aged men in security uniforms were standing guard at the gate. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhou immediately sensed that these 2 men had probably been through some real experiences. Their gazes didn't resemble those of ordinary security guards. However, the 2 men had good attitudes. Upon seeing Zhang's father's truck arrive, they smiled and greeted him. "Hey, it's old Zhang, here to deliver goods again." Zhang's father immediately put on a smile and warmly exchanged a few words with them. At the same time, he casually pulled out a small bag of water bottles from the side. "Yes, we're here again. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Let the kids have a taste of this." The 2 men accepted it readily, naturally reaching out to take the bag of water bottles. Chapter 126, being one step ahead. The door opened with a loud bang, and Lu Zhou and the others continued walking inside. The scene they had just witnessed clearly wasn't the first time for the Zhang family. They were used to it. Lu Zhou wasn't particularly surprised either. Situations like this were all too common in the apocalypse. It's better to deal with the king of hell than the pesky little ghosts. If you don't give these people some benefits, who knows when they'll come out to bother you again. This area covered quite a large space, and Lu Zhou was taken aback. The hastily constructed project was surprisingly expansive. These people must have provided something of great value. After all, at this point, the government had plenty of issues to deal with. The fact that they could spare time to help these people build houses must be due to some incredible benefits. Shaking his head to clear his wandering thoughts, Lu Zhou carefully observed his surroundings once more. There were about a dozen villas built here. The distance between the houses was no different from that of villas before the apocalypse. The area was so extensive that driving within it was necessary. Walking would be exhausting. Although there weren't too many flowers and plants in the community, there were quite a few families who had set up greenhouse gardens. Through the shining glass, Lu Zhou could see vibrant flowers inside. Some families were also growing vegetables, which were nearing harvest time. Lu Zhou had good eyesight and could see the temperature inside the greenhouses through the glass. 19 degrees. This temperature was even higher than that in Lu Zhou's home. Looking at the other greenhouses, the temperature inside was mostly the same. Is the government providing centralized heating? The people tending to the flowers and vegetables in the greenhouses were the former housekeepers and gardeners of these families. These people used to work for wages, but now they were working to earn food, so they continued their jobs as hired help. After such a long period of snow and wind, the community appeared to be in a state of tranquil prosperity, seemingly unaffected by the disasters outside. In that moment, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Wealthy people lived far more comfortably than ordinary folks. Even in the apocalypse, they could still maintain their elegant appearances, exuding an air of elitism. In the later stages of the apocalypse, aside from a handful of people with powerful backgrounds, most small-time wealthy individuals had already fallen from grace, trampled by the lower-class people they once looked down upon. Even so, it was still difficult for Lu Zhou to see such ostentatious displays of wealth in the later stages of the apocalypse. After thinking for a moment, he realized that they were still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and these people hadn't yet adapted to their new circumstances. After Zhang Jiahao noticed Lu Zhou's complicated expression, he shrugged and tried to comfort him. Just take it easy. At least we're still living all right. It's just that this group is really ostentatious. I don't believe those who resent the rich can still look at them now. The last statement was murmured by Zhang Jiahao in a low voice, but Lu Zhou could hear him clearly. Zhang's father seemed to have heard it too. He coughed a few times and gestured for his son to be cautious with his words. Zhang Jiahao quickly covered his mouth, signaling that he understood. Lu Zhou pretended he hadn't heard anything. Continuing on their way, the three of them drove the truck and soon arrived at the entrance of a particularly lavishly decorated house. When they reached the door, Zhang Jiahao's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Damn, it's this house." As he spoke, his expression shifted several times before settling into one of disgust. Lu Zhou understood immediately and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is this the place you mentioned?" Zhang Jiahao reluctantly replied, "Yeah, there's not a single decent person in that house." After saying these few sentences, the three of them got out of the car. The temperature in this community was a bit higher than outside. Just as they got down, they happened to run into someone coming out of the villa. This person had a standard butler's face and spoke in a serious tone. "Hurry up and get the things inside. The gathering tonight has to start on time. Don't delay the important matters." Zhang's father nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, we definitely won't delay." The butler cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhou and the others before continuing slowly. "All right, hurry up and start working. Once all the items are in the house, we will check them one by one. If any subpar goods are mixed in, we will return them." Zhang's father held back his frustration and didn't say anything. The butler snorted and turned to enter the house. Zhang's father suppressed his anger. In front of Lu Zhou and the Zhang family, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. "I'll go open the car door and let the brothers from behind come to help." Along with Zhang's father to transport the water barrels were two other people. 5 people were responsible for moving the water barrels, which was more than enough. At first, Zhang's father was adamant that Lu Zhou shouldn't help. After all, this was his private work, and it didn't seem right to let Lu Zhou pitch in. However, in the end, he gave in because Lu Zhou pointed out that Zhang's father often helped his family and his aunt's family with supplies. Zhang's father no longer insisted. After all, the weather was such that the water barrels couldn't be left out for long and had to be delivered quickly. Additionally, today's clients were very particular, and if they delayed, there would be trouble later. The 5 of them quickly began transporting the water barrels. A large portion of the barrels was carried into the kitchen, while a small portion was placed in the basement. Lu Zhou and the others had snow water on their shoes, and as they stepped inside, they inevitably left muddy footprints all over the house. As soon as they entered, a maid approached them and handed them several disposable shoe covers, indicating that they should put them on. Lu Zhou and the others understood, and after putting on the shoe covers, they got to work. However, it was always a hassle. They had to take off the shoe covers before going out and put them back on when coming in. This action wasted a lot of time. Normally, when Zhang's father delivered goods, other families would allow them in first and then handle everything together. Although this was a bit troublesome, it was considered a normal request, so Zhang's father didn't say anything more. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to glance at the interior of the house. The level of luxury in the decoration was comparable to before the apocalypse. However, in terms of security, Lu Zhou felt it was far from sufficient. If someone were to attack the villa area, these people wouldn't stand chance. The first half of the task went quite smoothly, but just as they were nearing the end, a small mishap occurred. One of Zhang's father's young workers had a shoe cover that, unfortunately, had a hole in it, causing some muddy footprints to be left on the clean floor, which looked particularly conspicuous. The first to notice this was a maid, who immediately shouted, "Are you blind? Didn't you see your shoe cover was damaged? You're still walking in here like this." The young worker, who had been scolded, quickly looked down at the floor. Confirming it was his mistake, he hastily explained, "I'm sorry, I really didn't see it. I'll clean it up right away, okay?" This argument attracted the butler's attention. The butler's face immediately twisted into a furious expression. His nostrils flared, and his eyes were filled with irritation. "You low-level workers are truly useless. You can't even handle this simple matter? You're the one who dirted the floor, right? Hurry up and clean it up." The young worker nodded and wanted to grab a cloth to wipe the floor, but was met with a scornful look. Chapter 127. Elegant. Graceful. "I'm not being threatened. What do you mean by doing it wrong? You want to use a mop to wipe it? I can clean that clothes of yours just fine." The young man's expression changed as he felt increasingly embarrassed. "But, steward, isn't this a bit too much? This is the only winter coat I have." The steward was clearly laughing, but his expression was chillingly cold. "What are you hesitating for? If you delay my young lady's birthday celebration, can you take responsibility for that? If you don't want to do it, I'll just call your supervisor." The young man, clearly aware of what had happened to the last unfortunate soul in a similar situation, felt conflicted. After a moment of internal struggle, he could only blush and prepare to take off his clothes. Lu Zhou frowned involuntarily. For the first time, he felt such disdain for these self-proclaimed elite individuals. Mr. Zhang was also quite angry. Wasn't this just a slap in the face? Last time, he was at fault alone, but this time it was purely an accident. To nitpick over such a minor issue, he was practically fuming. Lu Zhou stepped in front of the humiliated young man, then looked at the steward as if he were a dead man, scanning him from head to toe. "We're not doing this job anymore. Apologize to this brother right now." Mr. Zhang was taken aback. He hadn't even processed what was happening when he heard Lu Zhou's words. The young man, who had been about to take off his clothes, looked at Lu Zhou with gratitude and hurriedly put his clothes back on. Mr. Zhang thought it over. As long as Lu Zhou could resolve the trouble on his side, he would also stand firm this time. "You look down on me, right? I won't do business with you. Your family's reputation is so poor that even if you pay, how many people are willing to swallow their pride to work for you?" Mr. Zhang slowly stood behind Lu Zhou. The steward was shocked by Lu Zhou's words. Then he wore a dismissive expression. "You little bug, who do you think you are to speak here? The only person who can talk to us is the one behind you. Let him speak." Mr. Zhang's face was expressionless. "Do you have to hear me say it? Then fine, I won't do this business. You better apologize to my subordinate quickly, or don't blame me for not giving you face." The steward's smug expression instantly cracked. He had started off looking self-satisfied, but now he was startled and his brows furrowed. A hint of panic flashed across his face, but quickly smoothed out. "Can you two really make decisions for this deal? Don't think just because you're a small boss, you can decide things. Do you believe I can call your higher-ups?" Lu Zhou frowned at this and instinctively tightened his fists. "Do as you wish, but I warn you, you have 5 seconds. If you don't apologize, I have ways to make you talk." The steward clearly disagreed, and when the 5 seconds were up, Lu Zhou's fist came down. He was very strategic about where to hit, making sure to strike in a way that wouldn't leave visible marks, like targeting the lower abdomen. After delivering several powerful punches, Lu Zhou finally withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Mr. Zhang ignored the steward completely and directly led the young man to load all the fruits onto the car. Lu Zhou's fists were as hard as iron. After those few punches, the steward was left dazed and confused. As his head buzzed, he caught a glimpse of a person carrying fruit outside. At that moment, recalling the upcoming gathering, the steward could no longer hold back, ignoring his own injuries, and hurriedly stumbled to the door, trying to stop the group. "What do you mean by this? Everything was ready, and now you suddenly won't sell? Is this how you play with people?" The butler's face twisted in pain, but he still leaned against the door, weakly yelling at the group. However, none of the 5 paid him any attention. In fact, they worked even faster than before. It was understandable, after all. Previously, they had to painstakingly wear shoe covers, but now The 5 of them were working without any care, completely ignoring the shouting butler. The butler's face turned pale with anger. Since becoming the butler of the Lu family, he had never felt so embarrassed. Although he wanted to teach these people a lesson, the upcoming gathering was obviously more important. His family had made it clear that there could be no mistakes, as an important guest would be attending, and everything had to be received properly. The fruits he had purchased were specifically for this gathering. Now that things were going wrong, the butler forced out a smile, bending over and repeatedly apologizing. "Come on, can we talk this through? I was just too anxious earlier and spoke without thinking, offending you all. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Zhou sneered. "It wouldn't be too hard for us to change our minds. Weren't you just anxious? Look at this place, it's quite dirty. Why don't you wipe it with your clothes? I think your outfit would be perfect for that." Lu Zhou's taunt instantly left the butler speechless, glaring at him in disbelief. "That won't do. I still need to wear this outfit to receive the esteemed guest later. How about this? To show my apology, I'll personally apologize to that young brother from earlier. What do you think?" The butler pleaded with a lowered head, and the 5 of them felt a wave of satisfaction. However, Lu Zhou was not going to back down today. He coldly looked at the butler and leaned in to whisper, "Forget it. We lowly people can't handle your high-class apologies. It would be bad if we ended up ruining our lives. Uncle Zhang, let's leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Huan quickly led his people to leave. The butler's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he desperately chased after them, running behind Lu Zhou's large truck, looking completely deranged. Zhang Jiahao was stunned, then muttered, "Damn, this family, whether it's the master or the servants, is just ridiculous. They must be out of their minds." Zhang Huan frowned, still considering how to report this incident. Lu Zhou simply ignored the matter, smiling as he said, "Uncle Zhang, I have a suggestion. Why don't we just sell the fruits in the community?" Zhang Huan's eyes widened in surprise as he whispered, "Little Zhou, can we do that?" Before Lu Zhou could respond, Zhang Jiahao squeezed between the two, his eyes shining with excitement. "Good brother, that's a brilliant idea. Just wait, I'll find something suitable for you." Zhang Huan was taken aback for a moment, and then saw his son pull out a large white loudspeaker from behind the car's seat. "Last time we used this loudspeaker, let's use it for selling." Lu Zhou took the loudspeaker from him and pressed the recording button. "Fresh cherries and oranges for sale. We only have 1 truckload, so buy it while it lasts." After recording this line, Zhang Jiahao happily took the loudspeaker back and hung it out the car window, turning the volume up high. Before long, the entire new district could hear the extremely loud selling announcement. "Fresh cherries and oranges for sale. We only have 1 truckload, so buy it while it lasts." Chapter 128, The Mysterious Woman. Many of the household staff were bewildered after hearing the shout. Wait, did I grab the right script? Logically speaking, in this lousy environment, where could there be fresh fruits for sale? They quickly called their family servants and went out together to check the situation. After the household servants followed the sound, they discovered that, surprisingly, there was indeed a delivery truck parked steadily within their community. Lu Zhou was taking out several samples for the onlookers to see. "It's too cold today, but you can take a look at these samples," Lu Zhou said while handing cherries and oranges to the curious crowd. Soon, astonished voices spread around. "These fruits are pretty good. Even Sam's Club doesn't have this quality. The quality is really nice. I wonder how the pricing works? Hurry up and ask. My young lady loves fresh fruits the most." These people had been working for their families for over 10 or even 20 years, primarily responsible for household procurement. So now, as they looked at these fruits, their eyes were as clear as mirrors, observing everything closely. These fruits, even in the past, were considered good items, let alone in the current situation. After everyone confirmed the quality, Lu Zhou slowly announced the price amidst the crowd's anticipation. "We only accept gold. 1 pound of gold could be exchanged for 50 pounds of oranges or 30 pounds of cherries. Due to the cold weather, we won't sell the fruits individually to prevent them from freezing. When purchasing, they will only be sold by the box. If anyone is interested, please come quickly. Our truck will only be here for 1 hour. Zhang Kai and Zhang Jiehua followed to help shout. Hurry up if you want to buy. I guarantee you won't find better quality goods than ours. A few shouts instantly ignited the purchasing passion of these people. Some clever and trusted servants had brought gold from their households before heading out. Others, who weren't trusted, quickly asked their companions to stay put while they turned around and rushed home. News had to be conveyed to their families. As for whether they could buy in the end, they couldn't be blamed for that. If they couldn't buy, then they could blame their families for not trusting their servants. In the crowd, after Lu Zhou finished announcing the prices, people quickly began rummaging through their gold. What a joke. Such an opportunity is not something you encounter every day. This could possibly be the last chance. After all, in this terrible weather, who could predict the future? I'll take 80 pounds of fruit, 2 boxes. Hey, I also want 30 pounds of cherries and 50 pounds of oranges. In an instant, the crowd surged. Lu Zhou, Zhang Kai, and Zhang Jiehua exchanged glances, each reading excitement in the other's eyes. They knew that their retail prices were higher than bulk prices, yet they were still so sought after. It was indeed a bit unexpected for all of them. Every buyer was sharp and shrewd. Opportunities don't come by often. One must seize them at all times. The purchasing frenzy was lively. In an instant, half of the truck's goods were sold out. Among the buyers, a cute little girl with wide eyes curiously handed over a piece of gold jewelry. Brother, I want some cherries too. Lu Zhou looked down at the little girl. She squinted her eyes and grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, looking adorably cheerful. He skillfully weighed the items the little girl brought, only to find that what she had was not enough to exchange for a box. Lu Zhou initially intended to politely refuse the little girl, but after thinking it over, he sighed, stepped back to the end of the line, and took out a bag of cherries from the innermost part of the truck for her. Here you go. Remember to share it. The little girl nodded excitedly, eagerly tearing open the bag and standing aside to start eating. Lu Zhou temporarily ignored the child and continued to focus on selling. Just then, a furious shout came from a distance. You guys are something else. How dare you refuse my family, yet still have the guts to come to the neighborhood to sell? The person who said this was Lu Xingping from the Lu family. Not long after Lu Zhou and his group left, the butler, realizing he had messed things up, could only nervously go to Lu Xingping to explain the situation. When questioned, the butler simply stated that Lu Zhou and his team were unwilling to sell their goods to them, without explaining the specific reasons. Lu Xingping first scolded the butler harshly, telling him to find out if there were any more water supplies left in the basement. He was so angry that his chest heaved, but he didn't expect that the sound of selling water supplies could be heard even indoors. This completely infuriated him. Lu Xingping was never a kind person. Seeing Lu Zhou and his team disrupt his plans, and now being further annoyed by the noise outside, he stormed over to the spot where Lu Zhou's group had parked. Zhang's father and son naturally recognized this person. Even if Lu Zhou didn't know him, he could keenly sense from his tone and demeanor that this man belonged to the Lu family. Judging by the butler's personality, the Lu family probably wasn't that impressive. Lu Zhou had a very poor impression of Lu Xingping. He turned away and continued to sell water supplies nonchalantly, seemingly uninterested in the person before him. Lu Xingping frowned in anger, realizing he should first question the Zhang family duo. Old Zhang, what you did today is inhumane. You previously agreed to supply to my family, so why the sudden change? Unexpectedly, the Zhang family was polite in tone, but their words were infuriating. Lu brother, you might want to ask your butler what he has done. The question was thrown back at Lu Xingping. Lu Xingping glared at the butler a few times. After hearing the true story, his anger became uncontrollable. This useless fool. Before, it was fine to scold him, but today he had important matters at hand, and because of a lowly person, his carefully prepared plans were ruined. It was simply ridiculous. However, he realized it was not the time to argue. After giving a few kicks to the butler beside him, he forced a smile and apologized. Old Zhang, it's all my fault. I'll go back and teach my people a lesson. Can you sell me the half truck of goods? Before Zhang's father could refuse, another person unceremoniously denied Lu Xingping's proposal. It was a woman. Her voice was pleasant, but her words gave Lu Xingping no face at all. Lu Xingping, have some self-respect. We've been neighbors for years. Can't you leave something for the rest of us? Lu Zhou couldn't help but look at the newcomer. She was dressed in a thick mink coat, wearing a pair of sky-high heels, and looked stunningly beautiful. With a cigarette in her left hand, she lightly parted her red lips and disdainfully blew out a smoke ring. Chapter 129, Power Outage in the Villa Area. Lu Xingping's expression changed slightly, but he forced out a smile. Jia, you misunderstood my intentions. These items were originally agreed upon with this brother here, so I can't be said to not leave anything for everyone, right? The woman called Jia smiled slyly and reached out to pat Lu Xingping's face. Enough, we all know your little tricks as if we're blind. Today I'm in a good mood, so I can't be bothered with you. Everyone, if you want to buy, hurry up. I'm going to take it all in a bit. Jia spoke arrogantly, and despite the crowd being present, not a single person dared to speak up. They all nodded respectfully in agreement. Lu Xingping felt a surge of anger in his heart and trembled with fear at being threatened by Jia. Behind her were 4 burly men, and after that, she leisurely walked back home. Lu Xingping didn't dare to act recklessly any longer and could only leave in frustration. The others, those who hadn't bought anything, hurried to make their purchases, while those who had obtained items rushed to leave. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Zhou and the others quickened their selling pace. In less than 20 minutes, a truckload of fruits was packed up. Just as Lu Zhou finished tidying up and was about to get in the car, he noticed one of the burly men who had just been with Jia approaching him. This man took out a card from his pocket and gestured for Lu Zhou to take it. Lu Zhou hurriedly accepted the card, which prominently displayed Jia's name. By Ying, real estate developer, home address. Lu Zhou tucked the card away and looked at the burly man with some confusion. The man spoke softly. Jia really likes the fruits you brought. In the future, contact us first if you have good goods. After saying this, the 4 burly men drove off with the remaining fruits. Zhang Fuhua and Zhang Jiahui came over from the side, and upon seeing the card Lu Zhou was holding, they couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Zhou, you've really hit the jackpot. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhou asked curiously, and Zhang Fuhua explained, Jia is quite a powerful figure in this area. Not only does she have her own capabilities, but she also reportedly has a background with some influential red bosses, so ordinary people can't cross her. We're quite lucky. We thought we had angered Lu Xingping, but unexpectedly, we've gained recognition from another person. As Zhang Fuhua said this, he urged the two to quickly get in the car. Lu Zhou didn't waste any time and opened the car door, ready to get in. Just as he was about to enter, he caught sight of a little girl nearby. Oh, this little girl hasn't left yet? Lu Zhou felt some concern for the child's safety and called out for her to hurry home. The little girl smiled sweetly, her eyes squinting with joy, and said, Thank you, big brother, for your concern. My brother said I could come out for a little walk before heading home. Hearing this, Lu Zhou didn't continue to advise her. She didn't seem too foolish after all. Zhang Fuhua drove the car towards the exit. On the way, halfway there, Lu Zhou keenly noticed that all the lights on the road had gone out. Zhang Fuhua immediately turned on the car lights, and the truck slowly continued to move forward. Lu Zhou looked out the window and realized that the wind and snow had started to intensify. What had been a light snowfall suddenly turned into heavy snowfall as big as goose feathers. As they were driving out, they saw several teams of repair workers rushing towards a particular area. Zhang Jiahua lowered his voice, saying, They're probably going to fix the power supply, right? Zhang Fuhua nodded, For sure. But it's strange. This is the first time there's been a power outage in the new district. Lu Zhou still quietly stared in the direction the maintenance worker had left before turning his head and no longer paying attention to that side. The 3 of them quickly left the new district. After walking not more than 5 or 6 meters out of the residential area, Lu Zhou keenly noticed that not far away in the ditch, there seemed to be A group of people? Lu Zhou often played games, and over time, his mental acuity was higher than that of ordinary people. However, he did not speak up about it. The sky was getting dark, and with Zhang's father driving fast, Lu Zhou strained to see through the heavy snow. When he turned around to take a look, it was somewhat unclear. A figure flashed by. In a residential area, the Lu family's villa had just started when a power outage dampened the mood. The maintenance worker had been gone for over an hour, and the lights in the villa area were still out. Many guests were getting impatient, with complaints echoing all around. Lu Xingping hurriedly tried to appease everyone. At the same time, he signaled the butler to quickly turn on their generator. The butler looked conflicted, but had no choice but to speak up. "But we only have enough diesel to power the villa for just over an hour. And right now, all that power is being used to maintain the freezer." The freezer contained various medicines that needed to be kept refrigerated, and these medicines were extremely delicate. Even the slightest change in temperature could render them ineffective. Lu Xingping frowned, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. Today really was full of misfortunes. He had been disgusted by a few pests earlier, then he was scolded by that nasty woman, and now he was facing this unexpected incident at the gathering. Then hurry and send a few more people out to see if they can fix it. Lu Xingping frowned deeply. After scolding the butler, he then respectfully smiled at a young man beside him, who was referred to as young Master Lei. "I'm sorry, young Master Lei. We've had a little mishap here. I'll have my daughter sit with you for a while." The young man called young Master Lei looked to be in his 20s, handsome, tall, and with an outstanding demeanor, definitely the type of rich young master. In fact, he was indeed one. His family had over 100 million in assets, and they were in the materials business with significant influence. Lu Xingping was not just hosting the gathering for his daughter. He was also hoping to see if his daughter could get together with this young master. He urgently needed support. If he could board the big ship of the Lei family, his future path would be much smoother. Many people had this kind of thought, but Lu Xingping was quite confident. After all, his daughter Lu Zhou was widely recognized as a natural beauty. Seeing that young Master Lei, who usually showed little interest in other girls, was willing to agree to his suggestion, Lu Xingping's usual displeasure was finally alleviated somewhat. He happily called the butler over and signaled him to fetch his daughter. The butler did not dare to delay and quickly ran to the second-floor lounge. Lu Zhou had just attended for a while and then went upstairs to change clothes. It had been long enough now, so she should have finished. The butler knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Could it be that she hadn't changed yet? Mr. Lu would like you to come over." After waiting for another 5 minutes, the butler had no choice but to go downstairs to find Lu Xingping. Lu Xingping, who had been quite happy, frowned immediately upon hearing this. "You didn't call her out? Useless. Mr. Lu, the miss might not have heard. She didn't respond to me." The butler hurriedly explained. Lu Xingping waved his hand, suppressing his displeasure. "All right, I'll go take a look." Chapter 130, Mayflies Shaking the Big Tree. After saying this, he quickly explained with a smile to young Master Lei. He thought young Master Lei would not mind, but he didn't expect him to suggest going to see his daughter together. Lu Xingping couldn't refuse and had to take him to the 5th floor. The door to the 5th floor was tightly shut. Lu Xingping knocked several times but got no response, so he could only force the door open. However, as soon as the door was opened, the scene inside left everyone stunned. Lu Zhou was stripped of her clothes, tightly bound with ropes in a compromising position. The state she was in, combined with the faint, lingering scent in the air, was all too clear to the men present. Beside her, Lu Zhou's phone was placed neatly on the side, playing a video of her in compromising situations. The people in the video were not visible, but it was clear that Lu Zhou had been gagged and was suffering serious humiliation. Lu Xingping felt a rush of blood in his veins and quickly covered his daughter with clothing. The three of them hurriedly exited the room, with young Master Lei looking shocked, his expression one of disbelief. "Lu Xianzhang, what does this mean?" Lu Xingping was at a loss for words, but before he could explain, he noticed the butler beside him had collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his own legs give way and fell to the floor. Young Master Lei also met the same fate, being knocked unconscious. Several men dressed in black emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at the three men. If Zhang Fu were present, he would recognize one familiar face among them. It was Lu Zhou, the man who had been humiliated before. Lu Zhou looked ragged, his eyes filled with a murky hatred. It seems this guy has quite the background. Our boss said we can't kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. As for the others, we can handle them as we wish. Lu Zhou, you can have a big reward after this. The men wore smiles on their faces, their voices low. Lu Zhou bent down sincerely and bowed to the group. Thank you, brothers. Lu Zhou insulted me before, causing me to lose my job and my family starved to death. Today, I will take my revenge. The others looked at Lu Zhou with regret before signaling him to handle the men himself. Lu Zhou took out a knife and did not hesitate to attack, wildly slashing at them. In the end, he only killed the butler, leaving the Lu family father and daughter unharmed. After Lu Xingping lost control of the villa area, one of the men disguised himself as the butler and quickly dismissed the gathering. Although many were dissatisfied, they had to accept it, especially since young Master Lei said nothing and could only agree in frustration. The crowd began to leave the villa. Meanwhile, another group of accomplices sneaked into the villa and started moving items. Lu's father and daughter were bound and thrown into a vehicle. One of them chuckled, "Today's haul is decent. Once we get back, we can interrogate them a bit. This Lu must have other hidden treasures. As for his daughter, she's quite attractive. We'll take her back for the brothers to enjoy." Lu Zhao's expression remained unchanged. The Lu family was filled with wicked people, and Lu Zhou, with her arrogant young lady demeanor, was someone who had humiliated him before. The Lu family was one that could not be left alive. The group thoroughly looted the Lu family and then departed. In the villa area, the Lu family had been robbed and the father and daughter were missing. When this news reached Lu Zhou's ears, he was busy taking care of his vegetables. Upon hearing it, he immediately raised his head to look at Zhang Jieqi. "Is it true?" Zhang Jieqi had a beaming smile. "Of course it's true. Let me tell you, it said that the Lu family did something wrong and provoked some external forces. Now they've been completely wiped out." It's no wonder Zhang Jieqi was so happy. After all, the Lu family was notorious for their terrible behavior. Lu Zhou couldn't help but think of the group of people he had seen not long ago. Could it be that group of people did this? However, it did seem like what Zhang Jieqi said was true. The Lu family had brought this upon themselves, and even if they were all dead now, he felt no sympathy for them. His compassion was very precious and wouldn't be wasted on such people. Lu Zhou didn't react much, which made Zhang Jieqi quite dissatisfied. "Brother Lu, why aren't you surprised at all? You should show a little happiness. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm the one lacking humanity." Listening to his friend's ramblings, Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on. After casually saying a few words to send Zhang Jieqi away, Lu Zhou finally began to focus on another task. He started to concentrate fully on his game progress. Organizing his thoughts from start to finish, Lu Zhou made the following summary of what he currently possessed. He had acquired farmland for planting crops, which included barley, blueberries, flax, and sweet potatoes. He had obtained resources such as water, mushrooms, honey, wood, and iron ore. He had received a cherry tree, a rubber tree, a peach tree, and an orange tree. He had gained the ability to raise animals, which included cows, hens, sheep, and broilers. He had obtained 2 crafting workshops, one for clothing and another for fine crafts. He had acquired fishing capabilities, and he turned around to organize his storage space. Currently, there were 8 empty slots in his backpack, all of which were upgraded from collecting precious stones later on. His game house was at level 5, and the space was reasonably ample for now. His food supplies were plentiful, but daily necessities were lacking and were gradually decreasing. In recent days, Lu Zhou had collaborated with Zhang's father on several occasions. During their last collaboration, there had been a little accident, but after Zhang's father returned, the higher-ups didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, they pretended to punish him, and that matter was considered resolved. In the days that followed, Lu Zhou continued to sell sustainable resources like water and other items. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the amount of gold coins he had was already double what it was before. During this time, he drew over a dozen 66,666 prizes but never managed to get any useful items, leaving him with no choice but to give up. However, he did manage to figure out some rules regarding fishing. After some experimentation, Lu Zhou concluded that there were 7 types of fishing rods, all named in the format of rows no. X. Among them, the most unfortunate was rose number 1. The others were arranged in order afterward. The last time, Lu Zhou drew rose number 6, which was quite a lucky rod. Since then, he had drawn a few more middle values between 1 and 6, but he hadn't drawn number 7 even once. Lu Zhou couldn't help but speculate that the probability of drawing that rod must be extremely low. Currently, he had locked onto rose number 4, which was in a rather moderate state of fortune. To maximize resource conservation, Lu Zhou only intended to fish when he drew a rod of number 4 or higher. He was currently holding rose number 4, squatting by the side, waiting for a catch. Soon, accompanied by a sudden ripple on the water's surface, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up with joy. Here it comes. Chapter 131, Testing Performance. He hadn't caught anything worthwhile for a while, so it was about time he got something good this time. Lu Zhou skillfully lifted the fishing rod, and the game system immediately announced the result. Congratulations, player. You have caught a mysterious potion. Lu Zhou was taken aback, then quickly began to examine what the potion looked like. The potion was contained in a transparent bottle, and it displayed a deep green color, clearly not an ordinary item. Lu Zhou scrutinized it several times, but the result was disappointing. He still didn't know what this potion was for. He asked the game several questions, but it did not reveal the true function of the potion. Sighing, Lu Zhou continued fishing. On his next cast, luck was surprisingly on his side, and he caught a pheromone net. It was obvious that this item was meant to complement the pistol he had caught last time. Opening the introduction page of the pheromone net, Lu Zhou began to read it carefully. Unlike the last pistol that would put creatures into a breeding state, the function of this net was, surprisingly, just as its name suggested, a net. Its description read, "Can be used on specified creatures with pheromones. The net will capture the creature according to its characteristics, with a 100% success rate. Note, the selected creature's weight must be under 300 pounds. Otherwise, the net will be destroyed." 300 pounds? Lu Zhou pondered that most dangerous creatures could be captured with it. The moment he got this item, several uses immediately sprang to his mind. Putting aside animals for now, he wondered if humans could be affected by these 2 items. Lu Zhou thought that he should try it out if the opportunity presented itself. He felt that his electrical skills had reached a level of intermediate, thanks to his father, Lu Ba. Although his theoretical knowledge was decent, he felt his practical skills were still lacking. In this post-apocalyptic environment, there was hardly any good environment for Lu Zhou to practice. As for the current recruitment for electricians outside, they prioritized hiring senior electricians. With his half-baked skills, his parents were not comfortable letting him go out. When Lu Ba was learning his trade, he at least had a master beside him. Now, with a shortage of manpower, where could he find such treatment? Knowing how dangerous the job was, Lu Ba only allowed his son to carry out electrical repairs within his line of sight. In terms of profession, among the whole family, Lu Mom had the most advanced skills. Back then, she and her aunt worked at a temporary medical station treating patients, doing acupuncture, and over time, they became quite adept at it. During this time, Lu Mom also shared some funny stories from work with Lu Zhou and Lu Ba. "I used to work with that head nurse, and when she first saw me, she thought I was just a nurse. She was about to give me orders when someone called me a doctor, and it startled her. You guys missed that scene? I was just dying of laughter at the time." Lu Mom laughed until her eyes squinted, holding a book on traditional Chinese medicine in her hands. Now that Shishan Coal Yard had received people from all over the country, coal mining had sped up significantly, and the electricity supply had eased somewhat. However, somewhat eased, meant it could temporarily supply electricity to medical units, research institutes, and similar places, but the power supply for residential areas had not yet been activated. The good thing now was that residents could occasionally receive a certain quota of coal from the government for their daily use. As for lighting, that was still a distant wish. In Lu Zhou's family, they only turned on a small desk lamp for lighting. To avoid drawing others' attention due to excessive brightness, Dad Lu, during his free time, was wandering around the house while also making sure to clean the floors thoroughly. Aside from cleaning, Dad Lu spent his days reading books and taking care of the plants at home. In this extremely cold weather, there really weren't many forms of entertainment. Mom Lu could still pass the time by seeing patients, but Dad Lu was left in a state of aimlessness with no particular goal. Unlike Lu Zhou, who at least ventured out to the market to trade for supplies, Dad Lu was close to going stir-crazy for being cooped up inside. Lu Zhou understood his father's discomfort and suggested taking him for a walk in the nearby suburbs. Dad Lu's eyes lit up, and disregarding Mom Lu's objections, he immediately agreed. "Wait for me, son. I really need to get out for a bit. This confinement is driving me crazy." Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile a little, urging his dad to hurry up. Mom Lu sighed and went to visit her sister, no longer paying attention to the two of them. Father and son quickly put on their gear, and just as they stepped outside, Dad Lu asked with curiosity, "Son, what are you going to do over there?" Lu Zhou didn't hide anything from his dad and directly explained the high-tech items he had just acquired. The capabilities of these two items left Dad Lu utterly amazed. After pondering for a moment, he quickly figured out his son's intentions. "Son, are you planning to catch a few animals that can be raised for meat?" Dad Lu chuckled. Lu Zhou shook his head. "No, Dad, you got it wrong. I wasn't thinking of that. I was actually thinking we could catch a few wolves and tame them using that item, so they could pull our sled." Dad Lu's confident expression froze on his face, and then he hoarsely spoke. "No, son, do you even know what you're saying? How could there possibly be wolves around here? And besides, how could they possibly obey us?" He looked at his son in shock, only to see Lu Zhou burst into laughter. "Dad, I was just kidding. You really believe me?" Dad Lu was left speechless and silently followed Lu Zhou out the door. When they headed out, they naturally chose to take an off-road vehicle. The vehicle Lu Zhou took out was the same off-road car they had used before. Today, Dad Lu was driving, while Lu Zhou just needed to play the role of a good passenger. They didn't waste much time and soon arrived at the edge of the city. Actually, the main purpose for Lu Zhou to come outdoors today was to test the effects of the items he had drawn from the game. He and Dad Lu got out of the car, and after finding a suitable spot, Lu Zhou took out his handgun. Dad Lu curiously leaned in close. Lu Zhou pressed the trigger. Nothing happened. According to the game description, pressing the handgun would put creatures into a breeding state. So, Lu Zhou instinctively thought that this item would likely release some kind of creature reproductive hormone that would attract animals. In other words, this handgun was a perfect lure. The two of them got back into the car and waited quietly. Lu Zhou was uncertain if this thing would actually work, and after sitting in the car for a while, he finally noticed something. Not far away, a wild rabbit was hopping over. Chapter 132. It's you again. This wild rabbit was eating so well that it became round and plump, which surprised Lu Zhou a bit. After observing for a moment, Lu Zhou confirmed one thing. This pistol had a weak lure capability and could only attract small animals. Looking at the rabbit in front of him, Lu Zhou took out a net bag again. Aiming at the rabbit, he launched it. When the biological pheromone net bag was fired, it swept across like a soft beam of light. It seemed harmless, but in the next second when the net bag hit the rabbit, no matter how much it rolled or turned, it couldn't escape from its spot. Seeing this powerful effect, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. What a good thing. With this, even if he was out in the wild, he wouldn't starve to death. Lu Zhou's father was staring wide-eyed. "Wow, it really works, son. Should we go down and pick up the rabbit?" Lu Zhou jumped out of the car, showing with his actions that the spoils of war were to be collected. After Lu Zhou finished picking up the rabbit, He also took a look to see if it was male or female. Unfortunately, he discovered that this rabbit was a male. Well then, the thought of raising rabbits was dashed. Lu Zhou's father tugged at the rabbit's ears and shook it, looking thoughtful. Heroes are always troubled by beautiful women. I didn't expect wild rabbits to be the same. Lu Zhou almost broke into laughter at this description. Just as he was about to say something, a few eerie sounds came from not far away, sending chills down their spines. Lu Zhou's father, who had been smiling just a second ago, suddenly froze, his smile disappearing. He stiffly opened his mouth, looking alarmed. "Son, did you hear any strange sounds? Something's off. Get in the car." Lu Zhou frowned, quickly pulling open the car door with one hand while tossing the rabbit inside with the other. After his father got in and settled, Lu Zhou turned around, ready to drive out of this place. Just then, the strange sounds drew closer again. Lu Zhou immediately turned back to see a terrifying scene. A large wild boar was charging towards them, panting heavily. In front of the wild boar was a person running in a panic. The figure looked somewhat familiar to Lu Zhou. His brow furrowed tightly as he finally recognized who it was. Damn, it was the popular weather broadcaster, Wanda. What can I say? His luck seemed to be terrible. Before Lu Zhou could say much, he saw Wanda desperately running toward his car. Of course, he couldn't run as fast as the wild boar. On top of that, the road was slippery, and with excessive nervousness, he slipped and tumbled down the mountain path like a ball, rolling all the way down. Lu Zhou glanced sideways and saw that Wanda was rolling down with considerable speed. The wild boar was hot on his heels, and it seemed it would soon reach Lu Zhou's car. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately drove off to escape. At the same time, he took out the biological pheromone net bag in his hand and aimed it at the wild boar, firing it off. To be honest, Lu Zhou wasn't very confident. The wild boar looked exceptionally fierce, and he wasn't sure if it weighed over 300 kilograms. If it did, he wouldn't be able to handle it at all. He had done everything he could. All he could do was hope that Wanda could save himself. After all, wild boars have tough skin and thick meat. Shooting at them wouldn't kill it, only anger it. As Lu Zhou fired the net bag, the wild boar paused for a moment, then immediately began to struggle violently. It kept bouncing and rolling in place, howling and yelling as if the very heavens were shaking. That display was enough to terrify anyone. Wanda finally managed to stop rolling and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, looking for a way to escape. The wild boar had been chasing him too closely, the hot and foul air pressing against his back. He was so tense that cold sweat broke out all over him. Hearing the coarse howls of the wild boar, Wanda dared not think too much and shot away like an arrow from a bow, fleeing from the boar's location. He rolled and ran, not forgetting to glance back to check on the situation. He had thought the wild boar was still hot on his heels, but upon looking back, he was stunned. The wild boar was no longer chasing him. Instead, it was thrashing around in place. Wanda gasped for breath, feeling his lungs ache, but he didn't dare to stop. Even if his steps were heavy, he wouldn't miss this chance to escape. After running a few steps, he spotted a familiar vehicle. This brand looked expensive at first glance. However, it felt like he had encountered this car somewhere before. But now wasn't the time for him to be lost in thought. He needed to go over and ask if they could give him a ride, at least to get away from the dangerous area where the wild boar was. As for the price he would have to pay later, Wanda could only grit his teeth and accept it. There was no way around it. He clearly understood that in this world, no one would help others for free, especially when he looked like he was in serious danger. If he didn't ask for something substantial, Wanda felt it would be unreasonable. He ran desperately over and knocked on the car window. He knocked a few times, but the window didn't come down. A look of despair crossed Wanda's face. If the window wouldn't lower, it seemed there was no chance for a conversation. My life is over. Just as he was contemplating whether to continue running, the back door suddenly popped open. Accompanied by a cold voice, it said, "Get in." Wanda had initially thought that he was destined to perish here, but seeing this scene, his eyes brightened, and he was almost moved to shout out loud. He quickly climbed into the car, shutting the door tightly behind him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression and demeanor, and turned to thank the two people in the front seat. "Thank you, brothers. Where are you headed? If you're going back to the district, could you give me a ride? Of course, I won't let you two work for nothing. I'll definitely offer a reward." Wanda finally managed to snap out of the fright he had felt moments earlier, expressing his gratitude to the two and enthusiastically telling them, "Let's take a different route. The road ahead is blocked. I just came back from there." As the car started, listening to the familiar sound of the engine, Wanda felt happiness for the first time. Just as he was about to continue directing the two on the road, he suddenly realized in horror that the car was speeding towards the direction of the wild boar. Wanda rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Then he immediately screamed, Are you crazy? That way is where the wild boar is. We'll die if we go over there. We need to turn around and run." His words did not sway the two in the front seat. Seeing that his persuasion was in vain, Wanda immediately tried to open the car door to get out. Unfortunately, the door was tightly locked. Grasping the locked door, Wanda felt like crying. Just a second ago, he thought he was lucky enough to escape, and now he was questioning his life again. The saying that 1 second can be heaven and the next can be hell was perfectly illustrated in his situation. As despair washed over him, Wanda saw the person in the driver's seat stop the car. At the same time, he pulled out a crossbow. Chapter 133, You're Amazing. To be honest, this crossbow was of mediocre quality. At a glance, it was clear that it was just a standard model suited for the academy. Wanda could guarantee that even if the Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to kill a wild boar with this. It would be better to save his energy and run away quickly. Thinking about how his life was still in the hands of these two men, he adjusted his facial expression and leaned in to whisper, "I say, brothers, this wild boar has been chasing me all the way. I know a thing or two about it. Its skin is tough and its meat is thick. Even with a gun, it would be hard to kill it. Moreover, with its size, if it charges at us with all its might, the car might not be able to withstand that force." Wanda spoke earnestly, almost breaking down the logic for these two gentlemen to understand. He thought that after this heartfelt explanation, they would heed some advice, but who would have thought that the two in front of him were calm and collected, one more unfazed than the other. Lu Zhou didn't have time to explain much to Wanda. He was fully focused on aiming at the boar's eyes. On the other hand, Lu's father, seeing his son's efforts to trap the boar, felt a bit more at ease. He even had the mind to explain to the terrified Wanda beside him, "Little brother, don't be anxious. My son's archery skills are quite good. He can definitely shoot through the wild boar's eyes. Once we kill this wild boar, we can have a nice meal." Upon hearing this, Wanda's heart sank. "Come on, did you two even listen to anyone? Can you not be so self-absorbed? With that broken academy crossbow, you can tell me with a straight face that your son can guarantee to shoot through the wild boar's eyes? Isn't that a huge joke?" Wanda had just broken out in a cold sweat, and now, stimulated by Lu's father's words, he was sweating even more. Seeing that Wanda had gone silent, Lu's father turned curiously to the back seat where Wanda was sitting. Hey, little brother, don't be so tense. My son is really strong. You just lie down and relax." Wanda, 6. He wanted to say something, but seeing Lu's father's confident expression, he swallowed all his words back. Forget it. Let's think positively. At least now he was in a car. Even if the wild boar crashed into them later, he wouldn't die as miserably as he would have if he had been outside unprotected. Once that fellow was dealt with, he needed to scout the route in advance and point out an escape path for them. Wanda, who had been in despair, suddenly reignited with hope in that moment. He couldn't give up. "Wanda, your wife and mother are still waiting for you at home." Rubbing his face, Wanda finally focused his gaze and shifted his attention to the wild boar not far outside the window. It's hard to say whether he was lucky or unlucky. He had come with friends to chop some firewood, and luck was on their side. They found a large dead tree waiting for them to cut down. The dead tree was easy to chop, and they quickly filled a cart with firewood. There was still half a tree left to gather, so Wanda stayed behind to guard it to prevent others from taking it. He thought this place was safe, But who would have expected that while his friends went back to deliver the firewood, a large wild boar suddenly charged at him like a madman from who knows where. Thankfully, Wanda reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been done for the moment the boar charged at him. Then Wanda realized something. Why was this dead tree in this area untouched? Was it perhaps because this area was the wild boar's territory? The people who chopped down trees earlier all had no way out, so they could afford to benefit their own group. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts swirled in Wang Da's mind, but the most important was to disregard everything and sprint away. Unfortunately, the wild boar relentlessly followed behind him. No matter what tricks Wang Da tried, the wild boar just wouldn't give up. He was still pondering the events that had transpired earlier when he looked at the wild boar bouncing in place in front of him, and suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This thing is way too big. When he was being chased, Wanda was so focused on escaping that he didn't have time to pay attention to what was behind him. Now that he had a moment to carefully observe, he felt that every pore on his body was screaming a refusal. Lu Zhou had already aimed at the wild boar's eyes, and in the next second, the crossbow bolt shot through the wild boar's two eyes with a whoosh. Roar, roar, roar. The wild boar emitted a terrifying sound, but weirdly remained standing in place. Hot air burst out of its nostrils as it frantically stomped with its front hooves. However, due to the biological net bag that Lu Zhou had set up, it couldn't advance or retreat even a step. The speed of the crossbow bolts was so fast that it stirred up a gust of wind. Wang Da squinted hard, wanting to see where the crossbow bolts had hit, but was startled by the wild boar's roar and instinctively shrank back. Damn, this thing is too scary. In the blurry view, he saw the wild boar's frenzied and violent demeanor, and he immediately felt chills down his spine, urging the two men to back away. I say, brothers, I feel like something's not right. Why don't we retreat a bit? After he said this, Lu Zhou seized the opportunity to scold Wang Da. No need. I just shot the wild boar in the eyes. I'll add a few more bolts, and it will be dead. Wang Da was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard, trying to see the situation with the wild boar. To end this quickly, Lu Zhou took out his firearm and aimed at the wild boar, firing several shots. His aim was accurate, and each bullet hit the wild boar in its most vulnerable spots. Before long, a terrifying large wild boar lay dead on the ground, bleeding from all its orifices. Lu Zhou was the first to jump out of the vehicle and went to check if the wild boar was still alive. Lu Da followed closely after and wanted to get out too, while Wang Da couldn't sit still and also got out. He was still worried, reminding, "Hey, little brother, don't just rush over. Some wild boars play dead. You need to be careful." Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Wang Da to relax and that he was confident. He didn't rush over. Instead, he used a small stone nearby to hit the wild boar, confirming that it was thoroughly dead before all three of them swarmed over. Wang Da was completely stunned by Lu Zhou's earlier display of skill. As for why Lu Zhou had a firearm, he naturally didn't dare to ask such a foolish question. Ask? Ask what? At this time, curiosity shouldn't be too strong. It could be fatal. The wild boar was quite large, but how to move it was a big problem. Lu Zhou and Lu Da were both caught in a dilemma. If it weren't for the troublesome Wang Da, they could have easily stored the wild boar in their space cottage and then cut it up and sold it later. However, wild boar meat wasn't that tasty. The Lu family really didn't like to eat it. Too tough and gamey, not worth eating at all. Not to mention that recently, Lu Zhou had developed meat chickens, a type of fresh meat that tasted deliciously tender. Chapter 135, Benefactor. Although the wild boar was not exactly a precious item for the Lu family, for those who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, it was indeed a rare delicacy. Initially, Lu Dad didn't have much dissatisfaction with Wang Da, but now, looking at the wild boar that couldn't be taken away, a lot of resentment suddenly arose. Wang Da couldn't help but sneeze twice and foolishly smiled at the two. "Sorry, I think I just sweated a bit too much and caught a bit of cold. By the way, if you're worried about how to handle the wild boar, I know a place that takes in this kind of thing, and it's not far from here." Upon hearing Wang Da's suggestion, Lu Dad's smile became a bit warmer. Ah, it's really you young people who have the solutions. My son and you are both quite good. Since we've met, it's fate. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Lu Zhou. Wanda quickly replied, Nice to meet you, Uncle Lu. I'm Wanda, brother Lu Zhou. Thank you both for saving my life today. Once I recover, I will definitely repay you both. Lu Zhou's expression stiffened. Brother? What does that mean? If he remembered correctly, Wanda was about 10 years older than him. He quickly calmed down, forced a warm smile, and shook hands with Wanda. It's nothing. There's no rush for repayment. Let's first get the wild boar moved away. The longer we stay here, the worse it will be for us. Also, Brother Wang, just call me Lu Zhou. Seeing Wanda look puzzled, Lu Dad chuckled and explained, My son is only a freshman, so he's really not older than you. We can't mess up the hierarchy. Wanda was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, are college students as bold now? In today's universities, besides studying, do they also teach these kinds of random skills? In fact, Wanda didn't know that Lu Zhou hadn't actually attended university. He came here at the end instead. Seeing that he had a good ability to accept things, Wanda quickly nodded awkwardly. Hee, this really turned into a joke. However, what Lu Zhou just said makes sense. We need to act quickly. This wild boar is heavy, and it'll probably take all three of us working together to move it. Lu Zhou shook his head, his expression calm. No need, I brought tools. After saying that, Lu Zhou opened his own trunk and took out a folding wooden sled that he had placed in his gaming cabin. Once Lu Zhou took the item out, Wanda was shocked and stared wide-eyed, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Awesome, brother. You actually brought this. With this, we can move much faster. Lu Dad remained calm. His son hadn't packed this item into the trunk before leaving, so it must have been brought out just now. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Dad squatted down and quickly assembled the wooden sled. He worked swiftly, and in just a few minutes, a rough but sturdy-looking sled was completed. The three of them first placed the wild boar on the sled, and then used ropes to tie the sled to the car. When tying the ropes, Lu Zhou took charge, making sure they were tight so that they wouldn't come loose halfway. The three of them swiftly climbed into the car. Wanda couldn't help but recall the 2 crossbow arrows he had seen on the wild boar earlier. Although crossbows were generally common, the quality of those arrows was quite good. Especially when looking at that crossbow bolt, Wanda felt a strange sense of familiarity. He couldn't quite place where this feeling of familiarity was coming from. As the three of them continued along the road, Lu Zhou appropriately asked about the location for receiving the wild boar. Are there many people there? Will we pass through the city? The implication was clear. It would be best to avoid people with this wild boar to prevent any unnecessary complications. Wanda was a smart man, and from Lu Zhou's words, he immediately grasped the underlying message. He smiled and explained, Don't worry. This place was set up specifically for situations like today's, so its geographical location is quite suitable. Lu Zhou sincerely praised him. Brother Wang is quite the network. You even know about this route. Wang Da's smile carried a hint of sincerity as he replied, Hee, you're right, little brother. I may not have much else, but my network is decent. If you ever need my help, just give me a shout. Wang stopped there and didn't elaborate further. As for why he had so many connections, Lu Zhou didn't even have to think about it. It was certainly because he had heeded Wang Da's advice, and a group of people had prepared in time, allowing them to live a slightly better life in these times. After chatting for a while, they gradually approached the destination Wanda mentioned. When they were less than a kilometer away, Wanda stared at the crossbow bolt for a long time before suddenly narrowing his pupils. Just now, he couldn't think of where that sense of familiarity came from. Now, his entire mind felt as if it were being gradually awakened by a latent memory, recalling the past. This was the person who had rescued him last time. Fate had allowed him to be saved by these 2 people twice. Seeing that both father and son from the Lu family were good people, Wanda first felt extremely fortunate, followed by a wave of embarrassment. Last time, he had been so anxious to flee with his family that he hadn't had time to thank Lu Zhou. He wondered if Lu Zhou and his father would hold a grudge against him when they found out. As he considered whether to acknowledge their relationship and curry favor with these big shots, Wang De felt deflated. Stealing glances at the father and son who were still focused. For the first time, he thought, maybe it would be better to hold off on mentioning this matter for now. Caught in his internal struggle, they arrived at their destination. To be honest, it was Lu Zhou's first time seeing this place. The location was very concealed. If not for Wang De bringing them here, the two of them would definitely not have been able to find it. The place was hidden behind a pile of rubble, only 2 stories high, with a layer of oilcloth covering the roof, and a thin layer of snow had settled on top. The walls were camouflaged with a dull color, blending into the vast expanse of white snow, making it truly hard to locate. Lu Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Is this place a slaughterhouse?" Wang De shook his head. "Let's put it this way. This is more like a small trading center. As long as you have enough goods, you can obtain any resources or information you want from inside." Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. This place was actually a hub for exchanging information. The 3 of them didn't waste much time and quickly walked inside. They parked the car a little ways from the door. Although Wang De had good character, it didn't mean that everyone around him was a good person. Lu Zhou naturally had to be fully prepared to prevent being plotted against. As the 3 pushed open the door and entered the building, Lu Zhou and his father couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Soon after, Lu Zhou's brows furrowed. Chapter 136, Trapped. The atmosphere felt a bit off. Lu Zhou glanced around the room, noticing that everyone present carried an air of subtle hostility. However, when he caught sight of Wang De, that sense of malice dissipated significantly. At this moment, Wang De was smiling and chatting with the others in the room. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the interior. It was simple, but it had everything needed. Directly opposite the entrance was a lifelike tiger's head, crafted with incredible detail. Inside the room, there were also a few wooden tables and stools, with 2 or 3 people sitting around, seemingly engaged in conversation. Aside from these people, Lu Zhou also noticed a bulletin board plastered with papers. Curious, he leaned in to take a closer look. The papers read, "Flying fish, buying timber, coal, and charcoal. Interested brothers, please wait for me here at 8 p.m. Little Lu, 1 basket of potatoes, only exchanging for seasonings. Brave generally, needs baby formula, can exchange for food, gold, or fuel." The trading times varied, but all exchanges took place here. Lu Zhou lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. To be able to maintain this place, it seemed the owner was quite capable. After Wang De finished chatting with a middle-aged man, she immediately led him over to Lu Zhou and his companion. When the middle-aged man approached, Lu Zhou finally turned his gaze toward him. He had a naturally imposing presence, was burly, wore a military green heavy coat, and a lei feng hat. As he looked at Lu Zhou, he cheerfully extended his hand. "Thank you for saving Wang De. I'm the owner of this place, Ku Yao. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. I heard from Wang De that you killed a wild boar and want to dispose of it." Lu Zhou mentally noted the man's name and responded politely, "Yes, Uncle Ku. We want to exchange the wild boar for something else." Ku Yao nodded. "All right. How about you take me to see the wild boar first? After I take a look, I'll give you a price." Lu Zhou didn't waste any time and quickly walked toward the vehicle. Ku Yao followed closely behind, and when they reached the large wild boar, he couldn't help but gasp. "Wow, you guys are quite impressive. This wild boar must weigh over 500 pounds. Lu Zhou couldn't estimate the weight of the boar accurately, but since the biological net could contain it, it certainly meant it was under 600 pounds. "What do you want to exchange for? Food, daily necessities, or gold?" Ku Yao spoke with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This large wild boar was a rare source of meat, not easy to spoil in such frigid weather, making it a prime item for trade. Doing business with Lu Zhou was bound to be profitable. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou replied, "Gold." Ku Yao nodded. This choice made sense, as gold was universally accepted and clearly more convenient for purchasing other items. "All right, let me weigh it first, and then I'll settle the payment with you." Seeing that Lu Zhou and his companion were satisfied, Ku Liao quickly ran back into the house to get the others. Meanwhile, Wangda leaned closer to the two and began to murmur, "Uncle Ku is a good person. You'll see if you talk to him more in the future. However, I have to remind you that collecting gold is currently not as easy as gathering food or fuel. It would be better for you to exchange for some food instead." Wangda was kindly reminding him. Although Lu Zhou didn't really need it, he couldn't dismiss Wang Da's good intentions. So, Lu Zhou explained, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wang. However, we exchanged for some supplies with others a few days ago, so we have enough for now." Wangda patted his head, realizing, "All right, as long as you have enough, that's good. But looking at your archery skills, I think you guys can come here more often in the future." Lu Zhou felt a bit embarrassed and was about to say something when he caught a faint, strange smell in the air. He furrowed his brow, wondering, why did that smell resemble the scent of a trapping agent? He had engaged in hunting before, and the group often used a specific scent to lure wild animals, which was exactly this smell. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it, but Lu Zhou's body had been enhanced quite a bit, and coupled with his past experiences, he was very familiar with the scent. Lu Zhou quickly pinpointed the source of the smell. It was coming from Wangda himself. He stared closely at Wangda, who seemed to have opened his clothes slightly due to sweating indoors, allowing the scent to waft out. After smelling that scent, Lu Zhou finally understood why the wild boar had aggressively attacked Wangda. It was clear that Wangda wouldn't intentionally apply such a scent on himself. That left two possibilities. Either Wangda accidentally got the scent on him, or someone had plotted against him. Given that such substances were not easy to handle, Lu Zhou leaned towards the latter. Wangda had likely been targeted by someone. Wangda was initially looking elsewhere, but felt that Lu Zhou's gaze was fixed intently on him, making him feel a bit uneasy. He turned and asked, "What's wrong, little Lu? Why are you looking at me like that? It's making me feel a bit chilly inside." As he spoke, he slightly adjusted his clothes, which only intensified the unpleasant smell. Lu Zhou's expression darkened as he leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Wang, there's a strange smell on your clothes. It resembles that of a trapping agent." Upon hearing this, Wang Da's eyes widened in shock. He wasn't foolish. It was clear that Lu Zhou had come to this conclusion after careful observation. No wonder that wild boar had been so desperate to chase him. Linking it to his friends who were still not back, Wang Da's face suddenly turned grim. The few people he had gone out with were all close acquaintances. The faces of those individuals quickly flashed through his mind. They had been friends for many years, and it was hard for Wangda to accept that one of them might want to kill him. Thinking back on how well he had treated his friends, Wangda suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If someone among them wanted him dead, what could their motives be? Was it simply a matter of not getting along, or did they have their eyes on his supplies? Putting aside past grievances, Wangda couldn't help but feel that his family was now in danger. Realizing this, his expression changed instantly. He needed to get home as soon as possible. Although he was extremely anxious, Wangda knew that he couldn't act hastily. He could only wait for Lu's party to finish their transaction before heading back. At that moment, Li Liao was leading a few people to lift the wild boar into the house. Lu Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to butcher it in the basement?" Li Liao was in a good mood, so he replied, "Yes, the smell disperses less in the basement, and it's also convenient to handle things there. By the way, after weighing it, it came out to 593 pounds, which could be exchanged for a bit of gold. I've put it here. You can check it yourself." Chapter 137, Accepting Requests. Lu Zhou took the heavy cloth bag and weighed it with the scale he carried with him. Just barely enough. After placing the gold inside, Lu Zhou couldn't help but think of the number reported by Li Liao, 593 jin. It was just shy of 600. Lu Zhou wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, relieved that it hadn't exceeded 600. Otherwise, he would have had to escape with his father immediately. After the transaction was completed, as Lu Zhou passed by the display board, he focused on a few pieces of news. He only selected the materials he had in abundance to trade with others. Of course, he only needed gold. After noting the time of the transaction, Lu Zhou confidently stepped outside. Once outside, the three of them wasted no time, packed up the wooden sled, and got into the car, heading straight for Jiguang City. Since Lu Zhou had pointed out the peculiar smell on Wangde, he no longer had the mind to chat with Lu Zhou and his companion during the ride. Upon entering Jiguang City, Lu Zhou tentatively asked, "Wangge, which neighborhood do you live in? I can drop you off at the entrance." Wangde was still lost in thought about other matters, and Lu Zhou's voice snapped him back to reality. "I live near Hengxin," Lu shouted. "If it's out of your way, you don't have to go through the trouble of dropping me off." Seeing that Wangde was no longer in a low mood, Lu Zhou spoke calmly. "It's no trouble. It's on the way." Wangde scratched his head, smiling somewhat awkwardly. "All right then. I'll trouble you and Uncle Lu. After I get home, come in for a bit before you leave. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." Lu Zhou's father was about to wave his hand and say it wasn't necessary, but Lu Zhou interrupted him more quickly. "Sure, we'll be a bother then." About an hour later, Lu Zhou's car finally reached the vicinity of Hengxin neighborhood. The closer they got to Hengxin, the more excited Wangde became. He wanted to rush home to see if his parents and wife were okay and to find out which scoundrel had set him up. As they approached Hengxin neighborhood, Lu Zhou asked, "Where's the back entrance to your neighborhood?" Wangde pointed out a direction, and Lu Zhou drove swiftly toward it. When the car entered through the back entrance, it did not alert anyone. Even if someone noticed Lu Zhou's car, they saw it wasn't a familiar vehicle and didn't have the guts to take a closer look. Once inside the neighborhood, Wangde was eager to get out. However, Lu Zhou stopped him. Looking puzzled, Wangde asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and said, "You went out with friends. Where do they usually park their cars?" Wangde was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what Lu Zhou meant. After hesitating for a while, he led Lu Zhou and his father to where their cars usually parked. The car was indeed there, but the firewood on top was all gone. Wangde's expression grew darker. Lu Zhou reached out to feel the thickness of the snow on the car, and his expression confirmed his suspicions. "The car has been parked here for at least 2 hours. How long ago did your friends leave?" Wangde was stunned and murmured, "About 6 hours ago." "Then you should bring a weapon with you," Lu Zhou said coldly with a huff. Wangde didn't respond and quietly took out a boning knife from his backpack. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Wangde. Transporting a cart of firewood upstairs would take at most about half an hour, considering that it has already been 2 hours since they set off from the starting point. Logically, they shouldn't still be here waiting for the cart. If everything was proceeding normally, the cart should have long arrived at the location where Wangde was to be picked up, unless these people knew something in advance. For instance, that Wangde is dead and doesn't need them to pick him up. Lu Zhou could think of this, and naturally, Wangde could too. He took a few deep breaths and suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Zhou and Lu Dad with a thud. This sudden kneel surprised both of them, raising their eyebrows in shock. Wangde gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Lu, little brother Lu, I have an unreasonable request. Given the current situation, I'm certain I have been schemed against. If something happens to me, I accept it, but my family is still upstairs, and I cannot ignore their lives. I know both of you are skilled, and if you can help me rescue my family, I, Wangde, am willing to do anything for you in the future. However, the situation is certainly precarious now. If you don't want to get involved in this matter, then please accept these things as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." As he spoke, Wangde took out several pieces of gold jewelry from his bag. "I initially planned to go home and get some more things, but now it seems that it's definitely dangerous upstairs. Please take these." Lu Zhou quickly calculated in his mind the pros and cons. Gold was inconsequential. What mattered was that Wangde was a decent person. He had a proper worldview and good character. What attracted Lu Zhou even more was Wanda's remarkable weather observation skills. Perhaps he could even use those in the future. After being reborn, Lu Zhou observed the weather every day, fearing discrepancies between now and the past. However, the reality was not ideal. The changes in the weather were becoming increasingly mysterious and strange, and Lu Zhou always had a sense that perhaps the experiences from his previous life could not be fully applied to this one. Moreover, encountering Wanda repeatedly. Could it be that even fate was reminding him to maintain a close relationship with Wanda? Everyone knew there was danger upstairs, but the future was ever-changing. In the end, facing known risks or the unknown future, Lu Zhou chose the former. In that moment, Lu Zhou pondered a lot, and after weighing the pros and cons, he helped Wanda up. "Wanda, I'll go up with you." Lu Dad patted his son's back, signaling that he should also go, but Lu Zhou stopped him. "Dad, you wait for us in the car downstairs. If something unforeseen happens while we're up there, we'll need you to drive us away." This was not an impossible scenario, and after a moment of silence, Lu Dad ultimately agreed to Lu Zhou's suggestion. The three of them first drove the car to the most convenient position. Lu Zhou took a telescope out of his bag and handed it to Lu Dad. Lu Dad received the telescope and silently exchanged glances with Lu Zhou. He didn't understand why his son insisted on getting involved in this unexpected disaster, but supporting his son at any time was the best reaction he could have as a father. Without wasting any time, Lu Zhou equipped himself with a weapon and, with Wanda, rushed upstairs as quickly as possible. Wanda's family lived on the 9th floor, and the building had a maximum of 15 floors. As the two ascended, they maintained a heightened sense of alertness, fearing that someone might be hiding in the stairwell. Lu Zhou was in good shape. After all, he had experienced many dangerous situations before, and at that moment, he didn't appear nervous at all. Wanda, on the other hand, was different. He was tense all over, as if he might break down at any second. Given the current situation, Lu Zhou felt it was inappropriate to speak. Wanda was usually a humorous person, but with his family's lives uncertain, he was naturally anxious and scared. Finally, they reached the 7th floor. Thanks to the early darkness, when they reached the 7th floor, it was already pitch black, with hands unable to see 5 fingers in front of them. There seemed to be some movement ahead. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and stopped Wanda, who intended to rush forward. Chapter 138. Unexpected Circumstances. After being stopped by Lu Zhou, Wanda didn't dare to move. In the darkness, he turned his eyes, staring intently at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou took a pair of night vision goggles from his bag and put them on, instantly brightening his view significantly. Taking advantage of this moment, he clearly saw the layout and structure of the 8th floor. It was chaotic, with the hallway cluttered with useless junk. It was evident that this floor hadn't been lived in for a while. If someone had been living here, they wouldn't have allowed the hallway to become so cluttered. The pile of junk completely blocked the space in front of the door. Looking towards the place where the sound had just come from, Lu Zhou noticed several soda cans scattered carelessly on the ground. The sound they heard earlier likely originated from this spot. Lu Zhou turned his face away and whispered, "There's no one here. We can proceed." Wanda, whose face had turned several shades paler from nervousness, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, the bone knife he was holding tightened in his grip involuntarily. After this brief interruption, both of them didn't relax but became even more cautious. After a difficult journey, they finally reached the 9th floor. Confirming that the hallway was empty, Lu Zhou turned and whispered to Wanda, "We need to open the door and take a look. Brother Wong, use the key to unlock the door. After opening it, remember to step back immediately. They might be lying in ambush inside. Also put this on." As he spoke, Lu Zhou took out a piece of clothing made of wool fabric from the game and handed it to him. This clothing was slash-resistant and blast-resistant, designed to minimize the chances of Wong to being killed in one hit. Lu Zhou didn't want the person he had worked so hard to save to die without being able to contribute. Once Wong realized what was happening, he quickly accepted the clothing. He took off his jacket and, in a hurry, put on the outfit Lu Zhou had handed him. Without needing to be told, Wanda understood the purpose of this clothing. It was like a bulletproof vest. Despite mentally preparing himself, this was his first experience in such a situation, and he was still tense to the point of his face becoming stiff. Rubbing his face, he quickly pulled out the keys. Taking a deep breath, he gently inserted the key into the lock and slowly turned it. In that moment, Both Wangda and Lu Zhou felt their hearts lift. Wangda was fully focused on the impending situation, his body ready to retreat at a moment's notice. However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, the ambush he expected was nowhere to be found. Before he had time to be astonished at the lack of ambush, he was startled by the state of his home. The house was pitch black. In the past, the entire family would gather in the smallest room to keep warm. The kitchen was the only place for heating, where Wanda had managed to find a charcoal stove for boiling water and cooking. At night, due to the lack of electricity, the family would sit around the stove, talking. This was their only form of entertainment. Yet today, an eerie atmosphere surrounded the place. Looking in from the doorway, the kitchen was also shrouded in darkness, as if everyone in the house had vanished. When this thought crossed his mind, Wangda felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Zhou, sensing something was off, immediately followed him inside. He turned on a handheld flashlight and scanned the room thoroughly. The whole house showed no signs of struggle, and the fire in the kitchen was still burning, although the coal had nearly gone out. Wangda turned around in a daze, but he couldn't find his parents or wife, which made him anxious. Lu Zhou had to speak up to comfort him. Wangda, calm down. From what we can see, this person must be a familiar face. Otherwise, the house wouldn't be so tidy. I suspect it could be someone close to you. We can start by checking the home of someone you have a good relationship with to look for your parents and wife. Wangda's chaotic thoughts began to settle down. He quickly identified a suspect, someone who lived in the same building on the 11th floor. Once the target was confirmed, the two of them wasted no time. They rushed to the 11th floor. Upon reaching the door, Wangda looked as if he was about to explode with anger, raising his hand to knock forcefully, but Lu Zhou stopped him. Don't alert the snake by beating the grass. I'll open the door. Lu Zhou was quick, slipping past and pulling out a wire. In no time, the door was opened. This was the home of Wangda's old friend, Yao Pingtao. Lu Zhou's skills were impressive. He opened the door without disturbing the household. The living room was dark, but a sliver of light shone from one of the rooms. Moreover, there were sounds of a heated argument and cursing coming from within that room. Lu Zhou frowned and quickly signaled Wang to follow him as they stealthily approached the room. Soon, they made a surprising discovery. Wang Da's parents and wife were bound inside the house by Yao Pingtao. The room was surprisingly crowded. Besides Yao Pingtao, there was another man speaking to Wang Da's parents. Uncle and Aunt, I've told you several times, Wang Da is dead. We all saw him fall off the cliff. Why won't you believe it? The man speaking was named Li Xian, a friend Wang Da had made along the way. Wang Da's mother clearly didn't believe him, her eyes red as she shouted at Li Xian. Nonsense. My son couldn't possibly be dead like that. How could you repay our family after all the good he did for you too? Wang Da's father spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. You must be beasts. You deliberately killed my son, didn't you? Unexpectedly, Li Xian showed no respect, spitting on the ground, raising his hand, and slapping Wang Da's father. You two old fools. Your words are more beautiful than your actions. Your son was good to me? If he was, why didn't he introduce me to some connections? If he was good to me, why did he treat me differently? You're all so hypocritical. With that, Li Xian immediately stepped aside and grabbed Jiang Yinyan by the collar. Jiang Yinyan was in a bad state. She had just been slapped a few times by these two and was already feeling dizzy. As Li Xian held on to her, he was ready to tear off her clothes in a fit of rage. Jiang Yinyan screamed in fear. Wang Da clenched the bone knife in his hand, hatred flooding his eyes. After exchanging a glance with Lu Zhou pulled out a slingshot and shot a metal ball at Li Xian's temple. The metal ball flew out with great speed, and with Lu Zhou's accurate aim, Li Xian had nearly no chance to resist, falling to the ground. He still held on to Jiang Yinyan's collar, and when he fell, Jiang Yinyan landed on top of him. Yao Pingtao was startled by this turn of events and rushed to Li Xian's side to see what was going on. When he pushed Jiang Yinyan aside, he was shocked to find that Li Xian was dead. Chapter 139, Misunderstanding. In the blink of an eye, a person who was alive one moment could be dead the next. There was no way for Yao Pengtao to say he wasn't scared. Before he could react, Wangda charged forward with a knife in hand. He struck without mercy, aiming for Yao Pengtao's chest, intending to stab him. Unfortunately for Wangda, this was his first time going all out, and with the thick winter clothing, the knife didn't kill Yao Pengtao. Instead, it allowed him to regain his senses. The moment Yao Pengtao saw Wangda, his shock was evident and unstoppable. Seeing the knife hadn't pierced him, Wangda became a bit flustered as well. Yao Pengtao reacted quickly, swinging his hands and desperately trying to hit Wangda. The two immediately rolled into a tangle, fighting fiercely. Lu Zhou quickly dodged out of the way, grabbed a blunt object nearby, and aimed for Yao Pengtao's head, smashing down. This hit left Yao Pengtao dazed, his body going limp as he stopped struggling. Wangda quickly scrambled to his feet, getting off Yao Pengtao's body. He didn't forget to check for Yao Pengtao's breath, confirming that he was still alive, though seemingly not fully conscious. In order to extract some information from Yao Pengtao later, the two didn't deal any lethal blows. Wangda's mother and Jiang Yinyan were both stunned by the sudden turn of events, their bodies stiffening in fear. In the end, it was Wangda who rushed to the three of them, urgently asking if they were okay. After untying them, the group sat down and talked for a few moments, finally piecing together what had happened. Earlier, Yao Pengtao had hurriedly arrived at the Wang family home, telling the three that Wangda was injured and urging them to come to his house quickly. The Wang family trio panicked, but Jiang Yinyan sensed something was off. Clearly, their home was on the 9th floor, which was closer. Why did they take Wangda to the 11th floor instead? When she asked Yao Pengtao, he explained that he had an oxygen device used by his grandfather at home, which wasn't convenient to bring down. He added that Wangda was taking in less air than he was expelling, which was why they took him to his house. After settling Wangda, they hurried downstairs to call for help. This explanation seemed quite reasonable. The Wang family trio didn't hesitate any longer and went upstairs to see what had happened to Wangda unexpectedly. As soon as they entered, they were ambushed and knocked unconscious one by the hidden Su Xian. When they woke up, they found themselves in the current situation. Wangda felt a surge of bitterness in his heart and kept trying to comfort his mother and wife, while also turning to Lu Zhou for his opinion. Lu Zhou, should we wake him up and ask him some questions? There were many things Wangda wanted to know. For example, why someone he had treated well would try to kill him. Lu Zhou sensed Wangda's frustration, and, considering he was also curious about what these people were after, without hesitation, he woke up the still dazed Yao Pengtao. The first thing Yao Pengtao saw upon waking was his former brother, Wangda. Unlike his usual friendly and humorous demeanor, Wangda now looked at him with a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive, glaring at him with anger. Seeing that Yao Pengtao had awakened, Wangda struggled to contain his fury, clenching his fists and raising them threateningly towards Yao Pengtao's face. Yao Pengtao, I thought I treated you all quite well. Why would you want to kill me? Instead of refusing to confess as Lu Zhou had imagined, Yao Pengtao instead laughed maniacally. Wangda, it's because I hate you. From childhood to adulthood, you've always been better than me. Your family background is superior to mine, your academic achievements are better, your career has been more successful, and you married a beautiful wife. You've lived a life free of worries. Even now, you have friends all over the world, and you continue to enjoy life. As for me, I'm alone and have to rely on you to survive each day. I can endure all of this, but do you know what I later found out? I later learned that you had already sensed something was wrong with the weather and hoarded a lot of supplies. Your family has been living comfortably all because you prepared in advance. You pride yourself on being better than me. So why didn't you tell me to stock up when you were doing it? Can you honestly say you're not hypocritical? It's only because I didn't have the means back then and didn't hear from you that you thought of me now that we are in Jiguang City. Wangda was stunned. He didn't expect Yao Pengtao to say such things. After a long silence, Wangda trembled his lips and hoarsely said, Yao Pengtao, you should have a conscience. I swear, I told all my friends to stock up on supplies in advance. I called you several times, but all were unreachable. Later, I even sent you a text message, and now you blame me for not reminding you. By the time he finished speaking, Yao Pengtao suddenly froze. The manic smile on his face momentarily stiffened. Hadn't he blocked Wang Da's phone number back then? Was that why his calls and messages never got through? Realizing this possibility, Yao Pengtao's face turned pale. After hating for so long, it turned out it was all his own doing. Perhaps if he hadn't blocked Wang Da back then, his wife and children would still be alive now? Yao Pengtao lost his focus. Wang Da was panting and continued to ask, Yao Pengtao, let me ask you as a friend, besides the two of you, did anyone else participate in this matter? Lu Zhou unconsciously shook his head. He thought Wang Da was adorably naive. Could he really expect to hear the truth from someone who wanted to kill him? However, Yao Pengtao unexpectedly answered Wang Da's question. Old Zhang had no idea. We said it was just the two of us going to pick you up. His child was running a fever, so he didn't go out. Wang Da didn't speak for a long time, and the room was deathly silent. After Wang Da sent his family home, Lu Zhou quietly asked what Yao Pengtao planned to do. After all, Li Xian was already dead, and Yao Pengtao's fate depended on Wang Da. Wang Da was unexpectedly silent. It was Yao Pengtao who, taking advantage of the two not paying attention, suddenly crashed through the window and jumped down. He was fast, and his body was still emitting heat on the ground below. Wang Da felt a dryness in his throat and didn't know what to say for a long time. Along with Lu Zhou, they returned home. Lu Zhou was surprised. He didn't expect this matter to be resolved so easily. While Wang Da's family was busy tidying up, Lu Zhou and Wang Da called Wang Da's father over. With everyone gathered, the atmosphere finally eased a bit. When Wang Da's mother heard that Lu Zhou and his son had saved their family more than once, she hurried into the house and took out a drawer full of gold jewelry, intending to give it all to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at it. There was quite a lot in that box. Wang Da's father coughed a few times, signaling Lu Zhou to handle it himself. He didn't intend to get involved in this matter. Just as Lu Zhou was about to speak, he noticed an unusual object in the room. It was a black small television similar to those from the 80s or 90s, with two antennas sticking out of its head. Next to the machine was a notebook filled with densely packed data. Chapter 140, Weather Forecasting. After seeing this thing, Lu Zhou couldn't help but be captivated. Wang Da noticed that Lu Zhou's gaze had passed over him and was fixed on the small weather observation machine at home. He let out a sigh and spoke slowly. That's weather observation equipment. I used to know a bit about weather forecasting. Thanks to this machine, my family and I were able to survive. As he spoke, Wang Da's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia and relief. Wang's father and mother continued to speak openly. Wang Da used to be a meteorology enthusiast and often tinkered with this kind of stuff at home. This was an explanation for Lu Zhou and his father. Jiang Yinyan and Wang's mother went to the kitchen to bring over a pot of tea. This was their last bit of tea leaves, used to entertain Lu Zhou and his father. Lu Zhou couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind. He smiled slightly and said, Wang bro, are you still researching the weather? Wang Da scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He self-deprecatingly said, I do research, but even the big shots at the national level haven't figured much out. What can I come up with? I feel like I'm not as good as those experts. At this point, Wang Da unconsciously lowered his head. Jiang Yinyan seemed to comfort him, reaching out to gently touch her husband's arm. Lu Zhou noticed these small details and felt a slight unease in his heart. Although Wang Da wasn't as formidable as those top experts, he was the only one nearby who understood weather forecasting. So, even if Wang Da's capabilities were limited, Lu Zhou would still take Wang Da's opinion seriously at the appropriate time. Wang bro, you're too humble. You can keep this gold back. I don't really need it. You should keep it for emergencies. While speaking, Lu Zhou handed a box of gold ornaments back to Wang's mother. Wang's mother naturally wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Lu Zhou. Don't be in a rush. I said I wouldn't take the gold, but I didn't say I wouldn't accept a reward. Only then did Wang's mother stop her actions of tearing things apart, and the four of them, including Wang Da, looked at Lu Zhou with confusion. Not taking gold. Then what did he want? Food. Everyone felt a bit anxious. Regarding food, they still had some at home, but even that was quite limited. The whole family had to tighten their belts to survive on just that. However, Lu Zhou was the savior of their son. Whatever he needed, no matter how difficult, they would find a way to provide it. Lu Zhou saw through the Wang family's thoughts and calmly stated his needs. Recently, the weather has been changing too quickly, right? I was thinking that Wang Bro understands this area. So, whenever you observe the weather, could you also inform me of any updates? In case anything happens, my family can make plans as soon as possible. That's all I'm asking for. I hope Wang Bro agrees. Wanda couldn't believe his ears. After confirming Lu Zhou's request, he suddenly had a strange expression on his face. Little brother Lu, you're too considerate of my family. Passing on news like this, how can that count as a reward? As long as you're my friend, I will definitely inform you of this news. It can't be counted as a reward. Seeing Wang Da's persistence, Lu Zhou could only pull out his trump card. Brother Wang, I'm talking about the daily weather forecast that you need to tell me. I feel like this is quite a hassle, and you really don't need to think that I'm asking for too little in return. Hey, it's not a hassle at all. You've saved me twice, and my whole family once. What's this little thing? Where does Lu Shouty live? Very close, I live near Hengxing. Lu Zhou smiled, and Wang Da's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, our families are so close. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you the weather forecast every day from now on. Lu Zhou didn't forget to kindly remind Wang Da, Brother Wang, as long as the weather is normal, if you have something on a certain day, don't rush to find me. The next day is fine too. Wang Da felt a surge of emotion inside, thinking that he was quite lucky. After losing 2 unreliable friends, he had instead made a new friend who was capable and had good character. Originally, Wang Da's parents wanted to cook dinner and invite Lu Zhou and his father over to eat, but they were all stopped by Lu Zhou. Wang Da personally walked Lu Zhou downstairs, his face full of sincerity. Thank you, Lu Zhou and Uncle Lu. As long as I, Wang Da, have breath in this life, I will always remember you. If someone else said this, Lu Zhou might not believe it, but since Wang Da said it, Lu Zhou truly believed that he could do it. After saying goodbye to Wang Da, Lu Zhou and his father got into the car and headed straight home. As soon as they returned home, the delicious aroma wafted towards them. Lu Zhou and his father looked closely and saw that it was Lu Mom who was busy cooking. Lu Mom was wearing a red plaid apron, holding a spatula, fully focused on stir-frying the dishes. The temperature in the house was just right for wearing a set of homemade woolen clothes. And at that moment, Lu Mom was wearing that outfit, her expression concentrated and her movements light and cheerful. The curtains in the house were tightly drawn, but inside the room, soft lights were glowing. The smell of food, the suitable temperature, and the cozy lighting made Lu Zhou and his father feel instantly comfortable. This kind of life was so pleasant that they almost forgot they were living in the apocalypse. Actually, according to logic at this time, gas, electricity, and water should all be cut off. In order to facilitate cooking, Lu Dad had long since taken out the gas tank that Lu Zhou had stocked up in advance and helped Lu Mom set it up. In addition, considering that Lu Mom might feel cold while cooking, Lu Zhou took out the battery storage and directly brought it to his gaming room to charge it. Once it was fully charged, Lu Zhou directly connected the heating system and the battery storage for the whole family. Almost one battery storage could last for 2 days. Lu Zhou still had a few backup battery storages, which he rotated to charge in his gaming room. Once the floor heating started running, the house warmed up a lot. Lu Mom said she was a bit worried about being found out by others, but Lu Dad comforted her with a few words. Other families can't even afford to eat, let alone keep warm. If we were the same as everyone else, wouldn't all our efforts in the past be in vain? After thinking about it, Lu Mom realized that this made sense. One shouldn't stop enjoying life just because of caution. Seeing Lu Mom's expression soften, Lu Zhou seized the moment. Besides, Mom, the Zhang family lives below us. Even if they find out our house has heating, they won't say anything about it. You can rest assured. With a few words from the father and son, all of Lu Mom's inner worries were eliminated. From then on, The Lu family had a warm little kitchen. But that wasn't the end of it. Lu Dad complained that there was only one floor lamp in the house. So to make daily life more convenient, he specifically dug out an old night light from his toolbox. Chapter 141. The Heavy Snow is Coming. This was a small LED light strip, and without hesitation, Dad Lu stuck it onto the family wall. When it was installed, Dad Lu also took care to ensure it was discreet. The exterior of the light strip was handled exceptionally well. Even in broad daylight, unless someone was staring directly at the wall, it was nearly impossible to notice. With this light strip, the daily routines of the Lu family became much more convenient. In the past, going to the bathroom at night required holding a flashlight, but now they could simply step out into the soft glow of the lights. How comfortable it was. After all, the power supply in Lu Zhou's small house was never enough. It was a case of being able to use it while it lasted. During this time, Lu Zhou had observed the small house numerous times and found that the water, electricity, and gas had no negative impact on it whatsoever. Ever since he discovered this, he often contemplated selling electricity or gas, but he was just struggling to find suitable buyers. Mom Lu was stir-frying cola chicken wings, while on the other side, a pot of fragrant coconut chicken was simmering. The coconuts had been bought by Lu Zhou at the fruit market, and the chicken meat was produced in the game he played. The soup pot was bubbling away, and the room was already filled with the sweet aroma of coconut chicken. Lu Zhou and Dad Lu couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixated on Mom Lu's movements. Sensing that her husband and son had returned home, Mom Lu cheerfully said, "Wash your hands. The food will be ready soon." After waiting for a few minutes, Mom Lu brought the dishes to the table. Lu Zhou and Dad Lu hurried into the kitchen to help her serve the dishes. During this time, Dad Lu, being greedy, sneakily snatched a piece of crispy meat, only to be shooed out of the kitchen by Mom Lu. All the dishes were finally ready. Today's meal included fried crispy meat, braised pork, chives stir-fried with eggs, cold spinach salad, cola chicken wings, and a coconut chicken dish. Dad Lu was pleasantly surprised, rubbing his hands together. "Good wife, why did you make so many delicious dishes today? My dear wife, you've worked hard." Mom Lu gave Dad Lu a playful glance and teasingly replied, "You've grown old and are confused. You don't even remember today is your birthday?" As soon as those words were spoken, both Lu Zhou and Dad Lu fell silent for a moment. They had truly forgotten. Mom Lu then went back into the kitchen and brought out a simple cake. "We don't have the tools to make a proper cake at home, so I could only make a simple version. You can't complain about it." Lu Zhou and Dad Lu curiously looked over to see what Mom Lu had brought out. It was steamed glutinous rice mixed with red dates, shaped into a small bowl and inverted onto a plate. It smelled sweet, sprinkled with white sugar on top. It actually looked quite decent. Lu Zhou knew that Dad Lu loved this sticky, glutinous rice dish, just as he always had. In his previous life, Dad Lu had passed away suddenly, never even having celebrated his birthday. When Dad Lu's Memorial Day came around, despite the hardships at home, Mom Lu would always make a bowl of glutinous rice with red dates to place for him. This was a tradition in Lu Zhou's family. The deceased could enjoy food placed out by their relatives on their Memorial Day. Seeing the glutinous rice, Dad Lu's eyes turned red, and he quickly took the dish from Mom Lu's hands. "How could I ever complain? The glutinous rice made by my wife is my favorite." The family spent half the day looking for something like a candle, but couldn't find anything similar. So they decided to skip the candles and just start eating. Under the urging of his wife and son, Dad made a wish. No one knew what wish he had made. After making the wish, Mom proactively served Dad some dishes, and the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. When Lu Zhou saw this scene, his eyes slightly warmed. He didn't have time to continue reminiscing when he noticed that the plate in front of him was already piled high with food. Lu Zhou began to slowly savor the dishes. The crispy pork was crunchy on the outside and tender on the inside, enhanced by cumin powder. It was incredibly fragrant. The cola chicken wings had an unbeatable flavor, the fresh and tender chicken wrapped in the unique sweetness of cola. After finishing one, he wanted to have another. The cold spinach and peanut salad was refreshing, The spinach was neither sour nor bitter, and the peanuts were crunchy, absolutely unbeatable. What surprised Lu Zhou the most was the coconut chicken. This dish had never been prepared by Mom for the family before, but it tasted unexpectedly good. Lu Zhou, looking puzzled, asked about this dish, to which Mom excitedly replied, "Oh, it's very simple. Just replace the water with coconut juice and stew the chicken as usual." After happily finishing the meal, Dad took care of all the dishwashing. Besides washing the dishes, he also tidied up the kitchen neatly. Lu Zhou helped gather the bowls and chopsticks, and just as he stepped out, Mom hurriedly grabbed the kettle that was still heating on the stove and rushed into the kitchen. Then came her teasing voice. "You really are something. How can you wash the dishes without hot water? What if your hands freeze? Besides, your hands are already peeling. Won't they get worse if they touch water?" Dad laughed foolishly. No problem, dear. I'm used to it." Mom added more hot water while softly saying, "You can't do this in the future. Wear gloves when washing the dishes, or I'll be worried." Dad was touched to the point of tears. "You're so good, dear." Just as Lu Zhou was about to step in, he realized. He turned around, not daring to disturb his parents' affectionate moment. In Lu Zhou's memory, his parents' relationship had always been harmonious. They didn't meet through arranged introductions, but fell in love freely. Back when they were younger, their relationship was said to be even more intimate than it is now. Shaking his head, Lu Zhou couldn't imagine how these two could have been even more affectionate in the past. As for the household water supply, they currently use snow collected from outside for washing, which they then boiled. For drinking water, Lu Zhou generally used the water from the game. After all, the water in the game was not only great to drink, but also good for health. Half of the Lu family's food and living expenses came from game crops, and over time, not only did their physical condition not decline, but actually improved. Dad and Mom often remarked that their health was probably better now than 5 years ago. On the first day, he had agreed to meet Wangde. He arrived at Lu Zhou's house on time to personally deliver some information. "Is it predicted to snow heavily the day after tomorrow?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly, staring blankly at the note Wangde had handed him. Due to the forecast of heavy snow, after handing over the note, Wangde hurriedly continued to make connections, planning to buy more fuel. If it really snowed heavily, they would be stuck at home, and they needed fuel to keep warm and cook, right? Moreover, after the heavy snow, the price of fuel would only rise again. Chapter 142. Fuel. As he was leaving, Wangde kindly reminded Lu Zhou's family to remember to buy some extra fuel. Of course, he was quite tactful in his reminder, ensuring that no one felt uncomfortable. After Wangde left, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. He didn't have to worry about heating his home, and he would just pass this message along to the other 3 families. Everything seemed to have been arranged smoothly, yet for some reason, Lu Zhou felt uneasy inside. To alleviate his discomfort, Lu Zhou first conveyed the message to each of the 3 families. His uncle wasn't home, and when his aunt heard this news, her first reaction was to quickly ask Lu Zhou if they had enough fuel. Lu Zhou smiled and said, "We have enough, Auntie. I calculated it, and with the government subsidies, there's enough for all 3 families to last through the winter." Only then did Jiang Xiaolin breathe a sigh of relief. When he informed the Zhang family and the Gao family, both households wore solemn expressions. The Zhang family seemed quite worried. "It's going to snow again, and if the temperature keeps dropping like this, I don't know how we'll manage. We might need to get some more fuel." Gaoshan also wore a worried look. His family's heating was barely sufficient as it was, and now with an unexpected heavy snowfall, no one could be in a good mood. However, being anxious didn't change the fact that preparations still needed to be made. If they neglected to prepare just because it seemed troublesome, they would regret it later. Seeing the 2 of them getting ready to search for fuel, Lu Zhou frowned and called out to them, "I know someone who can get fuel at a cheaper price. If you need it, I can let that person know." Both families, who were initially quite distressed, immediately brightened up upon hearing this. They eagerly replied, "If it's not too much trouble, Lu Zhou, could you please ask for us?" After they agreed, Lu Zhou informed them a little later. "He sells gas, but you need to have your own gas cylinders. Besides this fuel, he doesn't have anything else. Upon hearing this, both families quickly said they had gas cylinders at home. Zhang Jiahao went to grab his gas cylinder while feeling relieved. Luckily, I didn't throw away this gas cylinder when I wanted to. My grandma insisted I keep it. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble now. Lu Zhou smiled and nodded, appreciating the wisdom of the elder, and he also asked Zhang Jiahao if their food supplies were sufficient. We have enough. Thanks to the nutrient soil you gave us before, we have sweet potatoes, and vegetables. We're actually not lacking in vegetables at all, Zhang Jiahao replied, scratching his head as he handed over the gas cylinder. Lu Zhou then took Gao Shan's cylinder as well. With 2 gas cylinders in hand, he quickly made his way to the entrance of the community. Once he reached a secluded spot, he got into his car. As he drove, he casually filled the gas cylinders for the Zhang and Gao families. After driving for about 2 hours, he finally arrived at the place where they had discussed before. Before leaving, Lu Zhou had noted down several groups of people in need of fuel. He patiently waited in the store for an hour, and by the time he left, he had gathered a decent amount of fuel. He had also collected a fair amount of cash. As he considered the amount, he thought it was about right. Any more would seem unreasonable. So he turned and left. Following his usual routine, he got into his car, but after driving for just a couple of minutes, he suddenly sensed something was off. Someone was following him. Realizing he was being tracked, Lu Zhou remained remarkably calm. In his previous life, he had been adept at handling such situations, so he didn't feel panic now. Fortunately, in this life, he had not encountered being followed until this moment. In a strict sense, this was the first time he had been followed since his rebirth. As Lu Zhou drove, he deliberately chose difficult roads. His vehicle was a luxury off-road car worth several million, which made it somewhat challenging to drive. However, the car following him had a much harder time keeping up. After driving for half an hour, Lu Zhou noticed that the car behind him had fallen far behind. With his pursuers shaken off, Lu Zhou felt good and returned home as planned, stopping by to return the gas cylinders from both families. Only then did he arrive back at his own house. The 3 people who had lost track of him were in a panic. Old Huang, how could you lose someone while driving? That guy is just a kid who hasn't even grown a single hair. To be honest, your driving skills have really gone downhill lately. One of them expressed dissatisfaction, and Old Huang was also visibly unhappy. How can you blame me? Just look at what kind of car we're driving compared to what he's in. He's in a multi-million-dollar luxury car, and we're in this clunky old thing worth just over 100,000. Amidst their arguments, Jiguang City. After receiving help from technical personnel dispatched from all over the country, the heavy industry collection in Jiguang City finally got back on track. Currently, the number of people mining coal in the Xishan district had surpassed 10,000. Most of these laborers had come from outside, with only a small portion being from Jiguang City itself. Most locals were engaged in more important technical jobs. Mining coal is hazardous and life-threatening work. Unless one has no other business opportunities, anyone with a way out would not consider becoming a coal miner. People from outside might not know, but the locals were well aware of the harm coal mining had done to their community. When safety measures were in place, locals were too scared to go down into the mines, and now that protections were inadequate, they were even less willing. Moreover, since outsiders had arrived, locals had more business opportunities to provide goods and services to them. They could sell anything: heating supplies, food, clothing repairs, and even services to cater to physical and emotional needs, such as hair washing. At this time, no one cared about morality or ethics. The only priority was survival. Fortunately, Jiguang City's collective heating system had completed its initial expansion and was about to open up another round of lottery slots. The announcement came just before the heavy snow arrived. The public gathered in the square, earnestly participating in the lottery. The scene was crowded, with people tightly packed in the marketplace. While Lu Zhou was wandering through the market, he happened to run into Wang De. He was also eagerly jostling in the crowd, hoping to secure a lottery spot. Lu Zhou didn't have time to greet him, as his gaze was drawn to another person, Fan Jinglong. It had been a while since they last met, and Lu Zhou noticed that Fan's clothes and complexion were quite good. Oh, did he find a good job? Fan Jinglong was also in the crowd, trying to get a hard-to-come-by lottery spot. Seeing this, Lu Zhou quietly left and headed straight home. Once home, the first thing Lu Zhou did was to complete his daily gaming tasks. Last time, he received a bottle of what the game described as an unknown potion. After researching it for a while, Lu Zhou still couldn't figure out its effects. Chapter 143, New Creation, Iron Plate. With only one bottle of potion left, Lu Zhou didn't dare to waste it recklessly. He could only take out a small amount and found a mouse for his experiment. The mouse drank several sips of the potion and remained lively for a long while afterward. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou felt a sense of helplessness. What kind of game is this, where something appears and it doesn't even tell you what it's for? It's simply frustrating. Shaking his head, he tried to put his chaotic thoughts in order. To his surprise, Lu Zhou discovered that he could create a new item in the workshop. Unlocking this item required 1,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou clicked the button to unlock it. Accompanied by a wave of comforting light, the game provided a warm prompt. Congratulations, player! You have unlocked the ability to craft iron plates. Iron plate, a hard substance made from iron ore. Its hardness can rival that of diamonds, and it has a wide range of uses, generally used to create fences. After reading the game's description, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up. This is a good item. If it can be used as a fence, could it also be directly applied to the walls of his house? Although Lu Zhou's family had modified the windows and doors of their home, due to time constraints, the walls hadn't been addressed. If anything, the walls were the most vulnerable part of the house. Lu Zhou continued to read. Crafting a single iron plate required 3,000 units of iron ore, and to protect all the walls of his house, he would need at least 10 plates. The amount of iron ore needed for one plate was roughly the same as the maximum amount Lu Zhou could extract each day. Deep down, Lu Zhou had some doubts. He wanted to test one thing. If the iron plate could be removed after being placed on the wall, then crafting the iron plates would undoubtedly be worth it. With iron plates, the safety of his entire family would increase. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou quickly crafted his first iron plate. This plate consumed nearly all of his iron ore. Once the iron plate was completed, Lu Zhou swiftly took it out. In his hands, it was just a small, simulated iron block. When Lu Zhou selected the wall near the front door, the game immediately prompted him. Are you sure you want to install the iron plate at this location? Lu Zhou clicked confirm, and in less than a second, the iron plate fused with the wall. The iron plate has fused with the initial wall. Is that it? Lu Zhou couldn't believe it. He touched the wall, and the texture felt exactly the same as before. Remembering his ultimate goal, Lu Zhou hurriedly called out to the game. I want to retrieve the iron plate. Lu Zhou felt a bit nervous. He wasn't sure if he could retrieve the iron plate. After a second of silence, the game displayed a new interface. Please select the area you wish to retrieve. Lu Zhou was overjoyed. It seemed he could retrieve it. He immediately selected the area where he had just installed the iron plate, and in the next moment, a plate appeared in his backpack. Looking at the iron plate, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile broadly. Afterward, he planned to place the iron plate back onto the initial wall and continue to gather iron or to create a fortress. As he was busy in the game, the sky outside suddenly turned gloomy. The air had darkened significantly. What was still somewhat visible outside was now obscured as the cloud cover dropped low, casting a shadow over everything. Lu Zhou hadn't initially noticed this change, but at that moment, the small night light that had been dimly glowing suddenly lit up brightly. After his vision was filled with warm light, Lu Zhou finally realized that the weather outside had changed. He quickly walked to the window and soon saw through a small pane of glass that it had started to snow outside. The snow was falling heavily. Within half an hour, it had accumulated to the size of goose feathers. Just a few days ago, the snow had stopped and the weather had cleared up not long before it started again. Judging by the current situation, it was only going to get heavier. When the snow fell heavily, Lu Zhou and his dad had to be diligent and go up to the rooftop to shovel the snow. worried that if too much accumulated, it might damage or freeze the building. Before going to bed at night, they had to deal with the snow. Lu Zhou gestured for his dad not to bother, saying he could handle it alone, but his dad shot him a sidelong glance and refused. "What are you talking about? It's faster with both of us than you alone." Unable to argue with his dad, the two went up together. To save some effort, Lu Zhou came up with a lazy plan. He would first collect all the snow into the game space, and then later, they could take water from that space for their daily use. To avoid leaving any traces, Lu Zhou deliberately left a thin layer of snow on the rooftop while collecting it. His dad was a bit surprised. He thought they were going to have to work hard, but in less than 10 seconds after his son took action, it was all done. They had even dressed warmly and brought tools for the job. Yet, it turned out they didn't need any of it. On their way down, they happened to meet the Zhang family and his aunt's family coming upstairs. Both families were carrying tools, looking like they were there to help shovel snow. Lu Zhou's dad quickly spoke up. "Don't bother, my son, and I just finished shoveling the snow. You don't need to come up anymore." The others were momentarily taken aback. "Wow, these Lu family members are impressive. How long has it been? And they've already finished dealing with the snow?" However, they were well-intentioned. So since the Lu family had said it was done, they certainly wouldn't insist on going up. Lu Zhou looked at them and suddenly thought of something. He quickly ran back upstairs, and in a moment, he returned with a few buckets of snow. "I forgot to bring some snow down for you. Here you go. Take it home." Neither family was polite and accepted the buckets without hesitation. When he sent the two families home, Lu Zhou noticed that the door of the Yu family on the 17th floor seemed to shift slightly. Then it was quickly shut tight. Seeing this, Lu Zhou felt a bit speechless. Ever since they had fallen out with the Yu family, they hadn't spoken a word to each other. However, what puzzled him was that the Yu family had been unexpectedly low-key since then, hardly appearing in public. He wondered if there was some reason behind it. Returning home, Lu Zhou felt uneasy. He pinched his wrist and lowered his gaze. As it stands, saving Wang, this should be a very good thing. Observing Wang Da's accuracy in weather predictions a few more times would surely be useful in the future. Lying down on the bed, just as Lu Zhou was about to sleep, he suddenly heard a sound. The noise was reminiscent of wind hitting the wall and the glass. But when he listened closely, he sensed something was amiss. It didn't quite sound like wind. However, this sound seemed to be far away from Lu Zhou's home. Chapter 144, Cooling Down. Unable to sleep, Lu Zhou got up and went to the window. Looking through the small pane of glass outside, the situation appeared quite terrible. The snowflakes had changed from soft, fluffy, goose-down snow to large, salt-like snowflake particles, hitting the walls and glass with a fierce whoosh. Lu Zhou squinted, carefully observing outside, but unexpectedly noticed something unusual. Not far away, a residential building was swaying precariously. Under the assault of the wind and snow, it looked like it had become a dangerous building. He focused intently, confirming that the strange sound of the wind was coming from that building. He glanced at the structure and decided to lie back down and to try to sleep. However, just as he was about to leave, the entire building tilted excessively and collapsed completely. The sound of the collapse was deafening. There were still some shops below the residential building, and they were all smashed to pieces. The noise from the building's collapse was so loud it could pierce eardrums. Even someone with the deepest sleep quality would find it impossible to continue sleeping under such circumstances. Lu Zhou's parents were jolted awake by the sound and quickly threw on their clothes, rushing to the living room. They gathered by the glass window, exchanging glances after taking a few looks outside. Oh my God, did that residential building just collapse? Lu Zhou's mother rubbed her eyes, her mouth agape. She recalled the first time she felt such shock was during a sandstorm when a building was swept away right in front of her. Although she forced herself to stay calm at the time, she had nightmares for several days after returning home. It seems like there were people inside. I saw someone living there before. That entire area is an old neighborhood, and after so many years, it definitely couldn't withstand a natural disaster. Lu Zhou's father said, his face turning slightly pale, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. Given the level of destruction, he wondered if their own house could withstand it. Lu Zhou comforted his parents and sent them back to their room. Once they were settled, he took a distant glance at the world outside the window. It was hazy and unclear, but the air was filled with the booming sounds, crackling noises, and the shouts of the crowd. After closing the window to block out the clamor, Lu Zhou returned to his bed to try to catch up on sleep. The next day, early in the morning, before Lu Zhou had even gotten out of bed, he felt that the indoor temperature had dropped several degrees. As usual, he went up to the rooftop, and after a night of relentless wind and snow, the thick layer of snow he had just cleared the night before had returned, now covered by a fresh, heavy layer. Moreover, today's snow was not soft at all. If one had to describe it, it resembled snowflakes that had frozen into a hard, icy layer. When he stepped outside, Lu Zhou realized just how much the temperature had dropped, and the strong wind on the rooftop made him shiver. He dressed in his usual winter clothes, a set of woolen garments made from game materials, along with a windbreaker. What used to feel more than sufficient now felt inadequate. After experiencing the storm last night, he couldn't help but wonder how many more people would perish. Lu Zhou sighed, glancing at the ground, and quickly utilized the spatial ability of his gaming house to clean up half a foot of snow, then hurried back home. After storing away the snow, he also took a large bucket of it to his aunt's house. After all, it was just a casual task for him, saving his aunt the trouble of shoveling snow. When he knocked on his aunt's door, a familiar face appeared from within. It was Jiang Xiaolin. Lu Zhou carried the bucket inside, glancing around and noticing that the temperature in the house had also dropped significantly. Tong Tong was covered with a quilt, sitting on Grandma Dan's bed and chatting with the elderly woman. However, Uncle was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhou asked where Uncle had gone, but was informed by Jiang Xiaolin that Wei Qingzhu had hurried to the Research Institute early in the morning. It was said that there was a problem with the experimental fields. Lu Zhou nodded, his mind as clear as a mirror. It was understandable. After all, the temperature had dropped last night, and the crops in the experimental fields might not be able to withstand it. After thinking it over, Lu Zhou decided to go to the Research Institute himself to see what had happened with Uncle. He mainly wanted to check if the experimental fields had been affected. He quickly greeted Lu Mom, put on an extra layer of clothing, and headed downstairs, planning to go to the Research Institute. However, his car was frozen solid, and the temperature was so low that Lu Zhou couldn't pull the door open no matter how hard he tried. With no other option, Lu Zhou took out his old gear, his snowboard. The snowboard was still fast, but the strong wind was unbearable. By the time Lu Zhou arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute, he felt like his face was frozen stiff. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Zhou noticed that there were significantly fewer people today. The Research Institute usually had a steady flow of visitors, especially in recent days when experts from all over the country came to learn new technologies. Feeling a bit unaccustomed to the sudden quietness, Lu Zhou quickly walked inside. The staff at the entrance recognized him and did not stop him. After all, Lu Zhou was a regular at the Research Institute, and given that Wei Qingzhu was currently very popular, everyone was willing to give his nephew some face. Lu Zhou made his way inside without any hindrance, following the path he remembered towards Uncle's research room. When he arrived, he found that Wei Qingzhu had just finished speaking with a group of people. After seeing them off, Wei Qingzhu invited Lu Zhou in. As soon as he entered, Wei Qingzhu closed the door. Although his face bore some anxiety, overall, he looked okay. "Xiao Zhou, what brings you here?" Lu Zhou explained his purpose for coming, and Uncle let out a slight sigh. This morning, the experimental fields encountered some problems due to the drop in temperature. Fortunately, we have many experts here, and everyone worked together to solve the issues caused by the temperature drop. However, even though we resolved it in time, we still lost about 1/3 of the crops. The maximum yield collection time for grains is a week from now, but due to the temperature drop, to avoid a complete loss, we have decided to start harvesting in 3 days. Wei Qingzhu continued speaking, and the more he talked, the more tightly his brows furrowed. "It's such a pity. If we could just wait a few more days, the yield could increase by a quarter." Lu Zhou keenly caught the contradiction in Uncle's words. Given Uncle's demeanor, it was highly likely that they had received some unsettling news from above. Why was it that they couldn't even wait 4 days before starting the harvest? After voicing his doubts, Wei Qingzhu kept stroking his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Zhou, your speculation has some merit. However, I believe that those at the top might not be confident in the accuracy of the information they received, so to be on the safe side, they're preparing in advance. Uncle, you should inquire more. What if? Lu Zhou didn't continue, but one could see the unspoken anxiety on his face. Chapter 145, Crisis at Hand. Wei Qingzhu was definitely going to collect information. After he readily agreed, he sent Lu Zhou out the door. As they reached the entrance of a research institute, a military pickup truck suddenly screeched to a halt at the gate. With a clatter, a large group of people poured out from inside. Lu Zhou looked up and saw that this group was fully armed, carrying guns, and they were escorting a few individuals who got out of the vehicle. Once the important figures had exited, the pickup truck circled around and entered the open area through the back door of the research institute, coming to a stop. Neither Lu Zhou nor Wei Qingzhu recognized the newcomers, but the expression of this person looked unexpectedly serious. Since Wei Qingzhu was currently one of the leaders of the research institute, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. Just as Lu Zhou intended to go over and check the situation, he was stopped by a soldier holding a gun. Sorry, you can't pass. Seeing the resolute attitude of the two men, Lu Zhou glanced at his uncle and, complying, retreated and left the research institute. As he was leaving, he couldn't help but turn back to look at his uncle. However, he noticed that after his uncle spoke with those people, his expression suddenly turned stiff. Lu Zhou wanted to take another look, but unfortunately, those individuals and his uncle had already entered the research institute. It seems he could only ask his uncle later tonight. When Lu Zhou returned to his residential complex, he found a large crowd gathered downstairs. These people did not look well and appear to be barely maintaining their basic livelihood. Their eyes were all fixed in unison, staring intently at the residential building. Following their gaze, Lu Zhou looked over and was instantly filled with a chill. The first building completed in the complex had developed a large crack on the exterior. This crack stretched from the bottom of the building all the way to the top floor. The whole building looked like it was on the verge of collapse. The residents who used to live in this building were now all gathered at a distance, and no one dared to approach. After all, they had all heard and seen the building collapse last night. About 20 or so people still lived in this building, and now that it was damaged, they were like headless flies, unable to find a way to survive. Lu Zhou stared at the building, his heart churning with waves of panic. It happened too quickly. The last time such an event occurred was during an earthquake. He thought he could hold on until the extreme cold ended, but who would have thought that an unexpected disaster would strike? This building was definitely no longer livable. Many people, with great courage, returned home to try and salvage their most valuable belongings, moving up and down in the crowd. With the extreme cold temperatures, the hallways were no longer safe to inhabit. Many people could only pin their hopes on the newly built communal heating facility by the government. Lu Zhou looked at the building in the distance, his face darkening. At that moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Lu Zhou, we'll probably have to move soon, right? Without turning around, Lu Zhou knew who was speaking. Zhang Jiahao had a worried expression on his face. The disaster was too severe, and the building was clearly on the verge of collapse. Without a warm place indoors, it would be impossible for anyone to survive. Lu Zhou let out a heavy sigh. Let's wait a little longer. There was no other option, since the base hadn't moved yet. Even if they left the complex, where else could they go? It was better to try to use the game's mechanics to reinforce the load-bearing walls of the entire building. He couldn't explain this to Zhang Jiahao, but fortunately, Zhang Jiahao did not voice any objections. As the two were talking, Lu Zhou sharply heard a strange sound. This sound was very similar to what he had heard the night before. Lu Zhou looked at the residential building not far away, and his pupils rapidly contracted. Oh no, that sound is the noise of the floors about to collapse. The collapse of the building was incredibly fast. From the moment he heard the strange noise to the entire building collapsing, it took less than 10 seconds. The people inside, who had not reacted in time to grab their belongings, were crushed underneath the collapsing floors. In that instant of the collapse, Lu Zhou immediately grabbed his friend's sleeve and, pulling him along, dashed towards the staircase of his building like a gust of wind. Others who didn't react quickly enough were struck down by flying steel bars, concrete, and metal plates, killing them instantly. The sounds of tragedy and cries for help exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. The entire collapse, from start to finish, took less than a minute. In the chaos, a stampede occurred among the crowd. Fortunately, Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia were far enough away and managed to escape quickly. Otherwise, they didn't dare to imagine the outcome. After the building collapsed, dust filled the air, and even if they hid in the staircase, debris could still fly in. Both Zhang Jia and Lu Zhou survived, but they were covered in dirt and debris. Zhang Jia grimaced and spat several times. The noise outside had been so loud that he had inhaled quite a bit of dust. Damn, Lu Zhou, that building collapsed way too quickly. It's like it was made of tofu. Zhang Jia couldn't help but complain. Lu Zhou glanced at him and replied calmly, "There's no other way. With the sandstorms, heavy rains, and extreme cold, it's normal for the building materials to be unable to withstand it. Let's go home. Once my uncle comes back, I'll ask him if there's any news." No one objected. After all, Zhang Jia himself didn't have any better thoughts when he witnessed the incident. They could only temporarily agree with Lu Zhou's idea. Similar incidents to what happened in Lu Zhou's neighborhood occurred in several old neighborhoods in Jiguang City. Rescue workers from the government were busy from morning until night, hardly taking a break. The higher-ups originally planned to gradually open collective heating and bring all residents into it, using that opportunity to establish a base. However, this plan was abruptly interrupted. Mayor Song had been frowning tightly, hardly relaxing. After some difficulty, he made a new decision. Collective heating will prioritize disaster victims. The lottery from yesterday is canceled. The planned issuance of 10,000 slots has now been increased to 20,000 slots. The collective heating originally planned was meant to be slightly suitable for residents, but given the current situation, we can only accommodate more disaster victims. The poor environment doesn't matter. The critical issue is that there's no place for them to live in even in a poor environment. After calling his secretary over, Song Chi-min relayed his recent decision. The secretary hesitated for a moment, not daring to say much, before hurriedly leaving to follow Mayor Song's instructions and relay the message. Back at home, Lu Zhou forced himself to enter a calm state. Yesterday, making a piece of iron plate had consumed a significant number of his survival points. Today, he needed to continue producing iron plates. The plan was to turn his home into a fortress, but it was now clear that the most crucial thing was to stabilize the load-bearing walls of his building first. Lu Zhou calmly watered the soil and diligently completed his daily tasks. Once he reached the maximum number of survival points he could earn today, he opened the game's crafting workshop. Chapter 146, Lucky Items. After he decided to craft the iron plate, a small hammer suddenly appeared before him, tapping away. Soon, the little hammer stopped moving, and a piece of iron plate appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou intended to install this item on a load-bearing wall, so he tentatively tested it on the selectable walls. He thought he would need to use many iron plates, but after testing, he was left dumbfounded. What is this? The load-bearing wall only counts as one wall in the game? Lu Zhou suppressed his excitement and tried again to confirm this result. Afterward, he let out a sigh of relief. That's great. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Lu Zhou had initially planned to painstakingly gather iron or to make more iron plates, but this unexpected change instantly lifted his spirits. Moreover, what made Lu Zhou feel the most comfortable was that he could install the iron plate right at home. Lu Zhou immediately took out the iron plate, found the load-bearing wall, took a deep breath, and integrated the iron plate into the wall. Once the light faded, he finally relaxed. Thankfully, at least for now, he didn't have to worry too much about the house cracking. After resolving the most pressing issue, Lu Zhou entered the game to start harvesting plants and animals. The meat chickens were just ready for harvest, and he collected all 100 of them. Cherries, yellow peaches, and oranges were all put into storage. Today, he had finished harvesting all the barley, and he was now planting flax. There was no other reason. This item was just too scarce. As a seasoned player, Lu Zhou understood deeply that flax was in a state of scarcity from early to mid-game. If he didn't store some flax, his upgrades or crafting later on would be impacted. He placed the sweet potato planting task in his own flower pot. After all, food was relatively sufficient, and sweet potatoes were not urgent crops. As for the sheep, meat chickens, and dairy cows, Lu Zhou collected all their products into storage. He could store more wool, but he was a bit troubled about the other two products. Right now, his inventory was overflowing with milk and eggs, which needed to be consumed urgently. Unfortunately, due to transport difficulties or the fact that they were too conspicuous to take out right now, Lu Zhou had not been able to exchange these resources. Looking once more at the two kinds of products piled high in the game storage, Lu Zhou felt speechless. If only he had a food workshop, he could directly turn milk and eggs into cheese or other foods instead of just leaving them there. The coin wheel with a probability of 66,666 could give Lu Zhou the item he wanted the most. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and decided to spin the big wheel. "I want to draw a prize," Lu Zhou said lightly, and the wheel immediately popped up in front of him. After spinning 10 times in a row, Lu Zhou didn't manage to get the workshop he wanted. Instead, he pulled out a bunch of other items. This left Lu Zhou greatly disappointed. While tidying up his things, Lu Zhou unexpectedly discovered two good items. Knowledge Ton Key can provide a hint within a certain range. Tears of the Lucky Girl. After use, luck will reach its peak value for 1 minute. Note, the peak value is entirely influenced by the player's luck points. However, for the following day, luck will drop to its lowest point. Upon seeing the descriptions of these two items, Lu Zhou's eyes widened. Damn, these are both great items. However, using the Tears of the Lucky Girl requires some caution. It can't be used in dangerous outdoor situations, so the best environment for use is right now. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou decided to use the Tears of the Lucky Girl. He needed to take advantage of this lucky minute to draw from the creation workshop or the food workshop. This was a great opportunity. As soon as he clicked to use it, within the first second, Lu Zhou proceeded to draw lots with lightning speed. His luck was good. After using the Tears of the Lucky Girl, he drew 3 times and hit the jackpot with the food workshop he had in mind. Grinding his teeth, Lu Zhou continued to draw 2 more times, but this time his luck wasn't as good. Seeing that he couldn't draw anything good, he immediately adjusted his strategy. He quickly chose to fish for gold coins. With a boost in luck, Lu Zhou saw a flash of golden light before him, and a fishing rod radiating a golden glow appeared. It was clearly labeled Rose Number 7. At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that he had only about 10 seconds left. He quickly clicked to use the fishing rod and cast it out. Time ticked away, and sweat began to bead on Lu Zhou's forehead. Warm reminder, the player's luck buff is about to expire. Countdown, 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fortunately, just as the game's warning reached the last second, the fishing rod in Lu Zhou's hand began to jerk violently. It's coming. With joy in his eyes, Lu Zhou put all his strength into reeling in the rod. When he finally pulled it up, the countdown for the luck buff just ended. In the very first second after the luck buff finished, Lu Zhou distinctly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He had been enveloped by a warm, comforting power, but now it vanished completely, replaced by a cold, dark sensation that crawled and touched his body. Lu Zhou shook his head, trying hard to ignore the discomfort. Once he steadied his emotions, he had the time to carefully examine his gains. On the gold coin lottery page, he was fortunate enough to draw from the food workshop. Opening the food workshop, he found that almost all the available food items were the most basic ones. However, At least it had unlocked cheese-making. What surprised Lu Zhou even more was that the food produced by the workshop even had additional attribute boosts. Stir-fried pork with onions. After consumption, the eater's energy will increase by 50 points for 10 minutes. Grape slush. After consumption, the eater's body temperature will remain at the most comfortable level for 1 hour. Note: effective only in high-temperature environments. Although the game currently did not indicate any energy or other attributes, Lu Zhou quickly realized, due to his experience from playing the game, that energy value referred to a person's physical stamina. To put it simply, it was like running 1,000 meters until exhausted, but after eating the stir-fried pork with onions, he could at least run another kilometer or two within the next 10 minutes. As for the grape slush, it was undoubtedly a lifesaver in extreme heat. However, the grades of these food items were at least intermediate or above to have special effect boosts, and currently, all Lu Zhou could produce were merely basic items. Chapter 147. The Mystery. A basic item, completely devoid of any special effects. Lu Zhou looked at the gourmet interface, and for the first time, he felt he had underestimated the gourmet workshop too much. He initially thought the gourmet workshop was simply for enjoying food, but it turns out that most of the items here could be life-saving. Reluctantly, Lu Zhou shifted his gaze away from the gourmet workshop. There was no choice but to wait for the workshop to gradually upgrade. After looking at the gourmet workshop, Lu Zhou finally turned his attention to the drawn item, the Rose No. 7 fishing rod. He had never drawn this fishing rod before, and he even suspected that the Rose No. 7 fishing rod might not even exist. Unexpectedly, this time, thanks to a lucky buff, he managed to get this rod. The Rose No. 7 is available for 7 days. However, due to Lu Zhou's current bad luck, even with this rod, he wouldn't be able to catch anything good. After thinking for a moment, he temporarily gave up the idea of fishing in the sky. However, just now he had indeed caught something interesting with this rod. Carefully taking out what he had caught, Lu Zhou scrutinized the item in front of him, frowning in deep thought. What to say about this item? Its shape was that of a frog, but there were 3 clock hands drawn on its belly. The most startling part was that its eyeballs were rolling around erratically. This was not an inanimate object, but a living creature. A living frog that looks like a clock. Lu Zhou struggled to accept the concept of this item before he began to check its name. Alarm frog. When in an extremely dangerous situation, the alarm frog will emit a sound, which may save your life. After reading this description, Lu Zhou's previously furrowed brows immediately relaxed. What good item! It truly lived up to being drawn from the Rose No. 7. With this thing, the safety factor would increase a bit more, and what made Lu Zhou most comfortable was that it was not a consumable. It should be usable indefinitely. Great! A frog that can alert him to danger in the apocalypse. Lu Zhou understood the importance of this item very well. However, the game's description left him pondering. Extremely dangerous? Does this mean that the frog will only sound an alarm in life-threatening situations? This question remains to be tested. Lu Zhou stroked his chin, feeling good as he stored the frog away. He initially wanted to keep the frog in his game hut, but in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the frog was ejected from the game hut. Does this mean it cannot be stored in the hut? Lu Zhou was filled with confusion, but since the game hut couldn't accommodate it, he had no choice but to tuck the frog into his pocket. Fortunately, this was a quiet frog. It never made a fuss and obediently slid into Lu Zhou's upper pocket with a slip sound. Lu Zhou rarely smiled. This is nice. He had a new companion. Yes, a silent frog. After settling the frog, Lu Zhou turned his gaze to another curious item he had just obtained. Knowledge key. He wanted to use this item to decipher another item. That's right, it was the mysterious potion he received last time. Without any hints, Lu Zhou somehow felt that he might never know what that thing was truly for in his lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou decisively chose to use the knowledge key. Does the player want to use the knowledge key? Confirm. Note, the knowledge key can only be used for items within this game. If the questioning exceeds the limits, the knowledge key will become void. Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. Good fellow, is this thing so heavily restricted? Very soon, Lu Zhou made his decision. Confirm use. Please choose the question to ask. What exactly is the effect of the mysterious potion in my backpack? Lu Zhou forced himself to stabilize his mind and slowly spoke. The game seemed to lag for a second before responding in a mechanical voice. Analyzing the composition of the mysterious potion. Testing in progress. Testing complete. Hello, player. After testing, the composition of the mysterious potion is similar to that of the manifestation potion. Manifestation potion? What is that? Upon hearing a new term, Lu Zhou immediately continued to inquire. The game voice continued. The manifestation potion, as the name suggests, is used to reveal things that are not visible. After this explanation, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow in confusion. He quickly recalled in his mind where he might need this thing. After thinking from beginning to end, Lu Zhou's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, didn't he find a few pieces of paper in Ma Fuhao's house? At that time, he was curious as to why something so important was left with just a few sheets of paper. It didn't make any sense. In the end, Lu Zhou could only take that thing with him. After getting the mysterious potion, he didn't think of it in that direction. But unexpectedly, he found a clue from the game. Lu Zhou's expression was complex as he quickly found those pieces of paper from his game room. After getting the papers, Lu Zhou observed them again and confirmed that there was no information on them. To prevent himself from being mistaken, he took out a small amount of the mysterious potion and gently applied it to the edge of one of the papers. Soon, Lu Zhou watched as characters gradually appeared on the edge, stunned. Because he used a small amount, only a small portion of the text became visible. Seeing that it was useful, Lu Zhou wasted no time and used a larger amount. Soon, the true nature of the papers was revealed before his eyes. There were a total of 7 sheets of paper, but the only word Lu Zhou recognized was on one of them, while the rest were filled with strange characters. Lu Zhou pulled out the one paper he could read, but was shocked to see the few lines of text on it that made his scalp tingle. On the wrinkled paper, a line of text appeared. The apocalypse is coming. We are all ants. In an instant, Lu Zhou felt as if his heart had been struck by a blunt object, producing a dull sound. The apocalypse is coming. We are all ants. The apocalypse is coming. We are all ants. The apocalypse is coming. We are all ants. This sentence kept swirling in Lu Zhou's mind, making his brain feel numb. What does it mean? This thing was obtained from Ma Fuhao. Given that he hid it in a secluded place, does it mean he already knew the content written on it? Lu Zhou shook his buzzing brain and forced himself to calm down. But that doesn't make sense. With something so important, Ma Fuhao wouldn't have left it behind. That leaves one possibility. Ma Fuhao knew this thing was important, but he couldn't figure it out, and over time he forgot about it. However, soon new doubts filled Lu Zhou's mind. Chapter 148. Information. Why does this thing manifest a form influenced by game products? According to usual logic, game products affect the objects within the game. Could it be that these few pieces of paper from the wealthy Ma also originate from a place similar to a game? Or could it be that the manifestation potion can act on any object in the real world? Lu Zhou felt a sense of confusion for the first time. Since his rebirth, this feeling of being at a loss was something he had never experienced before. Previously, no matter what he encountered, most of the time, Lu Zhou felt a sense of certainty in his heart, a sense of security from his past experiences. However, under the influence of this incident, that certainty shattered into pieces. Lu Zhou sat on the sofa for a long time, his body completely still. In that moment, he thought of many things. From the bits and pieces he experienced in his previous life to the events that occurred after his rebirth. After sorting them out one by one, Lu Zhou suddenly realized something. It was something he hadn't paid attention to before, something he occasionally felt was off but often overlooked. There was a feeling that his golden finger was guiding him to discover something. For example, today's coincidence made it hard for Lu Zhou not to feel that the game had buried a pit from the very beginning, leading him step by step forward, as if there was something ahead worth discovering. Thinking about this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brows even deeper. The game had this suspicion, but based on the current situation, Lu Zhou was determined to continue using the game's golden finger, no matter the cost. Moreover, in the end, Lu Zhou only believed that the global radiation increase would injure his family, while regarding other disasters, he still maintained a mindset of surviving. Burying his previous strange conjectures deep within his heart, Lu Zhou instead focused on the phrase he just obtained. The end times are near. You and I are but ants. Who do you and I represent? Lu Zhou quickly recognized the reality. He needed to confirm whether the few pieces of paper obtained by manhwa were indeed creations of the game. If they weren't, that would be fine. If they were, Lu Zhou couldn't imagine how he would consider this matter. Given manhwa's financial power, Lu Zhou had no reason to believe that he couldn't decipher these items. However, despite the odds, Lu Zhou still wanted to give it a try. To confirm whether these pieces were game creations, Lu Zhou thought of a good method. If he could use the method for deciphering ordinary invisibility potions to reveal the writings on the paper, it would be enough to prove that this paper did not originate from the game. It is worth mentioning that the content on those 7 pages could also choose invisibility again. Lu Zhou felt a surge of joy. This was a good thing, as it meant he could give a try. To avoid damaging the information on the paper, Lu Zhou chose the simplest piece, the one with the end-time message. After setting this paper to invisibility, Lu Zhou took out a small ultraviolet flashlight and shone it on the paper. As expected, there was no change in the paper. Lu Zhou sighed and closed the paper. No need to try the remaining methods. If he could find any information from this paper, then these pieces could not possibly be left for him to discover. Just as Lu Zhou was coming out of the game, still not recovering, he heard a knock on the door outside. The sound seemed quite urgent. Lu Zhou immediately walked over, confirmed that it was his uncle outside, and then opened the door. Wei Qingzhu's face looked quite bad, and his voice carried a hint of fatigue. Xiao Zhou, where are your parents? Lu Zhou hurriedly called for his dad and mom to come over. When they arrived, both looked somewhat bewildered. Wei Qingzhu, however, didn't waste time speaking and immediately gestured for the 3 of them to follow him. Once inside his aunt's house, Lu Mom looked at her sister, who also had a dazed expression, and a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. She trembled as she spoke. What happened? Is there something serious? I see both of you looking a bit off. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xiaolin quietly said, Sister, Qingzhu just told me he received the latest news that the higher-ups are planning to transfer Qingzhu to another place. Lu Mom felt quite puzzled in her heart, but if that were the case, it shouldn't lead to such strange attitudes from the 2 of them. Seemingly seeing through her thoughts, Jiang Xiaolin sighed and continued. At first, Qingzhu naturally didn't want to go. After all, Jiguang City is where our friends and family are. It's our hometown. But that person told us that Jiguang City isn't safe. Hearing this, Lu Zhou widened his eyes in shock. Lu Dad and Lu Mom furrowed their brows, tentatively asking, What does that mean? What kind of safety issue? Jiang Xiaolin struggled to articulate it a few times, but couldn't. Wei Qingzhu quietly spoke up for his wife. Jiguang City has a significant potential for earthquakes due to mineral issues, so the higher-ups want us, the higher-ranking research personnel, to consider it ourselves. To put it plainly, I understood what they meant. Especially for me, I am a key target they must persuade. Of course, they also inquired about my friends and family, indicating that this news can be shared within our families but shouldn't be spread carelessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou took a deep breath, his eyes filled with inquiry. His look suggested he wanted his uncle to share more valuable information. Lu Dad and Lu Mom, initially shocked, fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Wei Qingzhu glanced at the watching family members and suddenly found the strength to continue speaking. At that time, I didn't really want to go, but I could vaguely guess one thing from their words. Jiguang City is becoming dangerous. The main reason I'm bringing this up today is to ask for your opinions. Lu Zhou was the first to speak up. Uncle, did they say when you would have to go? Wei Qingzhu sighed and replied quietly. The higher-ups said that after the extreme cold passes, they will send someone to pick us up. At first, Lu Dad and Lu Mom felt a bit uncertain, but upon hearing this date, their eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, this date for leaving coincides perfectly with their son's plan. Lu Zhou, with a sudden insight, continued to ask, "Then, uncle, did they say where we would go?" Wei Qingzhu shook his head, his expression ambiguous. "They didn't specify a location, just told me that someone would come to assist us when the time comes." It made sense. If they casually told others the location, those people would surely follow closely behind. After all, this was a matter of survival. A strange feeling surged in Lu Zhou's heart. Were the higher-ups truly capable, or was there someone with foresight? Otherwise, how could they predict disasters so accurately? Lu Zhou rarely stroked his chin, meticulously contemplating. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Xiaolin pulled her sister aside and whispered, "Sister, do you think we should go?" Chapter 149, Visiting the Door. Lu Mom's brows had not relaxed at all. Hearing her sister's panicked voice, she couldn't help but feel a wave of unease in her heart. According to the higher-ups, this was definitely the safest approach, as the most cutting-edge information was in the hands of those at the top. However, this method seemed to abandon Jiguang City no matter how you looked at it. Jiang Xiaolin didn't understand her sister's entanglement, but her opinion coincided with her sister's. Moving was definitely necessary. After all, nothing was more important than the health and safety of the whole family. Lu Dad and Wei Qingzhu whispered to each other, their brows furrowing and then relaxing, creating a tense atmosphere in the family. Grandma Shan quietly prepared herbal medicine, while little cousin Tong Tong, too scared to make a sound, sat tightly beside Grandma Shan, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers. Lu Zhou went over, as if to comfort her, and patted his cousin's head several times. Tong Tong's panicked expression gradually eased under this comfort. Lu Zhou took a moment to calmly say to his uncle, "Uncle, we have to go. Wasn't our original goal just to escape?" His words instantly cleared the conflicted expression in Wei Qingzhu's eyes. Yes, at that time, he was holding the nutrient soil not only to help the people but also to enhance his own value, so he could better protect his family. Now, if this news was not based on the position gained from the nutrient soil, he wouldn't even have the right to know. After realizing this, Wei Qingzhu finally made up his mind. He nodded, his tone resolute. "I was overthinking it. Xiaozhou, then let's temporarily decide on this. Once the news is confirmed, I will inform the Zhang family and the Gao family. As for whether they want to go, that's up to them." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou also nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree." Lu Dad and Lu Mom had already mentally prepared themselves, so they were able to accept this matter relatively quickly. However, after returning home, Lu Zhou found it difficult to sleep. Would the new place be the one he had in mind? If it wasn't, how could he persuade them to come with him to the new place? As his thoughts hit a deadlock, Lu Zhou quickly reassured himself. It wouldn't be too late to consider this matter once the news was confirmed, to avoid making things difficult for himself now. Just as he lay down and hadn't yet fallen asleep, he heard someone knocking on the front door. He quickly went to the peephole and discovered that it was Zhang Jiaowei. Surprised to see an old friend at this hour, Lu Zhou opened the door. Zhang Jiaowei scratched his head and smiled. "Lu Zhou, there's someone at the stairwell claiming to be your friend, named Wangda. He says he has something to talk to you about." The string in Lu Zhou's mind tightened again. Why is Wangda here? And at this late hour? Could it be something urgent? While thinking, Lu Zhou quickly put on his clothes. In the past, Wangda would usually wait downstairs for him, but today he rushed upstairs, clearly indicating that something big was going on. The more Lu Zhou thought about it, the heavier his heart felt. When he and Zhang Jiaowei arrived on the 17th floor, they finally saw a weary Wangda. Wangda looked even more haggard than a few days ago, bundled up like a bear, with only his eyes visible. As soon as he saw Lu Zhou, his eyes lit up with joy, which was quickly replaced by urgency. Zhang Jiaowei was perceptive. Once Lu Zhou confirmed Wangda's identity, he chuckled and slipped back into his own home. left some space for conversation between the two. Wanda quickly pulled down his mask, revealing a face that was startlingly pale. He was indeed cautious, not speaking carelessly. Lu Zhou extended his index finger and made a sh sound. Wanda immediately understood. He followed Lu Zhou to Lu Zhou's home. Lu Zhou had made some discreet arrangements at home. He had already dealt with anything inappropriate while going downstairs. Now the whole house was dark, with hands reaching out unable to see a finger. Wanda fumbled around for a flashlight, ready to turn on. Lu Zhou was quicker. He lit a candle. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, making it alternately bright and dim. At this time, both Lu Zhou's dad and mom were asleep, and Lu Zhou didn't wake them. He looked at Wanda and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Wang, coming to find me so late. Is there something wrong?" Wanda quickly nodded. "Lu Zhou, I just observed something. There will be a severe cold wave at around 2 o'clock tonight." Lu Zhou's pupils constricted, but after a moment, he regained his composure. "I understand, Brother Wang. Thank you for coming to inform me so late." Wanda stood up, ready to leave, but didn't forget to reply, "It's nothing. I also need to inform my friends. You should quickly relay this to the friends you can trust." After saying that, Wanda hurriedly went downstairs, moving very quickly. As he was going down, Lu Zhou seemed to see Wanda take out a walkie-talkie from his pocket. He whispered a few words into it. Seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but think that he should also get a few walkie-talkies for communication. He knew Wang Da's capabilities. Since he came to inform him about the cold wave, it must be a significant probability. Not caring that his parents were still asleep, Lu Zhou immediately went inside and woke them up. His parents had just woken up and were still groggy for less than a second. Upon seeing their son, Lu Dad quickly asked, "Son, what's wrong?" Lu Zhou said in a serious tone, "Wanda just came by and said that at 2 o'clock tonight, there will be a severe cold wave. We need to raise the heating temperature at home, and you and Mom should put on the thickest clothes and stay by the stove." After saying this, Lu Zhou immediately left the house. He relayed the news to his aunt, the Zhang family, and the Gao family. Upon receiving the news, all three families immediately sprang into action. They normally only burned one stove, but they quickly added another. Not only that, but they also woke up all the family members gathered around the stove and put on their warmest clothes. The same went for his aunt's family. After making sure her daughter and grandma were warm, the four of them huddled closely together with a blazing stove in the center, radiating heat. Jiang Xiaolin even specially prepared hot water bags for his daughter and grandma. Everyone had heat packs tucked in their clothes and shoes, with plenty of spare heating pads nearby. The Zhang family was the same. No one dared to sleep, all of them staring intently at the flickering flames in the stove. The kettle on the stove was bubbling and steaming, and in addition to the regular stove, they had also set up another one. After adjusting the temperature, Lu Zhou, to be on the safe side, specially lit the stove. The charcoal burned brightly, and the nearby air was distorted by the heat. The three of them sat around the stove, and a thin layer of sweat even formed on their foreheads from the heat. Chapter 150, The Severe Cold Wave. The time was getting closer to the 2 o'clock that Wanda mentioned. Lu Zhou got up and stood by the window, trying to catch any signs or clues. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were cuddled together, holding hands, with a hint of anxiety and unease in their eyes. As the clock struck 2, Lu Zhou tensed up, staring intently outside the window. Surprisingly, the cold wave had not arrived. It didn't come? Did Wanda miscalculate? Lu Zhou remained silent, first calming his parents with a glance, then continuing to observe the situation outside the window. Outside, it was quiet, as silent as any ordinary day. Thinking of Wanda's warning, Lu Zhou felt his heart racing, a strong sense of crisis. He pressed hard on his chest, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. The alarm frog showed no response. Lu Zhou steadied his mind, and Lu Dad and Lu Mom leaned in to see outside. The two squeezed together, looking at the quiet, silent exterior, murmuring softly, "Wife, look how quiet it is outside. It doesn't seem like there will be a cold wave. After Lu Dad expressed his opinion, Lu Mom nodded in agreement. It is quite quiet, but I feel like it's too quiet. As the two chatted, Lu Zhou continued to keep an eye on the surroundings. At night, the only light came from the snow, reflecting a silvery glow. Lu Zhou blinked as he was dazzled, and then he sharply sensed a damp, cold air. How to describe this feeling? It was like nostrils that were still steaming, frozen by the cold air, and then, with each breath, there was a feeling of obstruction as the nostrils opened. In the next second, the cold air swept in. This cold wind was chilling. Despite wearing many layers, Lu Zhou still shivered upon contact with it. He reacted quickly, almost in an instant. The cold wave had arrived. "Mom and Dad, come here." Saying this, Lu Zhou immediately pulled his parents to the stove, and the three of them quickly huddled around it, shivering. This cold wave was incredibly overwhelming. Clearly, the Lu family had sealed the windows, turned on the underfloor heating, and lit the stove, wearing the thickest clothes, yet the cold air still quietly seeped in. In that moment, the temperature in the room dropped nearly 30 degrees. The drop in temperature was rapid. Lu Zhou looked up and saw the thermometer in the house was plummeting. Soon, it fell below 0 degrees, racing towards -10 degrees. Entering the game cabin was meaningless due to the slow passage of time inside. Even if he stayed in the game cabin for a long time, once he went outside, it would still be cold wave weather. Moreover, Lu Zhou had already made all the preparations he could for the cold wave. He would only consider bringing his parents into the cabin for refuge when the temperature dropped to an absurd level. However, by that time, humanity would likely be doomed. To prevent the drop in temperature brought by the cold wave, Lu Zhou bundled himself up like a round bear. Even with so many layers, the cold still clung to him like a second skin, hard to shake off. Since Lu Zhou didn't have time to seal all the walls of the house with iron plates, this led to a subtle cold air gradually seeping in from some point in the wall. With Lu Zhou's physique, along with the game clothing, he was struggling to cope. He quickly noticed his mother beside him, shivering and hugging herself tightly. Without saying a word, Lu Zhou immediately went to the bedroom, took out the blankets, and wrapped them tightly around his parents and himself. This blanket is made from the same fabric as the gaming cloth from Lu Zhou's game. So once you cover yourself with it, the cold sensation finally subsides. Soon, Lu Zhou discovered something. The underfloor heating that had always been on in the house had completely failed during this extreme cold wave. Lu Zhou touched the chilly floor and thought to himself, no wonder the indoor temperature dropped so quickly. In order to prevent any accidental fires, the only source of warmth for the whole family at this moment was the burning stove. As the heat provided by the underfloor heating gradually dissipated, Lu Zhou immediately took out several small heaters from the gaming room, plugged them into the backup power, and provided warmth for the entire family. The heat from the underfloor heating was gradually replaced by the small heaters. However, even so, the indoor temperature still didn't rise much, but compared to the initial situation, it was much better. Dad, wrapped in a blanket, walked over to the underfloor heating and began to frantically repair the broken parts. Mom, worried that Dad would freeze, specially brought over a small heater to warm him up. As Dad was busy, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Such a severe cold wave? Their family was somewhat prepared, which was why they were still alive. How many people would suffer if they were unprepared, especially in just one night? Lu Zhou had a premonition that the number of casualties this time might be greater than in the past. Dad was quickly repairing the underfloor heating, and after some effort, he exclaimed with excitement, "It's fixed." The underfloor heating, which had just broken down, was now working again. Thanks to Dad's repair, the home's temperature gradually rose by 6 or 7 degrees. On Wei Qingzhu's side, even though they were well prepared, the temperature dropped so rapidly the moment the cold wave struck that it startled the entire family. The two of them desperately surrounded their daughter and Grandma Dan in the center, pulling out blankets and tightly covering everyone. The stove nearby burned bright red, diligently providing warmth. Jiang Xiaolin brought out blankets from the bedroom and wrapped them around the family until she felt her body temperature rise a bit. This blanket was given to her by her sister and was said to be made from the same material as the family's thermal clothing. Thankfully, with this blanket, the whole family could survive. Jiang Xiaolin held her daughter tightly, feeling her warm little body. She softly asked her daughter, "Tong Tong, are you cold?" Tong Tong, obediently snuggling, replied, "Mommy, I'm not cold. With you holding me tight, I won't feel cold." "Mommy, is Grandma and Daddy cold?" The little girl's innocent words were filled with concern, making Jiang Xiaolin smile as she wrapped her arm around her daughter. "Good baby, we're all not cold." Although Wei Qingzhu felt the temperature was low, he was still in a bearable state. Listening to his daughter's concern made his heart feel warm. However, after the warmth came concern. With such a severe cold wave, would the experimental plants in the lab survive? He worried that by the time he got there, all the experimental plants might be dead. That was the hard work of the entire research institute. Thinking of this, Wei Qingzhu sighed deeply. After Lu Zhou informed him about the cold wave, it was too late for him to suggest any reasonable methods to others. He could only watch helplessly as the cold wave approached. But the scale of this cold wave was somewhat oppressive. He originally thought it would be a minor cold wave. Who could have imagined it would be so fierce? Chapter 151, Collapse. He pondered a lot, and in the end, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that the Research Institute had taken all the grains away in advance yesterday. If they hadn't by today, those things would have been reduced to at most 10% usable as food. Wei Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was curious why the higher-ups had insisted they harvest all the ripe grains. Now that this situation had arisen, Wei Qingzhu immediately understood the orders from above. Did they know there would be a cold wave? If they knew there was a cold wave, why didn't anyone inform them? Was it because they didn't believe the bad news, or was there something else going on? In that moment, despite the cold, Wei Qingzhu's heart felt even colder. On Zhang's side, the situation was less optimistic compared to Wei Qingzhu's family. However, since their home was below Lu Zhou's, they could benefit from some heat rising from above. With this little warmth and the stove at home, the four members of the Zhang family tightly wrapped themselves in blankets, huddled closely around the stove. The Gao family was in a similar situation. The cold wave that hit in the early morning was fierce. Any households with weaker resilience faced the brunt of the cold wave. These people hurriedly added coal to the stove, quickly dressed in their thickest clothing, and curled up next to the stove. The bone-chilling cold seeped through their bones, eliciting unbearable pain. Even so, these were the families that reacted quickly. Those who were slower to respond had already succumbed to freezing in their homes. In the centralized heating areas, things were somewhat better. Soldiers on duty outside quickly noticed something was wrong and immediately notified their companions. In an instant, everyone was activated and the heating temperature was increased a few degrees. Moreover, with the crowd gathered in one place, the number of casualties in the centralized heating area was the lowest. Nonetheless, the cold was still unbearable. Everyone wanted to get through this night as quickly as possible, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next morning. Finally, after much anticipation, the next day arrived at last. The cold wave had vanished without a trace. The temperature returned to a more bearable level. The crowd, who had been anxious all night, couldn't help but shed tears upon confirming that the temperature had risen back to a safe level. Most were overwhelmed with the relief of surviving alongside their families in such harsh conditions. Early in the morning, Lu Zhou first tidied up his home, confirming that the other three families were all safe before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He then went to Wang Da's neighborhood to find time to meet with him. Wang Da was doing reasonably well, and his family had not encountered any accidents. Lu Zhou sincerely thanked Wang Da. "Brother Wang, thank you for the information last night. If it weren't for that, the situation could have been dire." Wang Da scratched his head, but his expression was filled with conflict. "You're welcome, Lu Zhou. You've saved my family before. This is nothing." With that, the two stopped their conversation. As Lu Zhou was leaving, he noticed that Wang Da's expression was somewhat inscrutable. Regret, annoyance, surprise, various emotions were all mixed together. Seemingly sensing that Lu Zhou was watching him, Wang Da quickly forced a few laughs, attempting to mask the emotions he had unintentionally revealed moments earlier. Lu Zhou felt somewhat confused. What was going on with Wang Da? However, he could sense that Wang Da meant no harm, so he temporarily buried this matter deep in his heart. After parting ways, Lu Zhou arrived at the market. He hadn't forgotten his earlier intention to buy a few walkie-talkies, so he wanted to see if there were any available at the market this time. However, due to the cold wave last night, the market was desolate, with no one doing business. Lu Zhou sighed. This situation was indeed in line with his expectations. Just as he was about to leave, he heard increasingly loud commotion not far from the market. His heart jumped, and he hurried over to see what was happening. When he arrived at the scene, he found that the small square was crowded with people. No wonder no one was doing business. It turned out everyone was gathered here. Lu Zhou lingered at the back of the crowd, trying to see what had happened. The speed at which news circulated was astonishing. Everyone knew that there had been almost no casualties from the collective heating last night. When this news broke, rather than providing positive guidance, it instead sparked a massive demonstration and protest. What the hell is this management? Why do those people get to stay in the collective heating dormitory while we don't? What's the difference between us and them? Isn't there something shady about the lottery system? I've drawn every time, yet I've never won. At first, I thought I just had bad luck, but then I found out that some people can get in through back doors. Damn, this is disgusting. Someone come out and give us an explanation. Last night's cold wave didn't bring the people pleasant memories. The brief order that had been established seemed to collapse in an instant at this moment. The crowd's confusion about their fate and their despair about the environment erupted all at once. The soldiers responsible for maintaining order held their guns, but didn't know who to fire at in this moment. These people hadn't done anything wrong. They were just ordinary folks who couldn't hold on any longer in a desperate situation. Even among the soldiers, there were those who wavered. How could the ordinary citizens, who had not undergone military training, be any different? This group of people only wanted to survive. After hesitating for a moment, the soldier gritted his teeth and fired a shot into the sky. Calm down. Mayor Song has arrangements. Collective heating will prioritize those affected by the disaster, with a total of 20,000 spots. Please remain calm. We will expedite the rescue and ensure assistance is provided as quickly as possible. Once these words were spoken, some people couldn't sit still. Hey, my family drew a spot last time. Does that count for nothing now? The soldier coldly replied. This time, we will prioritize the affected population. The spots drawn will be honored next time. These words instantly plunged those who had drawn spots into despair. However, at least they could still use them next time, so they gritted their teeth and refrained from voicing any objections. But then someone with bloodshot eyes and a reckless demeanor rushed forward, crying out at the soldier. How can it be like this? My whole family exchanged supplies with others for a chance, and now we have to wait until next time to redeem it. What were we supposed to do in the meantime? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hands flailing about, and his eyes red and swollen, filled with tears. He cried out in sorrow, My mother and daughter both need this spot. Do you know how much effort I put in to get this spot? I used all my family supplies to exchange for it. How can you just say it's not available anymore? This situation was clearly on the verge of collapse. Chapter 152. The Secret of Zhang Jiawei. The soldiers were momentarily stunned by the person who had rushed out, but the next second, two others came over and supported the man away. The sound of sorrowful crying echoed far away. After witnessing the entire scene, Lu Zhou felt a chill in his heart, yet he couldn't help but feel stuffy inside. He didn't know what the final outcome would be for the person who was taken away, but the previously restless order suddenly regained a sense of calm. At such times, armed deterrence still held sway. The crowd quickly dispersed. Lu Zhou intended to leave, but unexpectedly ran into a familiar figure on the way. It was Zhang Jiawei. Zhang Jiawei was huddled to one side, speaking with the short man. Their conversation seemed to be quite tense. Zhang Jiawei's face showed a hint of anxiety, and Lu Zhou thought it best not to get involved in others' private matters. Just as he was about to take a detour to avoid the two, the other party noticed him. "Hey, Lu Zhou, what are you doing here?" Hearing this greeting, Lu Zhou knew he couldn't escape. He could only walk a few steps closer to the two. As soon as Zhang Jiawei saw Lu Zhou approaching, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Lu Zhou, this guy sells walkie-talkies. He has a lot of useful stuff. Don't you want to buy some?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up, and he scanned the short man before him. The man leisurely pulled out 4 walkie-talkies from behind him, breathing a little heavily, and said, "These are good stuff. Do you want these walkie-talkies or not?" "Sure, how we trade?" The short man sighed. "I need fuel or food. Those are the only things of value you have right now." Lu Zhou nodded. At this point, those 2 items were indeed the most valuable. So, he quickly took out a pack of instant noodles and a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack. "How many walkie-talkies can I get for this?" The man glanced at the food in Lu Zhou's hands, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "If you give me an extra 5 kilograms of coal, I'll give you all these walkie-talkies." This price was quite reasonable. Zhang Jiawei frowned, wanting to help his brother bargain, but was stopped by Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, with a calm demeanor, nodded in agreement to the man's request. After agreeing on the location, Lu Zhou took the 3 walkie-talkies he had just acquired and headed home. On the way, Zhang Jiawei chattered on about his experiences. "Lu Zhou, a lot of people are moving into heated dormitories. My dad has been inquiring about it these days. There's a chance our houses might have problems. Are you planning to move to a heated dormitory?" Zhang Jiawei's tone carried urgency, while Lu Zhou, walking ahead, opened his mouth to respond, "No, let me tell you an uncertain piece of news. After the extreme cold passes, I will be moving with my aunt and her family to a safer place. You might want to consider this in advance." Of course, Lu Zhou added a few more words. "This is from above. Only my aunt is allowed to tell close friends and family. The safe place may not necessarily be secure. You should think about it." Zhang Jiawei's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting his brother to reveal such shocking news. Then he rubbed his chin, frowned, and whispered, "Lu Zhou, about my family. When you plan to leave, let me know, and we can go together. Don't worry, my family won't drag you down. Recently, my dad has made good progress, and with the nutritious soil you gave me, we have enough food stored." The two of them walked quickly, and while moving forward, Lu Zhou didn't forget to remind him, "Zhang Jiahao, you should discuss this with Uncle Zhang as well." Zhang Jiahao nodded repeatedly, sidestepping to return home. Upon arriving at his house, Zhang's father wore a serious expression. "Son, I've inquired a bit, and the collective heating dormitories have very poor conditions. It was barely manageable before, but recently, as more people have been admitted, the environment has deteriorated day by day. If our family still has any means, I think we shouldn't move in there." Zhang Jiahao nodded absent-mindedly, feeling a bit disheartened. Zhang's father looked helpless. "Jiahao, what does your sixth sense say about this matter?" At this point, Zhang Jiahao began to ponder before speaking. "Dad, I have a feeling that following Lu Zhou would be better. I just found out that Lu Zhou's family plans to leave here after the extreme cold." Zhang's father furrowed his brow, listening carefully to his son's words, then sighed. "I understand, son. You should rest for now. I'll take care of the family matters." Zhang Jiahao nodded and turned ahead to his room. He had a magical ability, which he named Super Precognitive Sense. This ability likely awakened during his high school years. At that time, he almost lost his life while trying to save a drowning child. While in the ICU for treatment, this ability unexpectedly manifested. In a world where morals have declined and human hearts have grown cold, the family of the child he saved, fearing that the Zhang family would demand money, had long fled far away, not daring to even look at the benefactor who saved their child, let alone help raise money for the Zhang family. To cover Zhang Jiahao's medical expenses, his father aged several years in a short time, borrowing money from all relatives, barely gathering enough for his surgery. After Zhang Jia Hao was discharged, he realized that something was off in his mind. An indescribable feeling led him to a lottery store. Among the many prizes, following the instinct in his mind, Zhang Jia Hao chose a scratch-off ticket. This scratch-off ticket had a grand prize of 1 million yuan, and since it was during a promotional period, the winnings were doubled. By sheer coincidence, Zhang Jia Hao picked a scratch-off ticket. After scratching off the card, it astonishingly revealed that he had won 1 million. Due to the doubled prize, after tax deductions, he received 1.6 million. The money came too easily, and after the initial excitement, Zhang Jia Hao couldn't help but take deep breaths. It was wonderful. After saving a life, he had also had regrets, but he never expected to receive such an opportunity. After sharing the good news of the win with his family, Zhang's father's mood visibly improved. The family was able to repay their debts smoothly, and afterward, Zhang's father took out part of the money to start a business in partnership with others. During this time, Zhang Jia Hao quickly learned how to use his ability. His golden finger was relatively passive and wouldn't activate on its own. It would only warn or remind him when he encountered problems in reality. With the help of this sixth sense, Zhang Jia Hao guided his father through several business crises. Upon graduating from high school, Zhang's father initially wanted to buy a house in the city where his son would attend college, but Zhang Jia Hao felt uneasy. The sixth sense told him that they should not buy a house outside, but instead purchase one in Jiguang City, as that would be the best choice. Chapter 153. The high-tech formula that complements it. Zhang Jiahao had always been extremely confident in his intuition. After all, his family's current success owed much to it. Although the intuition was unexpected, he still let his son choose the area to buy a house. Zhang Jiahao felt a bit undecided. The two of them went to a real estate agent, who enthusiastically sent over a dozen photos, telling them that these properties were all excellent. Among these photos, Zhang Jiahao's intuition went into a frenzy. Holding back his breath, he trembled as he chose one of them. This house was named Hengsheng Ziyuan, floor number 1701. The renovation and move-in went exceptionally smoothly. Zhang Jiahao's father was busy running around and doing business every day, while Zhang Jiahao encountered an old classmate, Lu Zhou, in the community. Gradually coming back to his senses, Zhang Jiahao combined his earlier chaotic thoughts and hesitated to draw a conclusion. So, was his intuition telling him that mingling with old friend Lu Zhou was the best choice? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiahao's golden finger was kept tightly under wraps, and Lu Zhou was no exception. He quickly returned home, locked the door, and calmly opened the game interface to check. In the game, the crops were growing well. His gaze passed over the rose number 7 fishing rod, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel tempted. Should he try fishing before going out? Saying and doing, Lu Zhou quickly entered the game, reached out, and grabbed the rose number 7 fishing rod. This fishing rod emanated a golden light and felt warm to the touch. Lu Zhou, limited in his vocabulary, couldn't find the right descriptive word for this sensation at that moment. It was a wonderful feeling, a mixture of warmth, excitement, and exhilaration. He suppressed the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. The game prompted, "Does the player choose to fish?" Yes. Lu Zhou swiftly cast the rod, the golden fishing line flashing past his vision and landing on the water surface. As expected of the hardest-to-obtain fishing rod, the feel of using it was far superior to any rod he had used before. While Lu Zhou was still savoring the sensation, the fishing hook suddenly twitched a few times. "It's here." He didn't dare to lose focus and concentrated on watching the water surface. Once he confirmed it was a catch, Lu Zhou swiftly lifted the rod, and what was on the hook was his prize. Congratulations! The player has obtained a Kirin grass. Lu Zhou had never heard of this item. It looked like an ordinary weed, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to emit a faint green glow. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed he was not mistaken. How strange, this thing can actually glow. Lu Zhou could no longer contain his curiosity and immediately inquired about the effects of the Kirin grass. The game dutifully provided an introduction. Kirin grass is primarily used as a main ingredient for making nutrient solution. Once this sentence was finished, there was no further explanation. However, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the nutrient solution he had accidentally obtained earlier. Good heavens, it was waiting for him here? Lu Zhou calmed himself and continued fishing several more times. Eventually, he successfully fished out the complementary nutrient solution formula. Lu Zhou was ecstatic, but after carefully studying the formula, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. This is outside my expertise, he thought. Looking at this formula, my brain feels like it's going to explode, and I can't come up with anything useful. It really is true that professionals need to handle specialized tasks. The best candidate in my mind is my uncle. He needed to find an opportunity to hand the nutrient solution formula over to his uncle. Originally, Lu Zhou had hoped to draw a few more prizes, but just then, the game popped up a message. Friendly reminder. The player has reached the fishing limit. With that, Lu Zhou's desire to continue fishing was promptly extinguished. Although he felt a bit unsatisfied, there were more pressing matters at hand. After slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Lu Zhou strode toward the meeting place he had arranged with the short man. Before leaving, he handed out the remaining 2 walkie-talkies to his parents. Lu Dad and Lu Mom looked surprised as they held the walkie-talkies. Xiao Zhou, can these walkie-talkies work in such an environment? Lu Mom asked. Lu Zhou smiled and explained, Mom, of course they work. Otherwise, why would I have brought them back? However, there is a range limit. They can only be used within a maximum distance of 10 kilometers. Once you exceed that distance, you won't be able to connect. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head out now. Lu Dad nodded. All right, just be careful. I'll help your mom learn to use these. He then waved the walkie-talkie at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou grinned and nodded in agreement. Once he stepped out of the house, he quickly met up with the short man. The transaction went smoothly, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but probe further. Besides walkie-talkies, do you have anything to enhance signal reception? He asked, as he felt that 10 kilometers was a bit limiting and wanted to expand the range. The short man shook his head. No, that's all. It's lucky for me to have managed to keep these walkie-talkies. Lu Zhou wasn't discouraged by the expected refusal. After finishing the transaction, as he was wandering around, he noticed a temporary medical station that was now overcrowded with people. He couldn't help but take a few steps closer to the hospital entrance, only to realize that all these people were there to see a doctor. Clad in thick clothing, each person looked dispirited, and the continuous sounds of coughing made it clear that they were suffering from the cold wave-induced flu. The temporary medical station was overwhelmed, but what was particularly disheartening was that the doctors inside could only inform patients of their illnesses before watching them leave. The hospital was essentially out of medicine. However, what concerned Lu Zhou more was the visible distress of the people gathered in front of the medical station. As he was about to leave after observing from a distance, he noticed something. Accompanied by the sound of a truck rumbling over the ground, Lu Zhou finally got a good look at the vehicle. It turned out to be a military truck, seemingly carrying supplies. Under the direction of the soldiers on duty at the medical station, the crowd quickly made way for the military truck. Soon, Lu Zhou saw the truck stop, and the soldiers quickly unloaded supplies and rushed into the hospital. That wasn't all. After the truck was emptied, someone at the medical station posted a red notice on the door. Written in black letters, it read, At 2 p.m., herbal medicine for combating the cold will be distributed at the hospital entrance. Many people became excited upon seeing this news. Finally, our family has hope. While regular colds might not be a big deal under normal circumstances, in the current situation, living in constant fear, unable to eat or dress warmly, and lacking medicine, a cold could be deadly. After reading the notice, Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes. Chapter 154, Volunteer Medical Team. This matter has finally arrived. In his previous life, Lu Zhou clearly remembered that the government somehow managed to acquire a batch of medicinal herbs and brewed them into cold medicine to distribute to the public. At that time, He was burning with fever and in a daze, and it was his mother who ran to the hospital to bring back a bowl of medicine that saved his life. Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh a few times, and at that moment, while standing in the hospital among the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. It was actually Grandma Shan. Lu Zhou took a closer look to confirm that he wasn't mistaken. He was a bit puzzled at first, but quickly realized that Grandma Shan had been responsible for traditional Chinese medicine consultations, so it was entirely normal for her to be at the hospital now. With the intention of not disturbing Grandma Shan, Lu Zhou turned to leave. However, the walkie-talkie in his backpack suddenly buzzed to life. As expected, it was his mother's voice. Lu Zhou walked to a secluded spot and lowered his voice. "What's up, Mom?" His mother spoke in a hushed tone. "Xiao Zhou, your aunt just told me something. Can you help me think it over?" After listening for a while, Lu Zhou finally understood what his mother meant. It turned out that his aunt had received news quickly, saying that the hospital was in urgent need of traditional Chinese medicine doctors to help prepare medicine. Those who helped would receive a certain amount of food as compensation. When his mother mentioned this, Lu Zhou immediately understood. The Lu family did not lack food, but his mother had specifically come to tell him this because her main intention was to lend a helping hand. "Go ahead, Mom. If you want to help, just do it. Don't overthink it. I support you." Lu Zhou tried to keep his voice steady, and his mother sounded so happy over the walkie-talkie that her voice changed with excitement. "Really? Oh my. I'll go to the hospital with your aunt right away." After that, his mother reminded him to pay attention to safety before the conversation on the walkie-talkie was cut off. His mother was quick to prepare. She and Jiang Xiaolin immediately got ready after hearing the news and headed straight for the medical center. However, when they went downstairs, they unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. It was Yuanghua. Having not seen him for some time, Yuanghua appeared to have lost quite a bit of weight. As soon as he saw the two women coming down the stairs, his face broke into a big smile. "Hey, long time no see. What are you two up to?" Lu Zhou's mother felt that this person had ulterior motives and was naturally on guard against him. "Hey, long time no see. We have something to attend to. Why haven't we seen your child and wife?" A pained expression appeared on Yuanghua's face. The cold wave came too suddenly. They were unprepared and now have colds, lying down to rest. "It's a pity we don't have any medicine, and I was just thinking about how to get some." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaolin couldn't help but soften her expression. Tong Tong had been better than before, and at that time, it had truly broken her heart. Feeling sympathetic for the parent's heart, she decided to offer help. "If you don't have medicine, the hospital is distributing medicine at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Why don't you hurry over and line up?" Yuanghua froze for a second, then immediately nodded gratefully. Thank you. I'll go see right now." Saying that, he opened his front door and walked inside. Although Lu Ma's impression of Yuanghua was average, after all, he was the one saving lives, so she wouldn't play any tricks in this matter. The two quickly rushed to the temporary medical center. At the medical center, as expected, they encountered Professor Shan. The moment Professor Shan saw the two, he beamed and pulled them over, explaining the work details to them one by one. "Did you both remember the method for preparing the herbal medicine?" Professor Shan spoke a bit dryly, but once he thought of the numerous patients waiting outside for treatment, he immediately felt better and forgot his discomfort. Lu Ma and Jiang Xiaolin were diligent and eager to learn, so they carefully listened to the professor's instructions and were naturally clear on the process. "We've learned it." As they spoke, they began to prepare the medicine. Professor Shan walked back and forth, glancing at them several times. Once he confirmed that their movements were quick and error-free, he felt reassured enough to focus on his own tasks. A truckload of herbal materials was quite labor-intensive to prepare. However, with so many people involved, it was manageable. In addition to the doctors preparing the herbal medicine, there were also designated personnel responsible for distributing the medicine to the crowd at the right time. The boiling herbal medicine bubbled up with steam, and it was placed in a huge pot that looked like a giant traditional medicine cauldron from a TV show, emitting heat and a unique bitter aroma of Chinese medicine. The person responsible for boiling the medicine constantly monitored the simmering process, while another person specifically watched the fire, occasionally adding coal to ensure the stove burned hotter. When it was time to lower the heat, the pot would be transferred to a smaller flame to simmer slowly. Despite the large number of people involved in the process of preparing the herbal medicine, it was surprisingly harmonious. Everyone had their own tasks and worked without chaos. Finally, they achieved their goal. By the afternoon, the staff responsible for distributing the medicine came in groups. They took the prepared herbal medicine outside and began distributing it at the medical center. To alleviate the pressure on the distributors, several teams were formed for distribution, aiming to prevent crowding and to distribute the herbal medicine to the public as quickly as possible. Surprisingly, the distribution went quite smoothly. Once the preparations were ready, the doors to the herbal medicine distribution room were opened. As soon as the doors opened, a throng of people surged in, trying to squeeze inside. There were definitely soldiers responsible for maintaining order. The soldiers somehow managed to get a megaphone and began to maintain order, directing the crowd. Due to the people's fear of the soldiers, the situation improved quickly. Each person is entitled to one portion of herbal medicine. Everyone must come to collect their medicine according to the time indicated on their ID card. No one is allowed to collect on behalf of others. After the announcement, many people frantically searched their pockets for their ID cards. Once they found their ID cards, they sighed in relief, clutching them tightly in their hands, afraid of any mishaps that would prevent them from obtaining the free medicine. It's important to note that this medicine truly could save lives. The queue stretched long, but conversely, the pace of movement was quick. On average, each person took about 3 seconds to receive a bowl of herbal medicine. During the distribution, there were often people coming to collect medicine for their family members. However, no matter how much they pleaded and begged, the staff responsible for distribution showed no mercy. They strictly adhered to the rules, giving out exactly what was allotted, not a penny more or less. This attitude from the distributors caused some dissatisfaction among the crowd. My mother is seriously ill and unable to move. I brought her ID card with me, and yet I'm not allowed to collect the medicine. Chapter 155, Fateful Encounters. A sharp-faced young man slammed his ID card against the work staff member across from him with a fierce expression. Before the apocalypse, such an act would have elicited gasps from the staff, but now they showed no reaction at all, clearly accustomed to it. Besides, a fully armed soldier stood right next to her. Who would dare to create a scene unless they were looking for trouble? The staff member didn't indulge the young man's antics and quickly replied, "This is the rule. If we can't give it, we can't give it." The young man was infuriated, but he didn't dare to make a scene in front of the soldier. Instead, he began to play the sympathy card. "Big sister, please, I'm begging you. My poor mother can't get out of bed. She can't move at all. I really have no choice," he said, covering his face and starting to cry, looking quite pitiful. The staff member felt conflicted. This kind of soft approach was the hardest to deal with. If she gave in, it would break the rules. If she didn't, she would seem too cold-hearted. At that moment, Lu Zhou, who had been casually directing the medication distribution, strolled over and calmly said, "Before you say that, you need to tell me your relative's name and age." As soon as those words left his mouth, the young man, who had just been wailing, immediately shut his mouth. He managed to squeeze out a few tears, but now they were all swallowed back. He then shot a glare at Lu Zhou, his eyes darting around, ready to read out his ID number. The soldier swiftly drew his gun, pressing it against the young man's temple, his gaze dangerous as he stared him down. "Can't answer? Are you even related to the elderly or children?" The young man broke into a cold sweat, his back soaked. "Of course I am. Comrade, don't be so agitated. My mom's name is Xiao Chunfong. Age? I can't quite remember. I'm usually busy working and don't pay attention to these things, so I just don't recall my relative's age. Comrade, you can't just accuse me based on this, can you?" Thinking on his feet, the young man spoke quickly. After finishing, he provocatively glanced at Lu Zhou several times. The soldier frowned, his finger twitching as he seemed about to lower his gun. This guy's reasoning was not without merit. Lu Zhou chuckled and said, "That's a reason, but you should know your relative's hometown, right? Or perhaps you remember the first part of your ID number." The young man thought he had escaped a disaster, but he didn't expect Lu Zhou to ask such tricky questions. This, sweat beads formed on his forehead, and he instinctively took a step back, muttering, forget it, I won't ask anymore." After saying that, he attempted to push through the crowd behind him and rush out. But Lu Zhou was quick. He shot a pebble with a slingshot, hitting the young man hard in the knee. The young man fell to the ground. The soldier wasted no time and immediately rushed up to cuff the young man, intending to take him away for thorough questioning. The onlookers, some of whom had been harboring ulterior motives, suddenly felt relieved witnessing this scene, their previous thoughts evaporating. One by one, they were grateful it wasn't them getting caught. As for the young man being taken away by the soldiers, Lu Zhou looked on with disdain. These people weren't relatives of the elderly. They were merely a group of unscrupulous scalpers. They would exploit various means to collect the identities of the deceased, aiming to fleece the government for benefits. Whether it was food, coal, or the medicines currently being distributed, none of it could escape their clutches. Although they don't need the medication themselves, why not take it if it's free? Once they have it, selling it at a high price is not a problem. After all, the quantity of medication is limited, and you can't just take as much as you want. In his previous life, Lu Zhou always thought that his mother got her medication from a hospital, but later, by a twist of fate, he discovered that she had actually bought the medication at a high price from human traffickers. To get that bowl of medicine, Lu Ma starved for 3 days. When Lu Zhou found out, he felt terrible for a long time. Now, at this moment, how could he let these traffickers have their way? The staff member who had just administered the medication was a woman in her 40s, looking kind and easy to get along with. After Lu Zhou helped her out of a predicament, she thanked him and then asked if he could help her administer medication for a while, as she had some personal matters to attend to. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement, quickly put on his clothes, and stood ready with a spoon to start working. However, after administering medication for 10 minutes, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed that the number of people in line on his side had significantly decreased. Looking around, he indeed saw that many people waiting for medication were gone. After a moment of confusion, he realized that, good grief, these people were scalpers. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou continued to work for another hour. Ever since he learned that ADL, proxy medication administration, was not allowed, many families could only bring their patients to collect the medication in person. The staff members showed a hint of sympathy upon seeing this scene. However, if patients were not allowed to come themselves, how much of the medication would actually make it into their mouths? This was the higher-ups' consideration, and as someone who had experienced it firsthand, Lu Zhou felt that the current rule against proxy collection was justified. This way, perhaps more people could be treated. While Lu Zhou was quickly administering the medication, he suddenly heard 2 surprise calls. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Lu. These voices made Lu Zhou involuntarily furrow his brows. When he looked up, he saw 2 familiar faces. One was Yuanguo from the 17th floor, and the other was his uncle, Lu Zhengsong. Both of them looked enthusiastic, smiling as they handed over their containers. Seeing that the person administering the medication was his own nephew, Lu Zhengsong felt delighted. Great! They were all family. He had to make sure Lu Zhou gave him more medication. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his brow, but he tried hard to suppress that happiness. Xiao Zhou, I haven't seen your parents for a few days. Are they doing well? Are they sick? Lu Zhou smirked, speaking sarcastically. Uncle, my family is doing pretty badly. There's not enough food to eat and not enough warmth in our clothes. Are you asking this because you want to help my family? Behind Lu Zhengsong, upon seeing that Lu Zhou was familiar with the staff member, Yuanghua immediately stopped trying to be friendly and perked up his ears, paying close attention to the conversation in front of him. Lu Zhou's words clearly made Lu Zhengsong feel embarrassed. To avoid delaying the progress of medication administration, Lu Zhengsong stepped to the side of Lu Zhou. He thought long and hard before finally letting out a deep sigh and leaning close to Lu Zhou's ear, sadly saying, "Xiao Zhou, your uncle is powerless. My family is just like yours. We don't have enough to eat or wear. You haven't seen how thin your aunt has become. Plus, with the cold wave affecting us, she's fallen ill and is currently bedridden. Good nephew, please quickly give your aunt a spoonful of medicine. She's counting on this medicine to save her life." Chapter 156, Embarrassment. Lu Zhou was very skilled at changing the subject. Lu Zhou smiled and raised his lips, skillfully dodging the verbal traps. He chatted about everything under the sun, completely avoiding the topic at hand, which made Lu Zhou sweat anxiously. "Dear nephew, I only have this one request. Can't you fulfill it for your uncle, considering our family ties?" He had started to play the family card. Lu Zhou let out a cold laugh and pointed to the large sign next to him. It clearly read, "No proxy collection." "Uncle, since we are relatives, I have to refuse you even more. If I let you take my place, wouldn't that show a lack of trust in the government's work?" Lu Zhou's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the crowd nearby to hear. Instantly, the people around looked at Lu Zhou with disdain. What a big person, yet so lacking in manners. If everyone behaved like you, who would still want to collect their medicine? Exactly. It's thanks to this young man that he refuses to sink to your level. Otherwise, wouldn't you just be taking someone else's share? The crowd was already disgruntled from waiting in line, and upon hearing that someone was trying to undermine their interests, they immediately expressed their disapproval. Lu Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, and he couldn't help but glance at Lu Zhou. Damn it, he felt like he was being set up by this grandson of his. Though he had this thought, Lu Zhou wasn't sure if Lu Zhou truly thought that way. With the crowd around him criticizing him, he felt his mind turn to mush. After a long time, he couldn't even come up with a single rebuttal. Seeing this scene, Yuanghua initially wanted to voice his thoughts, but then decided against it. Forget it. This is simply a case of righteousness over family. If even his uncle couldn't get anywhere with Lu Zhou, he, who had previous conflicts with the Lu family, should stay out of it. Yuanghua held the medicine bottle in his hand, and when he finished filling it, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the miserable Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou noticed Yuanghua's expression the whole time. Although Yuanghua had previous conflicts with his family, time had passed, and since he kept a low profile without causing any trouble, Lu Zhou didn't harbor much malice towards the Yu family. Instead, he found Lu Zhou, who was standing there being disgusting, quite annoying. After the commotion escalated, Lu Zhou quickly forced a smile and explained, "Oh, Xiao Zhou, it's a misunderstanding. I was just joking. I didn't mean for you to actually do that. Just give me the normal amount." Lu Zhou smiled sweetly, picked up a spoon, and pretended to be surprised as he said, "Oh no, it seems I've run out of medication here, uncle. Looks like your luck isn't too great. You'll have to go wait in line on the other side." As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind Lu Zhou erupted with complaints. "This is so annoying. We've been waiting in line for so long, and now there's nothing left. Seriously, there's so little medicine, and some people still want to break the rules and take more." For some reason, the conversation circled back to Lu Zhou again. After realizing that there was no medicine left, Lu Zhou already felt quite upset, not to mention that he was surrounded by a bunch of gossiping onlookers. His mood soured even further. According to the law of conservation of energy, a smile doesn't disappear, it just transfers. Lu Zhou's smile was completely gone, while Lu Zhou wore a slight smile. Afterward, Lu Zhou glared fiercely at Lu Zhou several times before he trudged off to a queue that was farthest away from Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked happily at Lu Zhou, who was trailing at the end of the line, quietly estimating the quantity of medicine. Wow, he didn't expect that according to his current position in line, he really wouldn't be able to get the medicine later. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel even happier. At that moment, the ant who had asked Lu Zhou for help returned. The two quickly switched positions, and new herbs were replaced by the staff, allowing the line to continue distributing medicine as usual. While Lu Zhou was feeling frustrated in his line, he suddenly saw that the place where he had initially queued was once again distributing medicine, and he felt a surge of dissatisfaction. In a burst of energy, he rushed over there, intending to ask Lu Zhou to vouch for him. But when he looked up, he saw a strange woman instead. The woman scolded him. "Queue up. No medicine for those who cut in line." Lu Zhongsong was completely exasperated and shouted, "I was just in this line. If you don't believe me, ask my nephew." The woman's face showed annoyance. "I've seen many excuses like yours. I understand you're anxious, but don't rush. Everyone here is anxious for their medicine too." Her words left Lu Zhongsong speechless. A nearby soldier noticed and immediately came over with a gun to inspect. Even though Lu Zhongsong was a thug, he felt fear, especially since he used to be a civil servant. He knew better than anyone that he couldn't afford to tarnish his record. Otherwise, he would never rise again. Before the soldier could speak, he hurriedly apologized, nodded, bowed, and scurried away to another side. All of this was clearly seen by Lu Zhou. Seeing Lu Zhongsong's defeated yet helpless expression, Lu Zhou felt a sense of delight radiating from every pore in his body. Ever since he took back the compensation from Lu Zhongsong before the apocalypse, to be honest, Lu Zhou hadn't encountered this person until today. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? After enjoying the show, Lu Zhou went to the work area of his mother and aunt. The two were tidying up the table, clearly having finished their work. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to share the amusing incident with his mother, who initially furrowed her brows tightly, but finally sighed in understanding of the outcome. Lu Zhou could see very clearly that his mother had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The group hurried home, while Uncle Wei Qingzhu was still busy. On the second day of the cold wave, after confirming that his family was safe, he immediately returned to his work position. Upon arriving at the unit, it was clear that the laboratory's crops had either died or were damaged, looking unusually desolate. Wei Qingzhu hurried a few steps and, upon seeing the remaining green in the incubator, let out a sigh of relief. Great! This was the new variety that the entire research institute had worked hard to develop, the cold-resistant potato. It was crucial for future food supplies and couldn't afford any accidents. Although the losses of other crops caused significant distress to the research institute, at least the most critical item was still intact. The others who witnessed this scene also brightened up considerably. Wei Qingzhu quickly adjusted the research direction, indicating that everyone should focus on studying the cold-resistant potato. Previously, under Wei Qingzhu's leadership, the Research Institute had been progressing smoothly, so everyone approached this new research direction with a sense of trust and diligently worked on it. Under Wei Qingzhu's arrangements, the proposal to study the cold-resistant potato was quickly implemented. Chapter 157, Upgrade Scroll for the Culinary Workshop. After the cold wave, the Research Institute managed to find a batch of cold-resistant crops. Initially, everyone thought that the research progress would be hindered, but in reality, the pace of research increased instead. After a week of hard work, the cold-resistant potatoes were successfully developed. Following the report to the government, not only is the Research Institute planting the cold-resistant potatoes, but they have also distributed several potato seedlings to everyone. This time, Wei Qingzhu's research has yielded fruitful results, with the advantages of easy propagation and cold resistance. However, there are also shortcomings. The biggest flaw is that the taste is average, to the point that one could say it is like chewing wax. Thanks to Annie's connections, many have also received a significant number of cold-resistant potato seedlings, including Lu Zhou, the Zhang family, and the Gao family. Everyone planted the seedlings with a sincere heart. In addition to the potato seedlings, the government also provided each family with 5 pounds of regular potatoes as food. Lu Ma was curious about the taste of the potatoes, and after steaming them, she took a bite and immediately grimaced. "I just feel like I'm not eating potatoes." Lu Zhou chuckled. "I think these potatoes taste better when stewed." This approach wasn't wrong. In his previous life, Lu Zhou had to endure eating potatoes, but later, when he accidentally had potatoes stewed with meat, he found it delicious. Lu Ma mumbled to herself as she took the potatoes into the kitchen, while Lu Ba, in a good mood, also went in to help. After Lu Zhou found some free time, he took out a small shovel to loosen the soil around the vegetables at home. Perhaps because the temperature in the Lu household wasn't too low, the vegetables were growing quite well. Essentially, the entire Lu family had hardly consumed their stored vegetables and had instead been relying on the vegetables grown at home to get by for a long time. After completing the usual tasks of watering, loosening the soil, studying, and training, Lu Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to log into the game. In the game, everything seemed to be thriving. Last time, Lu Zhou had reached his fishing limit using the rose number 7 rod, and this time he needed to try his luck again. After continuously fishing and reaching the limit, this time, apart from a nutrient agent flavor modification recipe, he didn't get anything useful. Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, is my luck just not good today? However, these past few days of using the rose number 7 fishing rod had taught Lu Zhou a lot about the rules. He gradually discovered that rose number 7 didn't guarantee that every cast would yield something good. If he had to describe it, it was like a key. In the pool of rose number 7, there are magical things, but the probability of catching them remains low. After some thought, Lu Zhou decided to maintain a relaxed mindset. Just as he was about to exit the game, a notification popped up on the screen. In bold red letters, it read, "Emergency Mission." Lu Zhou quickly opened the interface, and the emergency mission details appeared. Emergency Mission. Submit the complete formula for the nutrient agent to the appropriate person with a suitable reason. Mission Reward. The player will receive an upgrade scroll for the culinary workshop. Mission Penalty. If the mission fails, the crop yield will decrease by 50% for 1 month. Lu Zhou gasped when he saw the mission's penalty. Wow, this penalty is pretty serious. However, the reward for the mission was clearly more enticing. He was curious about how to upgrade the culinary workshop, and now he finally understood the requirements for its upgrade. Lu Zhou quickly exited the interface, pondering left and right, and finally came up with a brilliant idea. Target Uncle. In order to quickly obtain the secret scroll for leveling up, Lu Zhou waited for his uncle to come home from work and quickly raised his hand to knock on the door. As soon as he entered, Jiang Xiaolin was cooking, and his little cousin Tong Tong ran over with a beaming smile upon seeing Lu Zhou, her tone sweet. "Brother, are you here to play with Tong Tong? Mama is making dinner, so you can eat with me later." After saying that, she grabbed Lu Zhou's hand and wanted to take him to her room. "Brother, come see the new pet I raised." Lu Zhou originally wanted to go find his uncle, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse his little cousin, so he could only smile wryly as he was pulled along. Once they entered the room, Lu Zhou discovered something surprising. His cousin had actually raised a little rabbit. It was pure white all over, with black eyes, looking very gentle. This rabbit, if Lu Zhou wasn't mistaken, was a dwarf rabbit, which was the kind that never grew very big. Tong Tong happily dashed over to the rabbit, mumbling, "Brother, come look at Snowball. Isn't it cute? It's cute." Lu Zhou genuinely admired it, but didn't forget to ask about the rabbit's origin. "It was a gift from Dad. He said I was too bored at home alone, so he got me a companion." Lu Zhou was a bit surprised. "So you just got it today?" His little cousin smiled with her eyes squinted happily. "Yes, brother. Stretch out your hand and pet Snowball." As she spoke, the little girl tugged at Lu Zhou's hand, covering it with the rabbit's body. Lu Zhou couldn't help but stroke the rabbit a few times, and suddenly a wave of joy surged through him. Sure enough, fluffy things have a healing power. That wasn't the end. After feeling around, Tong Tong took out a colorful candy and handed it to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. "Tong Tong, what is this?" "It's chocolate. Another uncle gave it to me. I thought you might not have eaten anything good, so I'm giving it to you." The little girl's eyes sparkled, and an expression of anticipation appeared on her face. Lu Zhou couldn't help but gently caress the candy. Because of the cold weather, the chocolate had long been frozen solid. Lu Zhou tore open the wrapper and handed half to his cousin. "Thank you, Tong Tong, for giving me such delicious chocolate. Shall we eat it together?" The little girl's eyes lit up, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing his little cousin's greedy little expression, Lu Zhou almost laughed out loud. For the first time, his tense heart felt light, filled with a warm sensation. In fact, Lu Zhou had always had a good relationship with his little cousin. However, when his little cousin and aunt had an accident, he had gone out to find food. By the time he returned home, he found the house in utter disarray. His heart sank, and Lu Zhou frantically searched for news of the two. Eventually, he learned that they had been taken away by someone. He quickly chased after them, but he arrived too late. By the time he got there, his aunt and little cousin had both been killed, their bodies carelessly thrown aside. Lu Zhou could still remember how desperate he had been at that moment. He suppressed his hatred and secretly sought revenge against the enemy. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. He finally found the person responsible. After killing the entire family of the perpetrator, Lu Zhou felt a sense of relief, but he also understood that he would never gain redemption from that day forth. Chapter 158, Digging a Pit. Gradually coming back to his senses from his memories, Lu Zhou felt a complex mix of emotions as he reached out to touch the head of his little cousin, who was close to him. Tong Tong, be good and talk to Grandma Shan for a while. Brother has some matters to discuss with your father. His little cousin, still quite young, was exceptionally well-behaved. She smiled and nodded before quickly slipping into Grandma Shan's room. Watching the healthy and lively figure of the little girl, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile, though his hands involuntarily tightened into fists. Taking a deep breath, as he entered his uncle's small laboratory, Lu Zhou was stunned for several seconds by the chaotic scene before him. Previously, the entire laboratory had been filled with all kinds of messy pots, brimming with vegetables and Grandma Shan's herbs. This time, upon entering, Lu Zhou noticed that many of the plants were missing. Perhaps noticing Lu Zhou's confusion, Wei Qingzhu, who was tidying up the experimental table, took a moment to explain to him. Those plants were taken to another room by your aunt. The temperature there is a bit higher, so the plants can survive better. Xiaozhou, what do you need to discuss with me? While busy, Wei Qingzhu still smiled and inquired of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou made a conflicted, hesitant expression. Uncle, I don't know if I should say this. Wei Qingzhu's curiosity was immediately piqued. Go ahead, let me hear it. With that, he even patted Lu Zhou's shoulder. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and put on a look of being ready to face anything, pulling out a few pages of nutrient solution formulas from his pocket. Uncle, you know more than I do, so please take a look at what's written here. Wei Qingzhu, filled with curiosity, immediately wiped his hands and took the papers as soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking. The extravagant title on the papers made Wei Qingzhu's eyes widen. Nutrient solution formula? What a bold statement. This thing hasn't even been made yet. Could it be some kind of pirated formula? Furrowing his brows, Wei Qingzhu forced himself to quickly continue reading. Though he read very attentively, to be honest, he didn't really believe that this could be any kind of nutrient solution formula. He had once been part of a project group and had researched nutrient solutions for a while. In the end, the project yielded no results and was verified to have no research value. That was what he thought, but when Wei Qingzhu reached a line in the middle, his eyes suddenly widened. So that was how to break through the technical difficulties we faced before. In disbelief, Wei Qingzhu quickly took out a sheet of paper and a pen, calculating for about half an hour. Finally, he grabbed a few pages of formulas in his hand, his eyes filled with an indescribable brilliance as he looked at Lu Zhou. Xiaozhou, where did you get these? I think this formula has a certain feasibility. The technical issue that stumped us before actually has a solution here. Faced with his uncle's excitement and endless questions, Lu Zhou tried to remain calm. Uncle, I got these formulas from a stranger. At the time, these papers were mixed in with a book on electrical skills. Considering that my dad and I needed it, I traded with that person. Wei Qingzhu was initially surprised, but after calming down and thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel it was too coincidental. Xiaozhou, do you remember what that person looked like? Moreover, such an important item, he just casually gave it away in exchange for goods. Wei Qingzhu's face was full of disbelief, while Lu Zhou pretended to be confused, trying to smooth things over. Maybe he doesn't understand anything, which is why he gave away this formula. As for his appearance, I didn't see clearly. When I traded with him, only his eyes were visible. Uncle, don't be so surprised. These days, even soil can mutate, so having a nutrient solution formula doesn't seem that hard to accept, right? Lu Zhou's words really hit Wei Qingzhu's heart. Indeed, if even soil can mutate, then relying on mutated soil to create nutrient-rich soil, and now having come up with a nutrient solution, could it be that heaven is aiding China? Wei Qingzhu's brows were filled with uncertainty. Seeing his uncle's expression, Lu Zhou couldn't help but wonder if his uncle had sensed something unusual. What better excuse could Lu Zhou have? Clearly, there was none. Wei Qingzhu cleared his throat, and the atmosphere gradually eased. He said seriously, Xiao Zhou, the formula for this nutrient solution is indeed real. I plan to study it myself, but as for the formula, we should keep it to ourselves as much as possible. When he said this, Wei Qingzhu sat up straight, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. It's not that I'm being selfish, but if this formula were to be leaked to others, it could bring us great danger. Lu Zhou nodded, his eyes filled with clarity. Of course, who wouldn't want such a good thing? It would be best for his uncle to gradually reveal this knowledge using his own skills and wisdom. What Lu Zhou needed to do was to hand the formula to the right person. He glanced at the game interface, where a red exclamation mark indicated an urgent task that now showed completed. Lu Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Wei Qingzhu continued to speak. Xiao Zhou, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. The fewer people who know, the safer our situation will be, understand? After saying this, Wei Qingzhu's eyes carried a hint of bright concern. Lu Zhou quickly nodded, indicating he understood. All right, I'll study the formula. Don't rush off. Stay for dinner before you go. His uncle warmly invited him, but Lu Zhou politely declined. No, uncle, my family is also cooking. Let's all have a meal together another day. With that, Wei Qingzhu no longer insisted. As Lu Zhou was leaving, his little cousin waved at him, her expression innocent and lively. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Tong. Lu Zhou smiled and said this to his little cousin before quickly heading back home. He was eager to get his hands on the upgrade voucher for the food workshop. When he opened the game interface, a prompt for the urgent task popped up. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the urgent task and receiving 1 upgrade voucher. As he spoke, the upgrade voucher was already in Lu Zhou's hand. This was a thin piece of paper. Written simply on it were the 8 large characters, Food Workshop Upgrade Voucher. Other than that, there were no other words. Lu Zhou felt a bit awkward. Could this thing really be used for an upgrade? Upgrade Food Workshop. Okay, it has been detected that you possess the main object voucher. Would you like to spend 1,000 diamonds to upgrade the Food Workshop? Lu Zhou was stunned for a second before he reacted. Wow, what a hefty price. No wonder the game seemed so generous, just waiting here for him. Chapter 159, Behind the Good News. But the arrow is knocked on the bowstring, and it must be released. Although Lu Zhou felt a myriad of heartache, he could only choose to deduct diamonds for the workshop upgrade. With his confirmation, the food workshop emitted bursts of brilliant light. When the light faded, Lu Zhou noticed that the appearance of the food workshop had changed. Originally a small red wooden house with a cake sign, it had now grown a bit larger. Eagerly, he opened it and scanned the new features of the food workshop, feeling a wave of relief. Great! Previously, there were only basic dishes, which had no attributes at all. Now, with this upgrade, he had unlocked intermediate dishes. Looking through the food preparation options, Lu Zhou saw that he could only use in-game crops for production. The intermediate dishes now offered about 10 types of food. To test the capabilities of the food workshop, Lu Zhou quickly focused on a dish. Roasted sweet potato, a simple recipe that retains the original deliciousness of food. After consumption, energy plus 10 and body temperature reaches the most comfortable level, lasting for 5 minutes. Just at that moment, Lu Zhou was feeling hungry, so he immediately chose the sweet potato and pressed the production button. The food preparation speed was quite fast, and in the next second, the roasted sweet potato appeared in front of Lu Zhou. The freshly baked sweet potato seemed to exude the natural sweet aroma inherent to it. As he broke open the sweet potato, the inside revealed a bright yellow hue, resembling egg yolk. This variety of sweet potato was soft and tasty, very sweet. Lu Zhou quickly began to eat the sweet potato. It was soft and sweet upon entering. After he finished, his previously rumbling stomach felt considerably filled. Lu Zhou estimated that the effect of energy plus 10 was much stronger than actually eating a sweet potato in terms of satiety. Moreover, the attribute of reaching an ideal body temperature quickly manifested. After finishing the sweet potato, Lu Zhou instantly felt a very comfortable body temperature enveloping him. This sensation was hard to describe, and after 5 minutes, it indeed faded away. This experience was exceptionally wonderful, and Lu Zhou reluctantly came back to his senses from the euphoria. The benefits brought by this intermediate dish were indeed very useful. Time passed quickly, and under the efforts of Lu Ma, Jiang Xiaolin, and Granny Shan, although they managed to produce a considerable number of medicines and treated a batch of people, the alarming number of deaths still left an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. The government dealt with the corpses by incinerating them in large piles. There was no way around it. If the corpses were left too long, they could produce even more terrifying viruses, so it was better to burn everything cleanly. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with this method. In Jiguang City, traditional burial was common, and many people believed that cremation would prevent souls from achieving rebirth. Faced with the mass resistance from the populace, the government stepped back and issued a new decree. Burials were allowed, but it was necessary to ensure that the remains were handled thoroughly. Otherwise, in the event of an incident, the government would take punitive measures against those responsible. Lu Zhou looked over the punishment details. Free coal mining from Shishan, and all property confiscated. Goodness, just this punishment made many people gasp in shock. Lu Zhou expressed his understanding. After all, if the corpses were not dealt with properly, it could lead to disease outbreaks, and if left uncontrolled, the death toll could rise even higher. Thus, the empty land in the east became a place for burning corpses. This area also served as a garbage disposal zone, where the environment was harsh. Organic waste was buried, while inorganic waste was incinerated. The air quality in the east was the worst in the entire Jiguang City. Thick smoke billowed, and the air was filled with strange odors all day long, along with swirling gray ashes in the sky. It was hard to tell whether what floated in the air was garbage or the byproducts of burning corpses. Here, apart from the garbage cleaners and the officials responsible for handling corpses, very few people came to this place. In the past, before the apocalypse, there would still be scavengers searching through the trash, hoping to find something interesting. Now, that was no longer the case. The area was so desolate that even scavengers were unwilling to come here. In other words, in this world now, scavengers were practically extinct. What was left were all corpse touchers. There were often people stumbling around who would then collapse to the ground. Whether it was from hunger or cold, they were reduced to just a breath, numbly curled up on the ground, gasping for air. At such times, several people would quickly rush out, starting to rummage through the fallen individual's belongings in search of anything useful. If luck was particularly bad, the corpse touchers would strip the person's clothes off as quickly as possible, wrapping them around themselves, regardless of whether they were dirty or not. After all, it was a piece of clothing to keep warm. Such situations were too common, and even a new profession had emerged in the city: end-of-life person. These individuals usually had no children, or their children had all met with misfortune. Knowing they would not live much longer, they would seek out someone of good character to whom they could bequeath all their possessions. That person would then bury them after they passed away. When Lu Zhou first heard this, he found it absurd. However, Lu Ma sighed and said, "These people all think of returning to the roots." Lu Zhou fell silent, deep in thought. Since Lu Zhou provided the formula for the nutrient solution to his aunt, Wei Qingzhu spent every day leading his subordinates in continuing to develop the experimental fields. The rest of the time, he was basically focused on researching and producing the nutrient solution. The core difficulty in the nutrient solution lay in how to extract or produce the essential nutrients required by the human body and provide energy for the body. Once the technical difficulties were resolved with a written formula, all the puzzling problems that had previously baffled Wei Qingzhu suddenly unraveled. While researching the nutrient solution, Wei Qingzhu maintained a low-key attitude. After all, if too many people knew about this matter, both his and Lu Zhou's lives would be at risk. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The research on the nutrient solution was progressing exceptionally well, and Wei Qingzhu had already developed a nutrient solution capable of supplying 24 hours worth of survival energy for the human body. It was portable, requiring only a small tube. The nutritional ratio was completely fine. The only thing he hadn't managed to research was the flavor of the nutrient solution. However, given the current situation, he couldn't afford to focus on flavor development. As for further advanced nutrient solutions, those capable of providing energy for 48 hours, 72 hours, or even longer, he couldn't yet produce them. Such solutions, if researched, would not be something his current laboratory equipment could handle. The smaller the molecular particles, the higher the precision required for the research instruments, and the higher the precision, the more expensive the instruments would be. Clearly, this makeshift research institute lacked such high-precision instruments. However, achieving this level of research was enough to excite Wei Qingzhu. In contrast to Wei Qingzhu's excitement, Lu Zhou wore a face of deep contemplation. Chapter 160. The extreme heat has arrived. The reason for Lu Zhou's heavy heart was simple. The extreme cold was coming to an end. According to his memories from a previous life, the extreme cold weather was expected to conclude in just a few days. Following the end of the extreme cold, there would be an immediate onset of extreme heat, with no interval in between. The temperature would rise sharply from around -60 degrees to over 50 degrees Celsius, a staggering temperature difference of 110 degrees. The casualties during this transition would be severe. The only silver lining was that during the period of extreme cold, the government had been cautious enough to construct all important buildings and facilities on solid ground, aiming to prevent damage from the melting ice. However, the other additional buildings, which were not considered essential, were not so fortunate. They were built on the ice layer. Before the construction of these buildings, the government had sent people to measure the thickness of the ice layer. The results indicated that the ice was exceptionally thick, and even when the weather warmed up, humans would have sufficient time to evacuate. However, Lu Zhou clearly understood that when the temperature soared, there would be no time for a gradual transition for humans. In the past few days, Wang had been visiting Lu Zhou more frequently. He had repeatedly told Lu Zhou that the temperature was likely to rise. However, from Wang Da's perspective, the warming was a good thing. After all, the extreme cold was unbearable and unlivable. Even though Wang Da was knowledgeable, he had not anticipated that the temperature would skyrocket so suddenly. In the past few days, Lu Zhou used Wang Da as a weather informant to subtly warn those around him to minimize their outings. Although they didn't quite understand Lu Zhou's intentions, they were willing to listen to him since their previous lives had been saved by heeding his advice. As a result, no one dared to counter him. Annie's family completely refrained from going out. In fact, Uncle initially wanted to go out, but after being glared at by Jiang Xiaolin, he decided against it. He took a few days off from work, citing personal matters at home. The most powerful person at the Research Institute at the moment was likely Wei Qingzhu. So after hearing this from Wei Qingzhu, no one objected. Auntie and Lu Zhou's mother obediently stayed at home. Lu Zhou had warned his mother about the impending extreme heat, so she hurriedly persuaded her sister and also encouraged the Zhang family and the Gao family to stay indoors. In their boredom, Auntie even invited Lu Zhou's family over for dinner. The meal consisted of pork, vermicelli, stewed potatoes with greens, rice, and a bottle of cola. Before the apocalypse, serving such a meal would have felt perfunctory, but now it was a rare delicacy. As Lu Zhou was eating the vermicelli, He was a bit surprised. He remembered that Andy's family didn't have any extra vermicelli. It was Jiang Xiaolin who spoke up. Sister, brother-in-law, Xiao Zhou, try the vermicelli I made. It's made from the sweet potatoes we had before. See how it tastes. Lu Zhou suddenly realized he hadn't thought of that. Taking a bite, he found the vermicelli to be flavorful and soft, truly delicious. During the meal, Jiang Xiaolin insisted on packing some vermicelli for her sister. Lu Zhou's mother didn't refuse and accepted it, setting it aside. As they chatted happily, Lu Zhou felt that the temperature in the air seemed to have risen a bit. His father wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "It's quite warm eating this meal. I've already worked up a sweat on my forehead." Just as the others were about to laugh, Wei Qingzhu's expression changed dramatically. Something's not right. Is the temperature rising? Upon hearing this, both families finally realized what was happening. Temperature is rising. Lu Zhou moved faster, pulling out his binoculars and rushing to the window to see what was happening outside. They were indoors, so they noticed the rising temperature a bit later than those outside, who reacted more quickly. When Lu Zhou looked down, he saw a lot of people excitedly shouting and taking off their clothes. The temperature is finally warming up. I won't have to freeze anymore. That damn extreme cold is over. Ha ha! Many others were jumping around in a frenzy. The whole scene struck Lu Zhou as somewhat absurd. Indoors, the temperature climbed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 30 degrees Celsius. Everyone had already stripped off their heavy clothing, leaving only the thinnest garments. Wei Qingzhu's face showed even more fear. He knew better than anyone what this temperature could bring. No, we need to notify the Research Institute quickly. Wei Qingzhu took out his walkie-talkie and pressed the call button, but found that no one was answering. What's happening? As people jumped around on the ice, excited and ecstatic, one of them, ready to head back inside, suddenly lost his footing and fell straight into the water. The sudden shift from cold to hot, combined with the dirty water, meant that high temperatures could foster bacteria. After struggling to climb out, the person emerged reeking all over. Lu Zhou went downstairs, confirmed that the Zhang family and the Gao family were safe, and just then, the walkie-talkie signal he had been monitoring suddenly restored. "Hey Lu Zhou, the ice is melting outside. You and your family must not go out." Before Lu Zhou could respond, Wang shouted urgently, breathless, "Don't worry, we're all fine. You all take care." Lu Zhou hurriedly replied. The two didn't waste words. After confirming that everyone was okay, the call ended. Lu Zhou returned to his aunt's house. At that moment, Wei Qingzhu's face was filled with unspoken worry. The atmosphere became tense. Finally, Wei Qingzhu hoarsely said, "When they contact me from above, let's move immediately." Lu Zhou looked over and saw exhaustion etched on the opposite face. The temperature dropped too quickly. Before anyone could react, the ice had completely melted. Buildings on the ice sank below the surface. The debris in the water was not entirely cleaned up, and now that the temperature had risen, the stench could drive people away. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Zhou's warning, everyone stayed indoors that day. Otherwise, they might have been in serious danger. Initially, people who fell into the water thought they were fine, but soon after, they began to suffer from high fevers, vomiting, and coughing. By the time they reached the hospital, it was often too late to save them. Lu Zhou speculated that it was because the contaminated water had entered their mouths and noses, leading to lung problems. Many were in distress, most of them screaming in the hospital, waiting for death. Several times when Lu's mother, aunt, and grandmother were working in the hospital, Lu Zhou really wanted them to stay home. But the three were stubborn, insisting that they were in the rear producing medicine, and it was unnecessary for them to go to the front lines, which temporarily relieved Lu Zhou's worries. Due to the rapid onset of the disease and its high contagion rate, a large number of healthcare workers fell ill. The government immediately released a recruitment notice, offering high salaries for relevant personnel. With such hefty compensation, there would surely be brave souls willing to step forward. Chapter 161. The Approach of Wind and Rain. Guijun found a group of people. While their professional skills were lacking, their physical fitness was exceptional. Essentially, no one from this group collapsed. As time went on, the higher-ups also noticed the anomaly and specifically ordered an examination for this batch of individuals. It was discovered that all of them had previously fallen into the water but had survived. The doctors speculated that these people had developed antibodies. Quickly, research on the antibodies was initiated, and the hospital's recent mission became clear. The entire research facility was working tirelessly because every advance they made could potentially save more lives. Fortunately, persistence paid off, and after extensive research, an antibody vaccine was gradually developed. This was a life-saving breakthrough. At last, those who had fallen into the water finally had a chance to survive. While the antibody situation was being addressed, the government continued to dispatch teams to retrieve boats that had been created during previous floods, so they could disperse disinfectants and also collect trash. The extreme heat was becoming a significant problem, and the government was acutely aware of the urgency. If this temperature continued, water resources would soon become the most scarce commodity. Before long, the government began to frantically collect water resources. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaolin was also taking action. The temperature was rising too quickly. Once she realized this, she hurriedly started storing water. However, what was concerning was that the amount of water her family had stored was not very much. Looking at the meager water resources at home, Jiang Xiaolin had her first thought: to escape from here and find a place where she could survive. On the Zhang family's side, due to a sixth sense, they accidentally stored a batch of water at home. Initially, they planned to sell this water, but unexpectedly, it became invaluable in this scorching weather. The Zhang family was filled with excitement. Zhang Lele couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, our family is really lucky. Good thing Uncle didn't manage to sell this stuff." However, the Zhang family's expressions were almost in despair. "Oh, little sister, do you know that this water was saved by your brother and me?" At the same time, they looked regretfully at the frost-resistant potatoes that had died due to the high temperatures. What a pity that they were about to fully mature. While thinking about this, they began to dig up the potatoes. As a result, what should have been large potatoes ended up being so small that they were hardly edible. Such troubles were happening in many households. Water shortages, food shortages. The frost-resistant potatoes they had planted had only been harvested once, and the second batch had perished prematurely. The shadow of survival loomed over everyone's minds. The lab was also in chaos. The frost-resistant potatoes had failed, and new research pathways needed to be explored. The sudden extreme heat had taken a toll on morale. Everyone had previously been filled with confidence, believing that human determination could overcome nature, but now one by one, they were furrowing their brows, lost in their thoughts. Wei Qingzhu felt equally lost. If it weren't for the nutrient solution he held in his hands, he might have been overwhelmed by the current situation. He cleared his throat, preparing to outline the subsequent key tasks for the research institute, when he noticed that his subordinates, who had previously been obedient, were now no longer listening to him. Wei Qingzhu, who was deeply engrossed in research, had not paid much attention to personal connections, and now he found himself hindered by this issue. While he was leading the entire research institute in studying soil, he did not expect that opposing voices would arise within the institute. At that time, he was unaware that this small voice had grown strong enough to threaten his position. The research institute also had factions, and Wei Qingzhu clearly stood on a different side from others. Wei Qingzhu reacted quickly, and the situation above became chaotic. "I believe our next research target should be drought-resistant crops, as temperatures are likely to continue rising. Additionally, we need to start researching other crops in advance to prepare for more unexpected events. After that, I will contact the Meteorological Bureau to get accurate information." When Wei Qingzhu reached this point, he noticed that no one in the audience moved. The only people who did were his former friends. Watching the uncontrollable scene below, Wei Qingzhu sighed internally. The crowd was out of control. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed that the side he was on would lose. Thinking of this, Wei Qingzhu scanned the crowd and then spoke up. "Since everyone has their own opinions, I won't force anyone. Those who want to research can do so, and those who don't, please feel free to leave. After saying this, he quickly left the room, striding into his office to start packing his things. A rare sense of panic surged in Wei Qingzhu's heart. His worry was not about being ousted from the research institute, but about the earlier situation. Initially, it was stated that someone would come to take over him and his team. Given the current situation, would the military still come to take over his team? With an uneasy heart, Wei Qingzhu finished packing and rushed home. Upon returning home, he told Lu Zhou everything in detail. Lu Zhou went from surprise to calm in just 3 seconds. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, let's wait for another week. If no one comes to pick us up after a week, we'll set off immediately. A week should be enough for the high temperatures to dry up the water, and it wouldn't be too hot yet." Wei Qingzhu appeared confused. "So where are we headed?" Lu Zhou looked up and pointed to another direction. "I heard that a base is being built in Liangshan. We can go there." Wei Qingzhu did not doubt Lu Zhou's source of information and nodded, feeling a bit more desolate. In less than 3 days, a colleague of Wei Qingzhu called him. Lu Zhou was right beside him and heard everything clearly. Higher-ups had already been parachuted in, and several people in the research institute had left. This colleague was also among those forced to leave. He sighed, "Let's go, shall we? Let's get as far away as possible." Wei Qingzhu knew that his old colleague was about to move to a new place. After hanging up the phone, he felt a sense of disorientation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaolin, who was aware of the whole situation, was fully focused and began packing up their belongings at home. Grandma Dan and Tong occasionally helped Jiang Xiaolin with the packing. The message about departing in a week was relayed by Lu Zhou to the Zhang and Gao families. After passing on the information, when Lu Zhou returned home, he saw his dad and mom squatting on the ground packing things up. Most of it was heating equipment that needed to be stored away now that the temperature had risen. After hearing about the Research Institute situation from Lu Zhou, his parents were not too depressed and still took the time to comfort Lu Zhou. "Tell your uncle to look on the bright side. If it weren't for this change, would he have the heart to leave, given his personality? Now, he's being forced to go." Lu Zhou chuckled. His parents really had a good mindset. He stepped forward, bent down, and helped put things away in the game room. Chapter 162, The Commotion. With Lu Zhou's help, the family packed their belongings even faster. In order to facilitate a quick evacuation later, Dad Lu insisted on packing away all the electrical appliances and other items that they were currently using but would not be able to take with them after, ensuring that they could hit the road at the fastest speed when the time came. Mom Lu harvested all the vegetables in the house, which Lu Zhou would take to the game cabin when they left. To make it easier to eat on the road, Mom Lu specifically prepared several bottles of pickled vegetables as a way to supplement the salt in their meals during the journey. The whole family began to busily work in an orderly manner. As for Lu Zhou's own plans to leave, he didn't keep it a secret. Instead, he turned around and headed to the neighborhood where Wangda lived. When he stepped out, he took out the inflatable raft he had from the flood period. After inflating it, he immediately set off. When he arrived at Wangda's house, Lu Zhou knocked on the door. Wangda was somewhat surprised when he opened the door. After realizing it was Lu Zhou, he quickly invited him in. "Sorry, my house is a bit messy. Don't mind it. Just make yourself comfortable," Wangda said, welcoming Lu Zhou while also turning to help his dad. Lu Zhou noticed that Wang Da's family was in a frantic rush to dismantle the windows that had been sealed previously. Remembering his own mission when he came, Lu Zhou paused for a moment and then said seriously, "Wang Ge, next week, I'm leaving Jiguang City. Are you coming with me?" Wang Da, who had been busy, furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Leaving Jiguang City? Where are you going?" Lu Zhou replied softly, "To Liangshan." At this point, Wanda looked puzzled. Liangshan was said to be a rather desolate place, not comparable to Jiguang City, right? After voicing his doubts, Lu Zhou didn't elaborate much, only maintaining a serious expression as he continued. "Wang Ge, the news I got is that a base is about to be established in Liangshan." As soon as Wang De heard the word base, his eyes lit up. Lu Zhou, to be honest, You don't need to seek something distant when there's something closer. I've been listening for news, and the base in Jiguang City has already begun construction. I heard from a friend that Jiguang City will be among the first to build a base, and they are currently naming the area. You'd be better off listening to your Wanggu and staying here. Lu Zhou sighed, his expression showing an unspeakable firmness. Wanggu, I know about this news too, but the information I received indicates that Liangshan is where all the powerful and influential people are gathering. Just think about it. Which place is better? I'll go first, and if you're sure, come over with your family next week. After leaving this statement, Lu Zhou hurriedly departed. Once Lu Zhou decisively left, Wangda fell into deep thought. One base was built on the coal yard by Shishan, while the other was a gathering place for the powerful. He didn't have to think long to know which one he would choose. However, moving was a big deal, and he needed to ask his parents and wife for their opinions. Lu Zhou was unaware that Wangda would make his decision fairly quickly. He only knew that he had done everything he needed to do. After Wangda explained the reasons for this decision to his family, the other three were taken aback. Among them, his wife Tao Yinyin pondered for a while before saying, "I think we should go." "What do you think, Mom and Dad?" The two elderly people smiled at Wangda, saying, "Since both of you agree, then we agree too. Xiaoda, you check what we need to pack up these days. We need to hurry and get it done." Tao Yinyin cheerfully grabbed Wang Da's arm, comforting him. "Just relax. It's not like we haven't moved before. Luckily, we haven't lived here for too long, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle." Her comforting words were like a spring, soothing Wang Da's anxious emotions. Wang Da quietly stared at his wife and parents, and in the next moment, the corners of his eyes became moist. "All right, then it's decided." Wang Da was unusually calm, but when Lu Zhou returned home, he sensed that something was wrong. The corridor, which should have been completely quiet, was now filled with a chaotic uproar. Lu Zhou frowned and quickly ran upstairs. When he reached the door of the Gao family's apartment, he was stopped by Gao Jingyang. The little boy was so anxious that he was practically on fire. As soon as he saw Lu Zhou, it was as if he had found a lifeline. "Lu Ge, just now a lot of people surrounded Grandma Shan and the others. My parents went up to help." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou frowned even deeper and hurriedly climbed upstairs with swift movements. He left a word behind. "Stay hidden and don't come out." When Lu Zhou reached the 17th floor, he noticed that the iron door had been forcefully opened. The Zhang family's door was tightly locked, but the Yu family's door was ajar. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the surroundings and rushed up to the 18th floor. The noise grew louder, resembling the quacking of countless ducks in chaos. Upon reaching the 18th floor, he discovered that the residents of the entire building were surrounding his family. In the past, people would usually avoid confrontation with the infamous Lu family, but what was happening today? In the crowd, Grandma Shan, Jiang Xiaolin, and Lu Ma were cornered by the chaotic mob at the door. Protecting the three of them were the Zhang couple and Gao Shan. The three of them glared at these people, shouting loudly with flushed faces. Lu Dad was busy with his uncle today, and the two of them had left together, but now they were delayed in returning. In the crowd, one or two people were passionately brave, but they were not armed. Jiang Xiaolin, Grandma Shan, and Lu Ma finished their last task and headed home together. The three of them quickly packed up the inflatable boat before climbing the stairs. On their way up, they encountered the middle-aged man whom Professor Shan had saved before. The man had previously sought medicine for his child, and out of kindness, Professor Shan gave him her portion. The man was extremely grateful and had shown no hesitation in receiving help. When they met again on the stairs, the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you, Dr. Shan? The things you're carrying seem too heavy. Let me help you with some." Although Lu Ma and Jiang Xiaolin declined his offer, he still followed them, chattering away with words of thanks. When the three of them reached the 17th floor, the man showed no signs of stopping. Lu Ma felt that something was wrong and immediately urged him to go home. But it was too late. He lunged at them, looking deranged. "Dr. Shan, please give me some medicine again." He looked like a madman, and fearing for Professor Shan's safety, Lu Ma kicked him away in desperation. The man tumbled down the stairs twice, but still tried to crawl up. Jiang Xiaolin quickly opened the door, and the three of them slipped inside. Chapter 163, Repaying Kindness with Enmity. Just when they thought they were safe, they were startled to see someone across from them grinning and holding a key. It was the key to their 17th floor apartment. How did that key end up in your hands? Jiang Xiaolin gasped in horror, while Lu Ma had already rushed home with the two men. After finally reaching the 18th floor, they realized it was packed with people. In that moment, Lu Ma's composure completely shattered. Soon, they understood the intentions of these people. You guys are living quite well. I noticed during the extreme cold weather that while everyone else was starving, you few families seem to be doing better and better. Hey, let's talk nicely. The person speaking was a middle-aged man who had just been kicked by Lu Ma. He looked miserable and said to Lu Ma, "You three are doctors who treat and save lives. I've been waiting in line for medicine at the hospital, but haven't been able to get any. I can wait, but my child can't. We're all neighbors. Can you loosen up a bit and help us out with some medicine from the clinic?" Lu Ma was so angry she almost laughed. "The hospital has run out of medicine. How could you think we still have any?" The man wiped his forehead and replied with a bitter smile, "Didn't Dr. Dan give me some last time? You're doctors. You must have some internal quotas, right? You got to have a few extra on hand." Jiang Xiaolin was so furious she was shaking. "You really have some nerve. The last time, that was the exact excuse that Professor Dan used to give you some medicine for your child. Now you have the audacity to say this? How many times do we have to tell you? It doesn't matter whether there are internal quotas or not. Everyone only gets one portion." The man looked a bit troubled as he spread his hands, his eyes full of calculations. But then he quickly hid them again, saying, "Tisk, saying that, it's not just because that little bit isn't enough. You guys are doctors. Don't be so heartless and let someone die. The children at home are suffering terribly. What can I, as a father, do? Besides, in this building, apart from me, there are others who also want medicine." Instantly, voices began to rise up from the crowd. "Please, we beg you. As doctors, you surely can't let someone die right before your eyes. My husband is seriously ill, and the hospital has run out of medicine. If there was any other way to survive, I wouldn't come to you. The hospital is really terrible. There's no medicine left. You must have some, right? Please, we beg you." As they realized they couldn't explain themselves, the three of them turned pale. Some people even got anxious and tried to take action. Lu Ma reacted quickly, pulling out an electric baton from behind her back and retaliating. The person who charged at them fell to the ground with a yelp, and that stopped anyone else from approaching carelessly. As the two sides were to stand off, the Gao couple and the Zhang family from downstairs sensed something was off and rushed up. Seeing this scene, they immediately joined the fray. Seeing the three people closest to him being besieged, Lu Zhou's eyes turned red. Fortunately, with the Gao couple and the Zhang family present, he couldn't predict how bad the situation might get. With quick reflexes, he drew the curved knife he always carried, aiming for the most raucous and unruly person in the crowd, and plunged it down. This person was a loud woman, used to throwing tantrums and cursing relentlessly, her language filthy. Lu Zhou frowned. He couldn't stand to hear her curses, let alone his mother and aunt. With one strike, he ripped through the woman's clothing and pressed the blade against her neck. Lu Zhou held the knife tightly, not moving an inch, yet spoke with an unexpected calmness. "Are you giving yourselves face? Coming to my house to cause trouble, thinking I'm dead?" As soon as those words were spoken, the temperature in the air instantly dropped several degrees. Zhang Jiahao immediately saw Lu Zhou and exclaimed excitedly, "Lu Zhou!" The Gao Shan couple exchanged glances with Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou subtly expressed his gratitude with his eyes. It was only then that the Gao Shan couple let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. At least this effort was recognized. It wasn't in vain. Otherwise, they would be considered irrelevant characters who had no impact. Lu Zhou was certainly aware of their feelings, but given the current situation, regardless of what the Gao Shan couple was thinking, as long as someone was there to help, That was a favor owed. Lu Zhou coldly fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man leading the troublemakers, his hand tightening around the curved knife. Don't kill me. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. The woman held hostage by Lu Zhou looked terrified, her face pale and filled with unspoken fear. Lu Zhou smiled and said, "Oh, so you know fear? While I was downstairs chopping that person who tried to rob me, weren't you right there? Now you dare to come back, so it seems you're still bold, not afraid of death." The woman trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts. Experiencing death firsthand and just watching from the sidelines were two completely different sensations. Damn Yin Lao Chi. This idiot had led her into this situation. He said that as long as they caused a commotion, these doctors would be soft-hearted and give them medicine, and she actually believed it. It was true that these three were doctors, but how could she forget that the Lu family also had a madman? Last time, he didn't say a word and directly chopped off a person's arm. The bloody scene was still vivid in her mind. Once the memories resurfaced, they couldn't be stopped. The more she thought, the more she felt the chill radiating from the knife at her neck. In this scorching heat of 50 degrees, she felt a cold shiver throughout her body. Death was so close to her. Suddenly, a smell of urine wafted through the air. Lu Zhou looked on with disgust, but the knife didn't budge. Ignoring her humiliation, the woman quickly pleaded, "Please, let me go. I was tricked into coming here. It's all Yin Lao Chi's fault. If he hadn't deceived us, we wouldn't have come." Under Lu Zhou's deadly gaze, Yin Lao Chi was sweating profusely, unsure if it was from the heat or fear. He took a deep breath, just about to say something, when he was restrained by Zhang Jiahao from behind. Seeing the situation, Jiang Xiaolin quickly pulled out a stun baton and extended it towards the man. With a sound of crackle from the electric current, the man collapsed weakly. With the leader down, the others fell into chaos. However, they didn't dare to move recklessly, as Lu Zhou, the harbinger of doom, was blocking the staircase. At this moment, they finally realized how wrong it was to follow Yin Lao Chi to cause trouble. The woman held hostage by Lu Zhou could no longer bear it and fainted, tears and snot streaming down her face. She was scared to the point of fainting. Lu Zhou didn't even glance at the woman, turning coldly to the trembling crowd. "Who made a move just now? You'd better confess willingly, or I'll drag you out myself." Lu Zhou said nothing, but the curved knife in his hand spun skillfully, the blade reflecting a cold light that illuminated the faces of the troublemakers.